There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After the appearance of the Mingzi, just as the Tao scriptures resounded, this gigantic stone tablet appeared above the soul of the nether beast. Each blood-red character on it revealed a frenzied idea. Under this idea, the Mingzi practitioners on all sides seemed to erupt in rage, letting out roars. They seemed to be manipulated, rapidly spinning and instantly transforming into a whirlwind. Within this whirlwind lay a destructive force, surging outwards in all directions with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin's body recoiled 3 steps from this attack, about to advance. But at this moment, all the Tao scriptures inscribed on the newly appeared stone tablet instantly transformed and flew out, forming symbols that hurtled straight towards Wang Lin. Amidst the roaring sounds, the Tao scripture characters instantly approached Wang Lin. Wang Lin, having been to the 7-colored realm, knew the terrifying power of this Tao scripture. As the countless symbols drew near, a deep, murdering voice echoed in his ears, reciting the contents of the Tao scripture on the stone tablet. The path of enlightenment, the imprisonment of the heavenly wind, the vortex moved, spreading the frenzied thoughts along with the 7-colored light. In that instant, 2 of the remaining 4 star points on the nether beast's soul were extinguished. At the same time, the nether beast's enormous soul mouth slowly merged into its body. As the vortex swept through, fear appeared in the eyes of the colossal nether beast, and its body quickly retreated. It was terrified. The 7-colored realm might have changed its personality, but its true nature was hard to forget. Facing Wang Lin, especially now that the seals on its body and soul hadn't completely disappeared, it felt a deep sense of fear. The Tao scripture relentlessly attacked Wang Lin, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, the gigantic nether beast unleashed another of its divine abilities. It became invisible. The nether beast's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually became blurry, retreating only 100 meters before instantly vanishing from the starry sky. With its disappearance came the swirling vortex of netherworld beings and the Tao scripture imprints relentlessly attacking Wang Lin. Everything in the starry sky vanished completely in an instant, just like the nether beast. Wang Lin's eyes blazed red. He looked up at the sky and let out an angry roar. Lingdong Jujin and even Wang Yue and Gushi were all inside the nether beast's body. If the beast escaped, the price would be too great. This hunt for the nether beast had caused such a dramatic turn of events simply because it had devoured a portion of the 7-colored realm. Although Wang Lin had calculated meticulously, he never expected such an absurd thing to happen in this world. A portion of the 7-colored realm had unexpectedly appeared within this misty star domain and had been swallowed by the nether beast. It absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. Wang Lin's eyes showed a frenzied expression. His body moved forward, appearing above the starry sky, and he raised his right hand and swung it down towards the starry sky below. Suddenly, the lightning diagram in his right eye flashed, directly manifesting and covering a radius of 1,000 feet. 9 bolts of lightning also swirled around it, rapidly rotating. The heavens and earth rumbled. Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared, flashing within this 1,000-jump radius, forming a lightning domain. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Wang Lin, filled with overwhelming rage, unleashed the primordial lightning from his body. The 1,000-jump lightning diagram, struck by this primordial power, immediately shook violently and expanded. 1,000 jong, 10,000 jong, 100,000 jong, 1,000,000 jong. In a short time, this lightning diagram continuously expanded, covering a radius of 1,000,000 jong. Wang Lin's expression turned mad. He raised his right hand and pointed to his forehead. With a rumbling sound, ancient divine power surged from his body. Grow even bigger for me. 1,000,000 jong, 3,000,000 jong, 5,000,000 jong, 10,000,000 jong. As Wang Lin shouted, from a point on his forehead, the heavenly emperor furnace suddenly appeared. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and this furnace directly merged with the lightning diagram. Grow even bigger. Amidst the deafening roar, the lightning diagram expanded to tens of millions of feet, and with the fusion of the heavenly emperor cauldron, it surged even further. 2,000,000 feet, 3,000,000 feet, 5,000,000 feet, up to 8,000,000 feet. The entire boundless star domain was enveloped within the lightning diagram. Thunder roared and flashed wildly, completely transforming this 8,000,000-foot-wide starry sky into a lightning pool. If you can devour the seven-colored realm, you must become my life-bound beast. You turned invisible and fled. Although I cannot find you, I can refine this entire 8,000,000-foot radius. I will not hesitate to reduce this 8,000,000-foot-wide starry sky to dust, but I will force you to reveal yourself. The netherworld beast vanished into thin air, fleeing at an incredibly fast speed. However, Wang Lin's seal remained on its body, not yet dissipated. He could vaguely sense that the fleeing beast hadn't yet left the 80,000,000 jong radius. Wang Lin clearly felt his seal within the beast's soul rapidly dissipating, soon to disappear completely, severing any remaining connection. Thunder rumbled. The nine-colored flame in Wang Lin's left eye suddenly flared up, bursting forth from within. At the same time, behind Wang Lin, the illusory image of the vermilion bird appeared, letting out a vermilion bird cry. The appearance of the vermilion bird showed that Wang Lin had unleashed the full power of his body's essence. The vermilion bird, after its cry, flew out, merging with the nine-colored flame, and hurtled straight towards the 80,000,000 jong starry sky. In that instant, the entire starry sky resembled a sea of fire. Within the flames were thunder and lightning, and within the thunder and lightning was fire, along with the refining aura within the heavenly emperor furnace, completely engulfing this 80,000,000 jong starry sky in a frenzied refining process. Refining, refining, refining. Wang Lin swung his twin shields, his expression ferocious as he roared, refining this 80,000,000 jong starry sky at an extremely fast speed. If viewed from above, one could clearly see that this 80,000,000 jong starry sky was completely separated from the outside world, seemingly isolated within this sea of fire and thunder, burning fiercely. Wang Lin had become insane, his eyes bloodshot, his hands constantly forming incantations, rapidly casting various restrictions into the refining 80,000,000 jong starry sky, causing the refining speed to increase even more. Time was of the essence, there could be no delay. Once the seals on the body and soul of the nether beast dissipated, all previous efforts would be ruined. Wang Lin no longer had a second Wang Yue, nor a second Ling Dong or Jujin to complete this great hunt. But the 80,000,000 jong radius was too vast. It was impossible to refine everything in a short time. At this moment, Wang Lin also clearly felt that his connection with the netherworld beast had weakened considerably. Although he couldn't see it, he could imagine that the two remaining star points on the netherworld beast's soul were now down to only one. In this critical moment, Wang Lin calmed down. He coldly stared at the 80,000,000 jong starry sky being refined around him. In this short time, the 80,000,000 jong starry sky had been reduced to 70,000,000 jong. Not just the 70,000,000 jong on the surface, but the entire starry sky, from the heavens above to the underworld below. This vanished section, after being refined, revealed the great wide boundary formation in a vast empty space. As for the four sides, the burned and refined areas became eternal pits in the Luo heaven. In silence, Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it, instantly manifesting over 100,000 restrictions. With the coordination of his left hand, countless afterimages appeared. With his fastest speed, within a few breaths, he unleashed countless restrictions. In the refined starry sky, a gigantic umbrella, seemingly capable of incinerating the world, appeared, condensing within the starry sky. An unparalleled majesty roared out in all directions, enveloping everything. The ancient boundary umbrella, open to destroy the world. Wang Lin raised his right hand, grasping the void as if holding the umbrella handle, his eyes calm, and swung his left hand forward. A deafening explosion resounded, and the umbrella trembled, opening a section. A raging inferno erupted from within the partially opened umbrella, hurtling towards the 17 million mile wide starry sky being refined below. A glance revealed the starry sky as an boundless sea of flames. Beneath the blazing fire, an earth-shattering power spread in all directions. The 17 million foot wide starry sky being refined was instantly engulfed by the flames from the ancient refining realm, unleashing a frenzied and powerful refining process. The 17 million foot wide starry sky, at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly roared. 60 million feet, 40 million feet, 30 million feet, 1 million feet, up to 6 million feet, seemed to be refined hundreds of times faster, rapidly shrinking. The gaps revealing the tightly packed wind realm great formation below were shattered, and craters appeared all around. Still not showing up. Wang Lin could sense the netherworld beast lurking within this 6 million foot wide starry sky. He waved his hand, and within the 6 million jong radius of the intertwined lightning-transformed pills, the heavenly emperor cauldron suddenly appeared. Wang Lin grabbed it from a distance, and 9 drops of poisonous liquid inside the heavenly emperor cauldron quickly shot out and merged into the lightning-transformed pills. This action wouldn't deplete the precious poisonous liquid, but it also gave Wang Lin enough time to force the invisible netherworld beast to appear. A continuous rumbling sound echoed as the refining process continued. In an instant, the 6 million jong starry sky was reduced to 3 million jong. This 3 million jong starry sky was filled with spiritual energy, and black poisonous mists merged into it, rapidly spreading outwards. At this moment, an urgent roar echoed out. In the refined starry sky, now only 3 million feet wide, a place shrouded in poisonous mist suddenly appeared, the colossal body of the netherworld beast surging forth. As soon as its body appeared, Wang Lin moved forward, directly approaching. Before the beast could even open its mouth, his right hand swiftly struck the remaining trace of the seal on its head. With a loud bang, the netherworld beast, before it could even open its mouth, let out a mournful roar that reverberated through space. This single strike encompassed Wang Lin's unwavering determination and his intense desire to make this netherworld beast his life-bound pet, no matter what. As the strike descended, a thunderous roar echoed, and the seal on the netherworld beast's head, which was on the verge of dissipating, instantly seemed to be infused with new life and power. In an instant, the seal emitted a dazzling dark light, not only reforming, but becoming even deeper than before. Just as the netherworld beast was about to open its mouth, Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a low growl, he forcefully grabbed the sky with his right hand. The starry sky rumbled. A massive whip, tens of thousands of feet long, suddenly appeared within the refined starry sky. Wang Lin seized it and swung it. A deafening whooshing sound erupted as the whip rapidly grew, unexpectedly reaching over 100,000 feet in length. From afar, the length of this whip seemed to be not much less than that of the netherworld beast, swung through the starry sky, a truly mind-shattering sight. This happened in an instant, though it takes time to describe. The moment this 10,000-foot whip appeared, Wang Lin swung it forcefully amidst a thunderous explosion that shook heaven and earth, and it hurtled straight towards the netherworld beast. The kanji whip. With a loud bang, the kanji whip directly struck the netherworld beast, producing a tremendous sound. A furious roar echoed from within the beast's body. Its body trembled, and there were faint signs of its soul escaping, but it struggled to resist. Wang Lin didn't stop. The kanji whip seemed to contain Wang Lin's current madness, and in an instant, it unleashed 8 more whips. Adding another whip strike, bringing the total to 9, golden light emanated from the kanji immortal. Amidst the resounding roar, the netherworld beast could no longer withstand it. Its eyes revealed its inherent fear and cowardice, and at the same time, its soul suddenly appeared on its massive body. But this soul was like a corner of an iceberg, only a tiny wisp escaping. Although terrified, the netherworld beast understood the imminent danger and frantically struggled, trying to retrieve its soul. How could Wang Lin allow it to do so? He swung his right hand forcefully. Amidst the thunderous roar that echoed throughout the starry sky, the kanji immortal, its form no longer visible, lashed out at the netherworld beast with incredible speed. The 19th, 30th, 50th, and 99th whip strikes. Finally, when the 100th whip struck, this kanji immortal flashed with a dazzling radiance, and with a loud bang, its head shattered. As soon as several meters of it broke off, golden light gushed out from within, resembling a sun from afar. Under this golden light, the entire body of the nether beast was enveloped. It could no longer struggle, and its soul completely flew out of its body, hovering in the starry sky. The soul of the nether beast could swallow the entire heaven and earth with just a single mouth. At this moment, the soul's mouth appeared, but before it could open, Wang Lin stepped directly towards it. The 7 ancient divine star points on his forehead quickly moved, suddenly flying out and rushing straight towards the soul's mouth. With a thunderous roar, the 7 star points, like a splitting force, directly pierced through the nether beast's soul mouth, guided by a still glowing sealing star point inside. At this moment, the soul seal within the nether beast's soul mouth, which had been glowing at the point of light, quickly restored itself to its previous 7-star gleam. The soul seal was complete, but this was not the end. Of the 3 sealing steps, there was still one final step, sealing the flesh and blood within. He pressed his right hand onto the nether beast's soul, and with a rumbling sound, the soul returned to the nether beast's body. At the same time, Wang Lin's body descended. Relying on the remaining power of the 8 million John starry sky that was being refined, he fiercely grabbed onto the nether beast's gaping mouth before it could open it. Wang Lin roared softly, his palms bulging with veins, gripping tightly. The entire divine power in his body seemed to surge into his palms, pulling fiercely. There was a world inside the nether beast's mouth. If it opened it, this world would open. But if it were torn open by someone else, this world would be unable to appear, revealing only blood and flesh. Pulled by Wang Lin, the large mouth of the netherworld beast was split open, revealing a gap. At the same time, a furious roar immediately erupted from within the netherworld beast's body through this gap, glowing against Wang Lin, tossing his long hair around, like an endless force trying to push him back. But Wang Lin's body didn't retreat at all. The moment the netherworld beast opened its mouth, he quickly raised both hands and retracted them. In an instant, he unleashed countless restrictions, each containing ancient divine power, forming a whirlwind of restrictions that surged into the blood-filled mouth of the netherworld beast. Through its mouth, these restrictions penetrated its internal organs, blood vessels, joints, and all the blood and flesh within its body. Numerous frenzied and powerful restrictions surged into the nether beast's body. After sealing everything, in just a few breaths, the nether beast's body was completely sealed. Having finished everything, Wang Lin retreated 300 feet, his face flushed. Everything that had just happened in an extremely short time. Even he felt the weight. Now retreating, he coldly looked at the completely sealed nether beast. Today is an auspicious day, with my identity as a royal family member of the 7-star ancient god, and my ancient inheritance. I bestow upon you the title of my life-bound beast. Nether, receive the seal. Wang Lin raised his right hand, pointing towards the nether beast. The nether beast's body trembled violently, the seals on its flesh and blood, the seals on its body, and the seals on its soul all simultaneously activated, transforming into a cluster of dark light that quickly flashed around its body. The struggle in its eyes slowly faded, replaced by a gradual calmness. After about half an incensed stick's time, the netherworld beast completely ceased its struggle, silently hovering in place, bowing its head towards Wang Lin. A feeling of blood and flesh connection slowly arose in Wang Lin's heart. It was an indescribable emotion, as if the netherworld beast before him had become a part of Wang Lin's life. As this feeling surged, an boundless life force carrying an ancient and desolate aura suddenly and forcefully entered Wang Lin's mind through a special method from within the netherworld beast's body. It was as if, at this moment, he had become the netherworld beast, its entire memory flooding into Wang Lin's mind. In that instant, a rumbling sound emanated from Wang Lin's body, and his ancient divine body rapidly expanded in a short time. The immense life force within the netherworld beast surged into Wang Lin's body, causing him to expand rapidly. 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, until it reached 6,000 feet, at which point it slowly stopped. The 6,000-foot-tall ancient god's body suddenly stood towering in the starry sky. From afar, it looked like a giant from the primordial era. Wang Lin clenched his fists and raised them before his eyes. The ancient god power within his body flowed rapidly, brimming with vitality, and a great sense of confidence radiated throughout his being. No wonder Tut's memory said that only by possessing a life-bound beast and giving birth to Wang Yue could one truly become an ancient god. Wang Yue is not present in my body now, but this life-bound beast alone has allowed my body to reach this level. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his 6,000-foot-tall body slowly shrunk. With a rumbling sound, he quickly transformed into an ordinary cultivator. However, his appearance was vastly different. His hair was still white, and although Wang Lin had previously appeared youthful, he now looked much younger. Furthermore, a hazy aura enveloped his body. Except for cultivators at the third stage, in everyone's eyes, Wang Lin seemed to lack a physical body, appearing more like an illusory soul. Looking up at the netherworld beast in front of him, he now understood all of its memories. This beast had been in a deep sleep its entire life, its memories incredibly chaotic, almost devoid of consciousness. Especially its memories of birth were a jumbled mess. It didn't even know how it was born. The clearest memory was the scene from the seven-colored realm hundreds of years ago. While deep in thought, Wang Lin transmitted a divine thought. The netherworld beast opened its eyes, revealing a sharp glint, and slowly opened its mouth as if about to vomit, spewing outwards. Immediately, the Lingdong immortal was spat out, his expression still showing fear. Following Lingdong, Zhoujin and Guxi were also spat out. Finally, the gigantic Wenyu was spat out. As the netherworld beast's mouth opened endlessly, like a black hole, with a rumbling sound, Wenyu's enormous body was quickly ejected. After continuously expanding, it transformed back into a massive mountain. After retracting Lingdong, Zhoujin, and the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron into the ancient god Star Point along with everything else, Wang Lin stood before the netherworld beast, raising his eyebrows. This netherworld beast's memories are chaotic. In its dazed state, when it swallowed the seven-colored realm, it used too much force. As a result, its suction force seems to have broken through some kind of barrier, absorbing something it shouldn't have. This is simply too bizarre. Could it have absorbed a Dao fruit? Wang Lin couldn't understand. Lost in thought, he raised his right hand and pressed it against the netherworld beast. The beast's body trembled, and streaks of seven-colored light emanated from its mouth. As its mouth slowly opened, a large orange Dao fruit, about 10 meters in diameter, slowly flew out. A mixed aura of Dao thought permeated the air as the Dao fruit appeared. Wang Lin stared at the orange Dao fruit, his eyes gradually brightening. Karma, life and death, truth and falsehood. My understanding of the fundamental principles of karma is extremely difficult to achieve. These three types of mental states are all Dao concepts. If I had a few Dao fruits like these, perhaps they could help perfect my three fundamental Dao origins. Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forward, instantly collecting the orange Dao fruit. After losing the Dao fruit, the sharp glint in the nether beast's eyes faded, replaced by a dazed expression. It stared blankly at Wang Lin, standing there motionless. Its current demeanor was no different from when it looked into the seven-colored realm rift in the misty star domain all those years ago. Its mind had become muddled. However, since some of the Dao fruit had been absorbed, it had gained a bit of sentience. Although still somewhat foolish, it was considerably smarter than it had been back then. Being stared at like that by this foolish netherworld beast, even Wang Lin felt a little unaccustomed. He thought of the poor person it had twice frightened in its memory. That poor person was now in the world inside the netherworld beast's body, and he didn't know what had become of them. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to strangers. He pressed his right hand against the netherworld beast. The beast's body immediately became ethereal, transforming into a dark light that flew straight towards Wang Lin, merging with the second star point on Wang Lin's forehead and disappearing completely. Wang Lin looked at the Luotia star domain in the distance. Here, he had completed all 4 tasks and also met some old acquaintances from years ago. Wang Lin turned around, sighed softly, and walked into the distance. The netherworld beast's divine realm is boundless and infinite. At this moment, in a chaotic space resembling the starry sky within this world, a cultivator is struggling, his expression bewildered. He has been trapped in this world for hundreds of years, trying to find a way out. This beast is truly patient, waiting for me for hundreds of years. But in the end, it couldn't be as patient as me and had to leave. But after the seven-colored realm collapsed, where exactly am I now? The cultivator's eyes were filled with confusion. He had pondered this question for hundreds of years without understanding. What kind of starfield is this cursed place? Why haven't I seen anyone for hundreds of years? Is this a spatial rift? I don't believe I can't get out. The old cultivator constantly encouraged himself, undeterred by the bewilderment of his centuries of searching, and gritted his teeth as he continued his search. In the celestial star domain, there was a blood-red cultivation planet within the vast, hazy star sea. This cultivation planet emitted an overwhelming blood-red light, enveloping everything around it. It seemed that even with one's eyes closed, one could sense the intense aura emanating from it. Wang Lin's figure emerged from a swirling ripple outside this blood-red cultivation planet. Staring intently at the blood-red planet, Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forward. His storage space instantly appeared, and the ancient demon of the blood god sun immediately materialized, seized by Wang Lin. "What is that secret? I told you to release me." The ancient demon's expression showed fear and struggle as it hastily spoke. "If this secret is useful to me, I can spare your life," Wang Lin calmly said. "Not even a way out. If you don't release me, even soul searching will be useless. My clan has its own ways of dealing with this." Although terrified, the ancient demon's voice was still shrill. Wang Lin coldly stared at the ancient demon, saying nothing. But under his gaze, the ancient demon grew increasingly frightened, still not speaking. After a long while, Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth, his right hand gesturing as if to throw the ancient demon into the storage space in front of him. I'll speak! I'll speak!" the ancient demon cried out in terror. "You must promise not to deceive me. You must give me a way out." Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, showing impatience. Seeing this, the ancient demon's heart immediately pounded, and he no longer dared to speak further, hastily saying, "Inside this blood crystal, there is a spatial rift hidden, which only I can open. There is an altar there, an altar with immense divine power, an artifact from the ancient immortal realm. If fortunate, one can comprehend the 3-life technique on it. Once successful, one will gain 3 lives. Go there and open it." Wang Lin extended his right hand and threw forward, instantly freeing the ancient demon. However, it dared not resist and hastily flew towards the blood crystal ahead. Wang Lin, with a cold expression, followed the ancient demon as it approached the blood crystal. The ancient demon in front couldn't help but feel a flash of resentment in its eyes. After suppressing it, it approached the blood crystal, its hands forming a hand seal and pointing towards it. The entire blood crystal vibrated violently. Amidst the intense noise, the ground on the planet trembled, and a huge crack appeared with a cracking sound. This crack pierced through the entire blood crystal, continuously extending, as if someone had wielded a sharp sword and slashed down. With a thunderous roar, under Wang Lin's gaze, the enormous blood crystal split in two, separating into 2 hemispheres. Between these 2 hemispheres, blood-red lines connected. From afar, even the eyes were dazzled by these blood-red streaks. One could vaguely see a 10-jang-long spatial rift deep within these countless streaks. This rift resembled an open mouth, surrounded by numerous sealing restrictions, making it impenetrable. Outside this split blood crystal, the ancient demon stood respectfully, its eyes still showing fear, and whispered, "This is the place. These blood streaks contain the bloodline of the Yao family and my innate demonic energy. Without my guidance, no one can enter. This rift is very fragile. If one tries to force it in, it will immediately collapse. Lead the way." Wang Lin's gaze swept over the blood streaks, and he slowly spoke. The ancient demon nodded hastily and cautiously advanced. As he approached, the blood streaks seemed to sense his presence, slowly contracting behind him, opening a path. Wang Lin, behind the ancient demon, slowly advanced. The ancient demon was extremely nervous. He knew he couldn't escape. As he moved forward, the blood streaks dodged, allowing him to quickly reach the 10-jang mark outside the crack. At this point, his nervousness reached its limit, but his expression showed no sign of it. "This is the place. The altar is inside." The ancient demon stopped outside the crack and whispered. He was waiting for the other party to enter on their own, or force him in first, or enter with him, or even possibly send a servant. Regardless of the choice, as long as someone entered the crack, no matter who it was, he was confident he could escape. He was frantically suppressing his emotions. At this crucial moment, he couldn't afford to show any weakness. "You're very nervous." Wang Lin gazed into the 10-jang-wide crack, vaguely seeing what appeared to be an altar in a blood-red pool, and slowly spoke. The ancient demon's mind trembled, forcing a smile. But before he could speak, Wang Lin's words sent him reeling with fear. The altar of the Wind Annihilation clan in the ancient star realm that disappeared years ago doesn't seem to resemble this one. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, seemingly smiling at the ancient demon. You. The ancient demon's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the other party already knew about this. My patience is limited. I promise to spare your life, and I won't break my word. I'll give you one last chance to retrieve the altar. Wang Lin calmly looked at the ancient demon. The calmer he was, the more terrifying and mysterious he seemed in the ancient demon's eyes. How much does he really know? The ancient demon trembled inwardly. He couldn't discern any thoughts from Wang Lin's expression, but his words alone had terrified him. I'll give you 3 breaths. 1, 2, Wang Lin said slowly. The altar is also inside this crack, but you can't see it. If you don't believe me, I can get it for you, or you and I can go inside together. Despair flickered in the ancient demon's eyes. It seemed as if everything had been seen through by the other party, his expression filled with anguish. Go in, Wang Lin calmly looked at the ancient demon, his voice gradually turning cold. The ancient demon trembled, slowly approaching the crack. Just as he was about to step inside, he vaguely saw a hint of mockery in Wang Lin's eyes. Why is he so confident? He dared to let me in. Could it be that he left a forbidden spell while I wasn't paying attention? Once I step into the crack, he'll activate it, killing me before I can escape. Outside the crack, a single step felt infinitely far to the ancient demon. He raised his right foot. All he had to do was lower it to enter the crack, but he still hesitated. As this thought crossed his mind, the ancient demon looked at the crack ahead, trying to suppress his hesitation, wanting to lower his right foot. But at that moment, a sigh reached him, causing the ancient demon's spirit to crumble. He didn't dare gamble. Once he gambled, he didn't know whether he would live or die. If he lost, he would surely die. If he didn't gamble, there was still a chance of survival. The ancient demon was truly distressed, slowly retracting his right foot and stepping back a few steps, raising his right hand and launching a claw attack into the crack. Suddenly, the rift shook violently, the altar inside collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a blood-red pavilion swiftly flew out, flashing from within the rift. At the same time, the rift quickly vanished. The altar of the Wind Annihilation clan has 3 parts, corresponding to 3 blood pavilions. Only one is here, the other to have disappeared. I hope you will keep your promise and give me a way out. The ancient demon smiled bitterly, closing his eyes. He didn't know how much the other party knew, but at this crucial moment, he didn't gamble with his energy. Wang Lin waved his right hand forward, sealing the ancient demon and storing him in his storage space. His gaze fell upon the blood pavilion. He also possessed one. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin retrieved a blood pavilion, took a step back, and disappeared into the starry sky. Wang Lin was extremely shrewd. Although the ancient demon was cunning, and he didn't know its secrets, his probing words and changes in expression turned into a battle of wits. In this battle of wits, the ancient demon was clearly defeated. At the far end of the Luotia star domain, bordering the Yunhai star domain, Wang Lin's figure appeared. His gaze fixed on the empty space between Luotia and Yunhai after the barriers had been removed. The enmity with Shui Diaozi from back then, today I, Wang, will settle. In the outer realm of the primordial star domain, the Grand Elder's command spread throughout the star domain, penetrating the hearts of every person in all the tribes across the primordial realm. Following the will of the ancient immortal realm for tens of thousands of years, the power of the Wind Realm has once again risen, launching the third war between the Wind Realm and our primordial tribes. Today, by the Grand Elder's order, the tribes shall slaughter the Wind Realm and wipe out the inner realm. In the Divine Sect, in the Cloud Sea Star Domain, Shui Diaozi was currently meditating on the highest mountain on the cultivation planet of the Divine Sect. He wore a green robe and sat there gazing at the sky, his eyes flashing with cold light. 4 other mountains surrounded him. From above, these 5 mountains resembled 5 fingers, occupying half the area of this cultivation planet, reaching straight up to the 9 heavens. It was like a giant hand, wanting to reach up from this cultivation planet and crush the heavens and earth. Looking at the sky, Shui Diaozi's expression was extremely gloomy, vaguely revealing a hint of unease. Since sensing Wang Lin's aura, Shui Diaozi's heart could no longer be at peace. Wang Lin's several fundamental origins had shaken him immensely back then. Now that he knew the other party had returned, he was filled with immense fear. Especially the aura of Lingdong Shengren and Chukan made Shui Duozi even more uneasy. Even though he didn't understand the truth of the matter, he vaguely guessed it. However, his speculation was too shocking. Even he himself didn't dare believe it, didn't want to believe it. Damn it, this person's life is truly too great. I had already reported his whereabouts to Mao and Daozin in the outer realm, but unexpectedly, he still managed to return alive. Shui Daozi's expression was fierce. Silently, he made a hand gesture and swung it forward. Immediately, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds swirled. A wisp of smoke dispersed, transforming into 3 smoky cranes. These 3 cranes possessed an imposing aura. After appearing, their cries echoed throughout the cultivation planet, and they flapped their wings and flew before Shui Daozi. Staring intently at the 3 cranes, Shui Daozi gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, divided it into 3 parts, and rushed straight towards the 3 cranes. After merging with the blood, the 3 cranes spread their wings and flew rapidly in 3 different directions. The cranes' cries echoed, shattering the heavens and merging into the starry sky, instantly disappearing completely. Looking in the direction where the cranes had vanished, Shui Daozi remained silent for a moment, then anxiously raised his right hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. The clouds and mist in the heavens and earth once again swirled, transforming into 7 jade slips. Holding 1 jade slip, Shui Daozi's eyes revealed a murderous intent. In my capacity as the Grand Elder of the Divine Sect, I summon the cultivators of the Cladsi Star Domain to prepare for war, and deploy the 9 Annihilation Heaven-Shattering formation outside our Divine Sect. Holding the 2nd jade slip, Shui Daozi's expression turned ferocious as he transmitted his divine consciousness. By order of the Divine Sect, the 7th level branch sect must quickly come to the Guiyuan Sect, capture all members of the Guiyuan Sect and bring them to the Divine Sect. Upon my command, we will completely annihilate this sect, leaving no one alive. The jade slip, after being infused with overwhelming killing intent, quickly vanished into the heavens and earth. Shui Daozi didn't stop, but held the 3rd jade slip in his hand. Mu Bingmi, I helped you heal your wounds, restored your cultivation, and improved your cultivation. You must repay me for these things today. I want you to immediately swallow that elixir and come out of your seclusion to assist me. He flicked his right hand, and the 3rd jade slip instantly disappeared, shattering the void and flying away. Sect Master of the Breaking Heaven Sect, obey my command, quickly come to the Divine Sect. I grant you death. If you do not come, the Breaking Heaven Sect will be annihilated. The 3rd jade slip also merged into the heavens and earth. You, Tai La, are the king of beasts who transformed into human form. Countless years ago, you were sealed by me, Shui Daozi. But you were able to break the seal of the former master of the realm back then, so I can let you return to your homeland. But you must help me kill someone. The 5th jade slip disappeared, carrying Shui Daozi's thoughts into the void. After Shui Daozi issued 5 consecutive commands, the unease in his heart dissipated a little. But he was still worried. Grasping the 6th jade slip, he remained silent for a moment, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Yunhai, Jiaohe Alliance, Luotia, I am Shui Daozi of the Divine Sect, the disciple of the former Master of the Realm. For tens of thousands of years, I have always protected the Divine Sect, and I made glorious contributions in the 2nd battle against the outside world. Today, I bring you accurate information. Previously, in the Alliance Star Domain, there was a cultivator named Wang Lin. This person is one of the Grand Elder's pawns. This person is very secretive and has even obtained the heaven-defying treasure that my master brought from the ancient immortal realm. He used this to deceive the demon sect, but he couldn't deceive me. He returned from the outer realm with the intention of causing chaos in our realm. He is a spy for the invading army of the primordial star gods. Today, I, on behalf of my master, issue a decree from the realm, inviting all cultivators within the realm to kill this person. Whoever kills this person can keep the heaven-defying treasure. Whoever kills this person will be a hero of our realm. Whoever kills this person will be the sect master of the Divine Sect, me. Whoever kills this person, I, the old man, will willingly be their servant for 1,000 years. Shui Daozi's expression was ferocious, and he swung his right hand forcefully forward. The jade slip, carrying that insane thought, flew out and disappeared into the starry sky. You want to kill me? You little bastard. I want to see how you kill me. Shuideozi held the seventh jade slip, and with a ferocious laugh, he uttered his final divine thought, Ancient Immortal. My master's remnant consciousness has calculated that the outer realm is preparing to invade. But the power of our sealed realm is insufficient. I fear we cannot resist. In this critical moment, I beg the immortal to descend. Shuideozi held the seventh jade slip and spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto it. The blood merged into the jade slip, transforming into a blood-colored symbol. After the symbol appeared, the jade slip emitted streams of blood-red light directly soaring into the sky. The blood-red light flashed, and the entire sky was enveloped in blood. Even the ground was covered, turning blood-red. Vaguely, a gigantic vortex appeared in the blood-red sky. This vortex rumbled and spun, as if connecting to another realm. Shuideozi rose and knelt, raising his head and grabbing at the void, and a storage space appeared before him. A flash of light, and a tortoise shell materialized in Shuideozi's hand. This tortoise shell was filled with an aura of desolation, vaguely emanating an extremely pure immortal energy. This tortoise shell is my identity token. I am the disciple of the master of the sealed realm. I beg the ancient immortal to descend. Please, ancient immortal, bestow upon me this treasure. Shuideozi raised the tortoise shell high, kneeling prostrate on the ground. The blood-red sky resounded with roars. Slowly, a gaze descended from the vortex, intently fixed on the tortoise shell Shuideozi held aloft. Cultivator from the lower realm, this tortoise shell is indeed the token of the master of the sealed realm. I, the immortal, I am commanded to bestow upon you a treasure. Whoever possesses this treasure and integrates it into the sealed realm's grand formation can prevent invasion for 100 years. This time is also sufficient for me to awaken several ancient venerables, and there will be nothing more to worrying about. A majestic voice echoed from the blood-red sky. A magical artifact, flashing with golden light, slowly descended. It was a small bell, a golden bell. As it descended, clear, crisp sounds echoed in all directions. Remember this, you must fuse this object with the Great Wine Boundary Formation. The 100-year delay is extremely important. Within 100 years, the ancient immortal realm will be unable to assist you anymore, completely sealed off. The bell slowly fell towards Shuideozi. When he looked up, it was right in front of him. His eyes lit up with ecstatic joy, and his right hand quickly grabbed the bell. A thunderous sound echoed in his mind, creating a connection with the bell. The blood-red sky gradually dissipated, slowly returning to normal. A ferocious smile spread across Shuideozi's lips as he sprang to his feet, his expression fierce as he muttered, "The item that old man left behind is indeed still useful. With this ancient immortal realm's bestowed treasure, I want to see how Wang Lin can kill me. After killing Wang Lin, I will exchange this bell for a great merit. At that time, the Grand Elder will surely grant me endless offerings." As for integrating this item into the Wind Realm Great Formation, Shuideozi has absolutely no intention of doing so. Suddenly, in the Jiaohe realm, a gigantic vortex appeared in the starry sky. This vortex had existed since ancient times, a great danger to Jiaohe. Cultivators who approached it would have all their vital energy sucked out, dying instantly. Deep within this vortex lay a cultivation planet. This cultivation planet was not large, pitch black in color. It was covered in muddy water, and poisonous gas permeated the air. Deep within the cultivation planet, in the mud, an old man in a black robe sat meditating. The old man had a ferocious appearance, his skin pitch black as if containing potent poison. As he sat meditating, a wisp of dark energy emanated from the surrounding mud, which he absorbed into his 7 orifices. At that moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a cold, ruthless expression. In the instant he opened his eyes, a wisp of mist suddenly appeared in the mud outside, transforming into a crane. Taoist Chude of Jiaohe, I am willing to exchange a 6th grade Tao spirit for your assistance. The voice of Shuideozi emanated from the crane, echoing across this cultivation planet. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand to receive the crane, his expression grim. Shuideozi is a stingy fellow. This time, using a 6th grade Tao spirit for my help, I wonder what kind of formidable enemy he's encountered. A single act of assistance would be good. Within the Jiaohe star domain, on a desolate cultivation planet in Immortal City, stood a pawn shop. The owner of this pawn shop was a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance, but many in the city knew him well. Although he seemed kind, he was extremely meticulous. One day, he was sitting in his pawn shop, examining a jade pendant, constantly glancing up to assess the person pawning it. "This jade isn't good," the middle-aged man complained, blinking. "Boss, this is good jade." The middle-aged man frowned, about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed, and he looked out the door. 10 taels of silver. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he handed over 10 taels of silver. The other man, both happy and frightened, quickly took the pendant and left. The middle-aged man then raised his right hand and pointed forward. Suddenly, a crane materialized before him. "Brother Yun Fengzi of Jiaohe, I am willing to give you the mind-stabilizing technique of the former master of the Wind Realm in exchange for one of your assistants." Shui Daozi's voice echoed in the middle-aged man's mind. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Interesting mind-stabilizing technique. Very interesting." In the Cloud Sea Star domain, at the 12th level Ghost Sect. The Ghost Sect within the Cloud Sea Star domain was also somewhat mysterious, shrouded in mist, and its disciples rarely ventured outside. At this moment, an old man sat cross-legged in a cave dwelling at the Ghost Sect's mountain gate. He wore a green robe, his face gloomy, and countless the wisps seemed to be swirling around him. Under the flickering light of the wisps, his appearance was filled with darkness. While meditating, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared, transforming into a crane that stopped before him. "Great Void of the Ghost Sect, I am willing to offer 5 million Yin-Yang disciples to the Demon Saint in exchange for 1 act of mercy from your Ghost Sect's Demon Saint." At the same time, the 6 jade slips of Shui Daozi caused a great uproar within the realm. In the 4 major star domains, all the powerful cultivators preparing for war received jade slips. Wang Lin's name was either very familiar or heard for the first time, spreading throughout the realm. The reappearance of Heaven's rebellion. This kind of thing was enough to drive everyone who knew about it crazy. This move was truly ruthless. At the crucial moment before war, at the very moment a great battle was about to break out, Shui Daozi stirred up the morale of the army, who could still prepare for war. Almost everyone was unaware of Heaven's rebellion. But the other 4 things Shui Daozi said were enough to make all the cultivators' expressions change and their hearts tremble. And Shui Daozi's words also contained a great sense of righteousness. Wang Lin was a spy, a henchman of the outside world. Killing him was the act of a hero. And Shui Daozi's divine consciousness had also described Wang Lin's appearance. Even though it was the appearance from hundreds of years ago, people could still recognize him. Those who knew Wang Lin were few and far between, and some were skeptical. But under these circumstances, their opinions didn't matter. In the Jiaohe star domain, on a cultivation planet with abundant spiritual energy, atop a cloud-shrouded peak, a woman sat cross-legged in meditation. Her entire being was ethereal, her form indistinct, her long, silky hair cascading down past her waist to her feet. She had been closing her eyes, but now she slowly opened them, her gaze bright, revealing a mesmerizing and hazy expression. Wang Lin, the Grand Master's chess piece. Inside the Jiaohe star domain, a man in green robes walked along, his expression contorted, muttering incessantly. "Master Ma said that thing was in this Jiaohe star domain, but where exactly is it?" At that moment, his expression changed, as if he sensed something, his face showing a strange look. "Isn't this Wang Lin the same brat from back then? Interesting, interesting." In the immortal realm, Qing Lin, who was healing his wounds, suddenly opened his eyes wide. After a moment of silence, he carefully recalled his time with Wang Lin. After a long while, a cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he raised his right hand forward. Immediately, the entire immortal realm shook violently. Rainwater surged, rushing straight towards Qinglin's secluded cultivation spot, finally penetrating and condensing in his hand into a token made of rainwater. This scene startled Sichuan, who was standing beside him. In an instant, Sichuan opened his eyes, his expression changing drastically, revealing a furious rage. "Damn it, which turtle-like descendant dares to call my brother a spy? I gave him that heaven-defying spell, so if that's the case, then I'm also a spy. This bastard deserves 1,000 cuts. I absolutely cannot let him get away with it." Sichuan stood up in a fit of rage. Sit down. I will handle this. That Shuideozi isn't a descendant of the turtle clan. He's a servant of your grandmother. Qing Lin's gaze swept over Sichu Nan as he shouted. Sichu Nan stared at Qing Lin, still unmoved by his words, and coldly laughed. Although you are my master, he is my brother. I know everything about him. I've followed him from the time he began cultivating immortality until he grew up. He saved you, surely you don't disbelieve him. It's not that I don't believe him, but because of that grandmother. Qing Lin's expression was complex. After a moment of silence, he grasped the token made from rainwater and transmitted a divine thought into it. Wang Lin is originally a disciple of this immortal emperor. Who dares to harm him? This divine thought spread out, rushing from the immortal realm, filling the entire alliance, and simultaneously radiating in all directions, finally reaching infinity. In the Cloud Sea Star domain, a man in red robes sat in a mountain valley. At this moment, Lu Fuzi was unexpectedly also there, politely speaking with the group of demon sect masters. The man in red carefully listened to Lu Fuzi's words, his expression calm, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The seven-colored realm is excellent. The Grand Master is excellent. But at that very moment, everyone in the valley heard the divine message transmitted throughout the realm by the divine sect. Impossible! Wang Lin absolutely cannot be the Grand Master's pawn. Back then, the Master of the Sealed Realm personally told me to let Wang Lin lead the inner realm to resist the invasion from the outer realm. Lu Fuzi and the Demon Sect Master's expressions changed simultaneously. The cold glint in the red-robed man's eyes deepened, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I originally regretted not destroying his cultivation, but since he wants to die, huh? The man in the red robe raised his head and looked into the distance, the cold glint in his eyes gradually replaced by admiration. If this brat has come here on his own, then let's see what kind of judgment the master of this realm has. After all, this is their family matter. In the 7th level star domain of the Cloud Sea Star domain, the branch sect of the Divine Sect was immobilized, hundreds of cultivators heading straight towards the Guiyuan sect, which had been peaceful for hundreds of years. The Guiyuan sect's forces were simply unable to resist. In an instant, all the cultivators were subdued and quickly transported to the 9th level Divine Sect using teleportation arrays. As soon as the Divine Sect gave the order, these branch sect disciples would immediately take the lives of the Guiyuan sect members. Lu Yanfei was also among the crowd, but remained silent, her expression calm. She had foreseen this from years ago. Perhaps this day would come, but she had no regrets. Not only her, but the entire Guiyuan sect felt the same way. Without Lu Zihao, or rather, without Wang Lin, there would be no Guiyuan sect today. In the Breaking Heaven sect, the sect master, his aged body and complex expression, glanced at the sect, sighed, and his face became calm as he headed towards the Divine Sect. Inside the Divine Sect, Mu Bingmi was in seclusion within a grand formation. She opened her eyes, remained silent for a moment, and with a flick of her hand, a pill appeared. This pill was given to her hundreds of years ago by Shuideozi, who had promised to restore her cultivation but at a high price, and that she should swallow it at the appropriate time. Mu Bingmi valued promises her whole life. She looked at the pill, trembling for a long time. Following the Divine Sect's command issued by Shuideozi, cultivators from the entire Cloud Sea Star domain rushed towards the Divine Sect. The disciples of the Divine Sect opened a teleportation channel, and in a short time, more than 10,000 cultivators had gathered within the misty land of the Divine Sect. 10,000 cultivators from various sects, after gathering, swiftly deployed the 9 Annihilation Heaven-Shattering formation, originally intended to resist the outside world. In the Cloud Sea Star domain, Wang Lin's figure strode forward. His eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't understand Shuideozi's actions, but he had detected the 6 jade slips transmitting his thoughts. The entire journey was silent, the killing intent accumulating in Wang Lin's body growing stronger and stronger. With each step, the killing intent behind him almost materialized, forming a zone of frost. Initially, this frost only covered a radius of 1,000 feet. Wherever it passed, even the stardust crackled and then completely turned into ice. Killing Shuideozi will naturally bring peace to my ears. Wang Lin took a step forward, his expression becoming even calmer. But this calmness concealed a tempestuous storm. Shuideozi had to die. Wang Lin didn't even have the slightest thought of refining him into a servant. Some people don't deserve to be servants. They can only be killed. The scene from that day, when Li Qianlai tried her best to save him, flashed before his eyes. It was all because of Shui Daozi. If Shui Daozi hadn't had designs on Wang Lin's heaven-defying technique, this would absolutely not have happened. As Wang Lin took another step, the killing intent within his body spread, filling the sky. The 1,000-foot-high frost expanded wildly, reaching 10,000 feet. Everything that came near it was instantly frozen. The entire path Wang Lin walked had practically become a world of ice. Within his essence, there was no water element, unable to form formal ice and frost, but he possessed a murderous intent, a desire for revenge, a blood feud, and his principles of life. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. But if you offend me, I must kill you. Just like the 9 drops of blood condensed before Master Liu, they contained Wang Lin's lifelong principles of life. He was neither a righteous gentleman nor a shameless villain. He wasn't upright and honorable, but neither was he insidious and despicable. He was Wang Lin. His entire life's desire was a heart that remained pure before heaven and earth. If anyone dared to defile this heart, he would kill. 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 His life was one of killing, and as he approached the Cloud Sea Star domain, the frost spread relentlessly. 10,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Ice everywhere, freezing the stars. Along the way, Wang Lin charged forward with a thunderous roar, heading straight towards the divine sect in the deepest 9th-level star domain of the Cloud Sea Star domain. As he rushed forward, Wang Lin's killing intent underwent a bizarre transformation. This transformation occurred without anyone knowing, and no one could explain how it happened. Perhaps this very thought in his mind was his opportunity, causing his lifetime of killing to give rise to a trace of the essence of the primordial essence, the essence of slaughter. Everything in heaven and earth can become the essence of the primordial essence, but the essence of slaughter is extremely difficult to manifest. It's not simply a matter of killing more to increase the chances of achieving it. This bizarre transformation remains unexplained to this day. As he walked, Wang Lin's speed increased, the cracking sounds causing everything to freeze. He had entered the deepest part of the Cloud Sea Star domain, the 9th-level star domain. With each step, the mist roared. In the blink of an eye, as all the fog turned to ice, Wang Lin's body appeared outside the divine sect. Shui Daozi. Wang Lin's chilling, earth-shattering voice transformed into thunder, shaking the entire Cloud Sea Star domain. You colluded with the outside world, betraying your master for personal gain. Back then, the master of the sealed realm couldn't bear to kill you. I have been entrusted by the master of the sealed realm, and today I will kill you, his servant, on his behalf. Wang Lin's words carried the majesty of heaven and earth, shaking all directions. This battle attracted immense attention. This battle was enveloped by the divine consciousness of countless powerful cultivators, with divine thoughts everywhere. This battle made Wang Lin famous throughout the inner realm. His voice echoed to its peak, covering all 8 directions, reaching the divine sect, and the ears of nearly 10,000 cultivators who were setting up the 9 Annihilation Heavenly Array. These nearly 10,000 cultivators hadn't even finished setting up the array. They had hastily received orders from the divine sect and rushed here at incredible speed to set up the array, but Wang Lin arrived too quickly. At this moment, the array was only less than 3/4 complete. Wang Lin's words, colluding with outsiders, betraying your master for personal gain, carried an undeniable pressure that silenced these 10,000 cultivators. This voice simultaneously spread throughout the starry sky, clearly heard by all the powerful cultivators in the 4 major star domains. By order of the master of the sealed realm, I will kill this servant on his behalf. Those from all over the 4 major star domains instantly changed their expressions upon hearing this. Nonsense! Use the 9 Annihilation Heaven-shattering formation to kill this traitor of the sect leader. Shui Daozi's sharp voice suddenly boomed from within the divine sect, like a sharp sword shattering the heavens and earth, piercing straight into Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he snorted coldly. This cold snort echoed, instantly dispelling Shui Daozi's voice, which had transformed into a sharp sword. At the same time, he pointed to his forehead. A blood-red light flashed and disappeared, unnoticed by anyone. Wang Lin took another step forward, heading towards the divine sect. He was advancing towards the peak of the Cloud Sea Star domain, his battle with Shui Daozi now reaching its 3rd stage. Behind him, tens of thousands of feet of ice spread out in all directions. Countless frozen mists, a terrifying sight from afar. These frozen mists emitted an earth-shattering killing intent. This killing intent emanated from the mist, spreading from Wang Lin's body, merging to form a trace of primal killing intent. It was the appearance of this primal killing intent that made Wang Lin look like a killing immortal. The appearance of this primal killing intent immediately shocked all the third-stage cultivators in the 4 major star domains, especially Shui Daozi. He was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak on the cultivation planet of the Divine Sect. The moment he sensed this primal killing intent, his face instantly turned ashen, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Another primordial essence has appeared. He already possessed quite a few primordial essences back then, and today, unexpectedly, he's gained another one. But this is a primordial essence of slaughter, an essence that even the former master of the sealed realm couldn't comprehend. But so what? Shui Daozi's expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with madness. In his hand, he clutched a golden bell, looked up at the sky, and let out a cold laugh. Wang Lin took half a step forward, suppressing the fighting spirit of nearly 10,000 cultivators in the 9 Annihilation Heavenly Array. Their expressions changed simultaneously, and they retreated. They had no choice but to retreat. This single step of Wang Lin was like trampling on their minds, like the beating of their hearts. Therefore, each step he took caused the bodies of these nearly 10,000 cultivators to tremble violently, their chests rumbling, and the elemental power within their bodies involuntarily surging. It seemed that if they didn't retreat, if they didn't move back, their bodies and souls would be crushed under Wang Lin's footsteps. It seemed that Wang Lin, standing before them now, was no longer a cultivator but a demon god from ancient times, a god of immortal slaughter. This scene, these preparations, felt like they had happened just yesterday in Wang Lin's eyes. It was as if he had returned to the desolate planet in the Cloud Sea Star domain, using the soul of Tianzi to calculate the heavenly secrets, making a series of preparations, and struggling for survival under the divine might of Shui Daozi. But today, everything had completely reversed. At this moment, Wang Lin had become the divine might, while Shui Daozi had become the one struggling for survival. The enmity between me, Wang Lin, and Shui Daozi has nothing to do with you. Retreat. Wang Lin took a step forward. Each step he took caused nearly 10,000 cultivators to retreat several steps. The power of one person, amidst the freezing fog tens of thousands of feet deep and the destructive force of primal slaughter, was able to force back nearly 10,000 people. Kill. This person cannot be allowed to enter the Divine Sect. The Divine Sect has issued an order. We swear to stop him to the death. We cultivators of the Cloud Sea Star domain are not afraid of death. The faces of these nearly 10,000 cultivators turned pale as they continuously retreated until there was nowhere left to go. Behind them was the Divine Sect, their sacred land of lifelong cultivation. For tens of thousands of years, the position of the Divine Sect was enough to inspire reverence and unwavering defense among all cultivators of the Cloud Sea Star domain. Shui Daozi's purpose was to kill them. To kill them at the hands of Wang Lin, using their deaths to provoke the anger of the Cloud Sea Star domain cultivators towards Wang Lin, and the anger of the other 3 major star domains. He wanted their deaths to serve as a great achievement in cooperation with the outside world before the invasion. Amidst the overwhelming fear and glory, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the Cloud Sea Star domain displayed the dignity of the inner cultivation world. They suppressed their fear, choosing a glorious death for the glory of the Cloud Sea Star domain. For the glory of the Cloud Sea Star domain. For the glory of the Cloud Sea Star domain. The cries surged like a tidal wave. These nearly 10,000 cultivators uttered cries carrying their entire lives. This was their oath to protect their divine sect, their oath to protect the reputation of the Cloud Sea Star domain. This cry could shake the minds of all who heard it, causing a tremor deep within their souls. Under this glorious cry, nearly 10,000 cultivators seemed to go mad, no longer retreating but simultaneously charging forward, unleashing the unfinished 9 Annihilation Heaven-shattering formation, controlling it with their flesh and blood, with an unyielding will to protect the glory of the Divine Sect. It was both sorrowful and admirable. Wang Lin's expression changed. He looked at the cultivators from the Cloud Sea Star domain who were charging forward with such ferocity. Some he had met years ago, but many were strangers. These cultivators varied in cultivation level. They didn't share the same understanding and came from different sects. But they all had the bloodline of the Cloud Sea Star domain, the same belief to pursue their goals. They were Cloud Sea cultivators who would not flinch in the face of death. They weren't protecting Shui Daozi, but the divine sect. They didn't know about Shui Daozi's insidious nature. They only knew that the divine sect had given orders not to let Wang Lin take even a single step inside. The glory of the Cloud Sea. That was the glory of all the Cloud Sea Star Domain cultivators here. Under this glory, even a third-stage cultivator, even Wang Lin, couldn't help but retreat. He might be able to kill someone with a wave of his hand using the void transformation technique. But at this moment, how could he possibly do it? Under this feeling of glory, nearly 10,000 cultivators became even more frenzied, rushing forward rapidly. Wang Lin retreated further. He looked at the faces of these people, just like when he first saw the immortals in the Wind Realm protecting the Great Formation without regard for life or death, their souls unyielding. At this moment, all the divine senses of the cultivators with great divine abilities from the 4 major star domains, and a few extremely rare individuals, all witnessed this scene and heard the life force-infused voice from the Cloud Sea star domain. This voice invigorated people's hearts, causing the remaining 3 major star domains within the realm to also erupt with such a sense of glory. This wasn't just Shui Daozi using the opportunity to destroy the minds of the inner realm cultivators and disrupt their preparations for war. Unexpectedly, this had become an act of provocation, inciting all the inner realm cultivators to defend their realm and homeland in this glorious war. Even Shui Daozi was left wide-eyed and speechless. How could he have imagined things would turn out this way? He had underestimated the cultivators of the Cloud Sea Star Domain, underestimated the glory of the Cloud Sea Star Domain. Shui Daozi, you truly deserve to die. As Wang Lin retreated, the killing intent in his eyes surged. His right foot froze, and he lunged forward, raising his right hand and pointing a finger. He spared no expense, pushing himself to the limit, unleashing a furious roar. This roar wasn't directed at the nearly 10,000 cultivators, but at the one behind them who wanted them all buried, Shui Daozi. Immobilization technique, immobilize. Amidst the deafening roar, the heavens and earth trembled, and the starry sky shook. The movements of all cultivators, the movement of the starry sky, the changes in the heavens and earth, and even the movements of the formations, everything came to a halt in this instant. Not only their bodies, but also their divine senses. Facing the glory of the Cloud Sea Star Domain, Wang Lin's body-fixing technique underwent a strange transformation. This transformation was due to the actions of these nearly 10,000 cultivators. Because Wang Lin did not want to kill anyone, he used a method he did not understand, but vaguely grasped, transforming the body-fixing technique into a spirit-fixing technique. However, this spirit could even fix the spirit of the heavens. This spirit was not a deity, not a consciousness, but a will, a glorious thought. This thought, in the heavens and earth, could not be described in any other way besides the word God. Previously, Wang Lin did not possess this spirit. Or perhaps, this spirit did not exist in his heart very much. But at this moment, seeing nearly 10,000 cultivators unleash their power, he vaguely understood. A single command to immobilize them, a single command to immobilize their minds. Heaven and earth seemed to stop, everything came to a standstill. Only that glorious will remained in the boundless starry sky. In the instant that nearly 10,000 cultivators were immobilized, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and advanced. Wherever he passed, all the cultivators merged into the heavens and earth, powerfully moved by Wang Lin without suffering the slightest harm. They deserved respect. The heavens and earth roared. Wang Lin could move these nearly 10,000 cultivators, but he could not move the glory that permeated the heavens and earth. Step by step, amidst this glory, Wang Lin's figure went straight to the cultivation planet of the divine sect, where Shui Daozi was sitting cross-legged. Shui Daozi, do you dare to fight me fair and square? The cultivation planet of the divine sect trembled violently, the ground collapsing. Countless cracks instantly tore open. Wang Lin's body stepped onto the layer of fierce winds of this cultivation planet, appearing in its sky. His appearance caused the frost tens of thousands of feet behind him to crackle. The sky today seemed to freeze, spreading in all directions, covering the entire ground. Wherever he passed, thousands of miles of ice and frost appeared. Under this icy cold, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the 5 distant mountains, where Shui Daozi was sitting cross-legged. Wang Lin, you brat! Shui Daozi's sharp voice pierced through the heavens and earth. Look who they are! Shui Daozi's expression was ferocious, pointing a finger to the sky. The heavens and earth rumbled, and suddenly, in the void between Wang Lin and Shui Daozi, distorted areas appeared, followed by a cluster of illusory images. In this image, the people of the Guiyuan sect are surrounded by several black-robed cultivators on a flat piece of land. Above them is a gigantic mountain emitting dazzling light, as if it could fall down at any moment, completely destroying the people on the ground. They died for you. I want to see if there are any flaws in your Dao heart. Shui Daozi laughed maniacally, standing up and forcefully swinging his right hand forward. Are you worthy? Wang Lin's expression was calm, as if he had anticipated everything. Shui Daozi was startled, and suddenly a turn of events occurred. In the illusory realm between the two, on the vast, distorted basin, the mountain above, under a wave of Shui Daozi's hand, seemed to lose all its suspended barriers, directly crashing down with a thunderous roar, as if intending to crush all the cultivators of Guiyuan sect on the basin. More than 10 black-robed cultivators hovering around the mountain all wore cold expressions, revealing cruel smiles, seemingly eagerly anticipating the scene of Guiyuan sect cultivators being crushed. But at this moment, a blood-red light suddenly flashed in the basin, staining the entire scene crimson. Beneath this blood-red light, a blood-red sword flashed out, seemingly appearing from nowhere, and with a roar, it hurtled straight towards the colossal mountain in midair above the basin that was crashing down, intending to crush all the Guiyuan sect cultivators. All of this happened in an instant, incredibly fast. In a flash, the blood-red sword pierced the mountain. This mountain range is no ordinary place. It is covered with countless protective barriers. At this moment, the aura of these barriers is rapidly flashing, as if trying to resist the blood sword. But the sharpness of this blood sword was something even a third-step expert couldn't withstand. Even Faxan's body was shattered by it. Although this mountain was a magical artifact of Dao Tiu, a treasure of the divine sect, it was no different. It couldn't withstand the blood sword. The blood sword suddenly pierced through from within. As soon as it pierced through, blood-red cracks filled the entire mountain. With a deafening explosion, this colossal mountain instantly collapsed. The mountain shattered into pieces, countless huge fragments of rock scattered in all directions, falling down in all directions, but some rocks continued to press down even faster. More than 10 black-robed cultivators surrounding it all instantly changed their expressions at this sudden turn of events, rushing out in unison towards the blood sword, intending to seal it. The blood-red light flashed again. The speed of this blood sword had reached an unimaginable level. As it flashed, the blood-red light continuously flickered, shattering the broken rocks one after another. There were also screams of agony as more than 10 cultivators who had charged forward suddenly had a hole pierced through their chests. Some even had streaks of blood appearing on their foreheads. The blood sword had directly pierced through their bodies and heads. With a deafening roar, the eyes of all 10 or so black-robed monks turned dull, and they all fell to the ground. They were all dead. Their souls were completely unable to escape their bodies, shattering instantly. As they died, their corpses quickly withered, eventually turning into dried-up bodies, all their life force drained away by the blood sword. Everything happened so quickly that it was impossible to see the whole process clearly. In fact, if time slowed down, one could clearly see the blood sword, after shattering all the rubble, piercing through the body of each black-robed monk. The monk's body began to wither, their life force being sucked into the blood sword. As the blood sword penetrated their bodies, it pierced through them from the inside out. The souls of these black-robed monks had perished. All their life force had been absorbed during this brief period, causing their bodies, after being pierced by the blood sword and falling to the ground, to turn into dried corpses. Everything that happened in the illusory world between Wang Lin and Shui Daozi, if you were to describe the time it took, would only be 3 breaths since Wang Lin uttered those words. You are not worthy? Well, the echoes of Wang Lin's words resounded across this cultivation planet. In that illusory world, a blood-red light flashed again. The blood sword, after killing all those people, directly shattered the illusory screen and roared out. As it emerged, the stench of blood that had been there before now permeated the air. The illusory scene shattered by the blood sword caused the blood to spread outwards. With the blood sword beside him, Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he advanced step by step, directly approaching the stunned Shui Daozi. He raised his right hand and, as he advanced, fiercely struck down towards Shui Daozi below. The heavens and earth rumbled. Although Wang Lin was not a third-step expert, his body was strong enough. As this palm strike was raised, A colossal hand suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth. This hand, covering the sky, suddenly descended from behind Wang Lin, piercing through his body and hurtling straight towards Shui Daozi on the mountain below. From afar, this scene was enough to leave a lasting impression on everyone. The 5 mountains below Shui Daozi's body also resembled a hand, quickly clashing with the hand that appeared in the sky. Shui Daozi's expression was ferocious. As soon as Wang Lin approached, he swung his sleeve, and several 7-colored nails instantly appeared, roaring and hurtling towards Wang Lin. "Little bastard, you want to die? I'll make you die." Facing such danger, Shui Daozi remained arrogant. With a wave of his hand, the rainbow-colored nails directly collided with Wang Lin's hand. A deafening roar shook the entire cultivation planet. Wang Lin's illusory hand suddenly shattered, and the power emanating from the 7-colored nails caused Wang Lin's body to stumble backward. At the same time, the 7-colored nails trembled, instantly bending and being swept away by this whirlwind-like force. Judah! The ground shook, and the 5 mountains crumbled into countless fragments, as if trembling. Shui Daozi also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with terror, and he let out a furious roar. Although he had guessed Wang Lin was strong, he never imagined he would be this powerful. The power of a single palm strike not only shattered the 7-colored nail, but also caused him to spit out fresh blood. This left him no time to unleash his remaining moves, leaving him with no choice but to offer a huge sacrifice for help. Just as Shui Daozi roared, a long, booming laugh suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. The sky, which had been clear blue, was now shrouded in darkness. In an instant, daylight vanished, plunging the entire cultivation planet into night. In this darkness, a phantom figure materialized, walking straight towards Wang Lin. "Taking your money, saving you from disaster." "Shui Daozi, don't forget your promise to me. I will only help you once." The phantom figure quickly materialized, transforming into an old man in black robes. This old man's face was covered in pustules, his appearance extremely ferocious, but compared to the great desolate supreme being of that year, he was still far inferior. At this moment, he strode straight towards Wang Lin, instantly closing the distance to within 100 feet. "Little Taoist friend, I beg your cooperation, so that this old man may obtain the 6th grade Tao spirit." Although the old man in black appeared calm, he was extremely vigilant, secretly terrified by Wang Lin's palm strike. In fact, he had sent a clone here because he coveted the 6th grade Tao spirit. But Wang Lin's palm strike had made him hesitate. Although his words were calm, he would unleash his full power. Just as he got close, a boundless mass of mud suddenly appeared behind the old man in the pitch-black sky, like a roaring sea of mud, threatening to swallow Wang Lin. The water Taoist's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He stepped forward, and together with the old man in black, they split into 2 groups, charging straight towards Wang Lin. 2 third-stage masters joining forces to kill one person, this was extremely rare even in the outside world, let alone in this inner world. In that instant, amidst the pitch-black sky behind Wang Lin, a series of circular ripples rapidly appeared, silently approaching Wang Lin at an incredibly fast speed. Within these ripples, 32 beads of an abacus could be clearly seen, forming a straight line and suddenly rushing forward. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He didn't look at the old man in black or the beads approaching from behind, but instead walked towards the water Taoist below. As soon as his body moved, the ancient divine star point flashed on Wang Lin's forehead. A cluster of purple light flashed, and the figure of Lingdong Shengren appeared directly. Without hesitation, he grinned at the old man in black. He raised his right hand and swung it forward. The heavens and earth rumbled, and a sea of death surged forth, countless souls and incense wailing. Within this sea of death, Lingdong's demon god statue suddenly appeared. Its hands, which had been clasped in front of its chest, instantly extended. Almost simultaneously with Lingdong's appearance, an earth-shattering valve hell resounded, and Shujin's body, along with a blood valve tens of thousands of feet long, appeared, charging straight towards the pearls behind Wang Lin. The wolves worshipped the moon. With a cold roar, the dark sky seemed to be torn apart by a blood-red moon, covering the ground. A thunderous explosion echoed in all directions as the old man in black's divine power clashed with Lingdong Shengren. This old man's clone came here, so his aura was completely incomparable to Lingdong's. As soon as the two clashed, the mud behind the old man shattered. He spat out a mouthful of primordial energy, his face pale, and hastily retreated, his eyes showing shock. "Who are you?" "I am the master's servant, Ling Dong." Ling Dong Shangren sneered, directly pursuing him. The heavens and earth rumbled, and the two immediately resumed their battle. On the other side, under Chu Jin's divine power, the crimson moon in the sky fell with a resounding crash, amidst the howling of wolves echoing throughout the cloud sea, frantically rushing towards that string of beads. They collided, the beads shattering with a thunderous roar. Then the heavens and earth twisted, revealing a middle-aged man with a terrified expression, showing disbelief. This middle-aged man was unexpectedly his true form, his body covered in blood, and he directly retreated. Chu Jin also retreated a few steps, but his expression remained calm. He charged forward, his hand forming a hand seal and unleashing a strike. The blood wolf behind him roared, its mouth wide open, lunging towards the middle-aged man in front of him to devour him. All of this happened simultaneously. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, advancing rapidly, immediately approached Shui Daozi. Shui Daozi's expression was ferocious, revealing a hint of madness, his sharp voice echoing in all directions. Yin-Yang sect disciples. Behind him, a huge crack opened, and countless Yin-Yang sect disciples flew out from within. Under Shui Daozi's hand, they suddenly transformed into a massive spear, thrusting towards Wang Lin. This spear fused Shui Daozi's lifelong cultivation and all his spiritual power. As soon as it appeared, the heavens and earth trembled, and even this cultivation planet showed numerous cracks, seemingly on the verge of destruction. Wang Lin shook his head, his eyes calm. Shui Daozi was still the same as he was back then, still in the early stage of the Void Nirvana realm, but the power of his divine abilities was even weaker than before. Obviously, his injuries hadn't fully healed. "With you like this, I wouldn't feel happy killing you." As Wang Lin shook his head, just as the spear formed from Shui Daozi's incense power approached, he raised his right hand, clenched it, and directly threw a punch forward. This punch, in the name of the master of the Seal Realm, destroys the disciples of your servant. A simple punch, yet it displayed an earth-shattering confidence. The confidence hidden behind this punch made Wang Lin at this moment seem like a god holding the life and death of the entire heaven and earth in his hands. A punch was thrown, instantly colliding with the spear formed by Shui Daozi's divine incense power. A deafening roar echoed, the heavens and earth changed color, and the spear had shattered with a thunderous crash, countless cracks appearing on its surface. As it staggered, the spear's body emitted a continuous, deafening roar, like splitting bamboo. The entire spear was directly destroyed, and amidst the agonizing screams, countless incense-spreading souls were largely annihilated by this single punch. Shui Daozi's body trembled, his eyes revealing an unimaginable terror, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Under this immense force, his body continuously retreated, each step causing a thunderous roar in the heavens and earth. In a short time, Shui Daozi retreated 9 steps, spitting out 9 mouthfuls of blood, and a rumbling sound emanated from within his body, forming a powerful counterforce that was relentlessly destroying him. His pupils suddenly aged at that moment. Impossible. Impossible. What kind of fortunate encounter did you have to acquire such terrifying power? After 9 steps, Shui Daozi could no longer resist the earth-shattering power emanating from Wang Lin's 7-star ancient god body. His body was directly blasted away, crashing with a loud bang into one of the 5 mountain peaks. The entire mountain shook, and cracks like a spiderweb spread across it with a cracking sound. With another bang, the mountain shattered, its body breaking into pieces. Dust swirled up, forming a circle on the ground that swept outwards in all directions. Wang Lin, suspended in midair, looked down at Shui Daozi below as if he were an ant, and descended. In the distance, the old man in black, who had been fighting Lingdong Shangkan, was constantly retreating. At this moment, his face was pale, his mind shaken, and he secretly cried out in distress, feeling an overwhelming fear that Wang Lin still didn't even glance at him. Who is this person? Unexpectedly, he has a third-step expert as his servant. Such a sight, how could we possibly offend him? It's all this water Taoist's fault. The middle-aged man fighting Chu Jin was also terrified at this moment. Chu Jin's strength was no greater than his, but the opponent's aura far surpassed his, forcing the middle-aged man to retreat and even use his magic weapon to counter. No, to offend someone with a third step expert as a servant just for the sake of the mind stabilizing technique. I, Yun Fengzi, don't want to make this deal. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He advanced with incredible speed, charging straight towards Water Taoist below, intending to deliver a second punch. At that very moment, Water Taoist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, crawling away, intending to kill Wang Lin with the sect master of the destruction sect. But the demon sect's hand of love seemed to pay no attention to his millions of disciples, showing no sign of attacking. This caused Shui Daozi to stand up, look up at the sky, and let out a roar. Tai Allah! Following Shui Daozi's roar, a sigh immediately echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In the air, which had been distorted and almost destroyed by the slaughter, a figure slowly emerged. This person's body was indistinct, their feet bare, and they walked with a graceful stride. There was not a trace of elemental energy fluctuation on their body. Their appearance was also strange and unpredictable, as if they had always been there. After appearing, this barefooted man did not look at Shui Daozi, but instead turned towards Wang Lin in the distance, clasped his hands and said, "Transformed cultivator, Tai Allah, greets the current Lord of the Seal Realm." Wang Lin's body froze as he looked at the other party, his pupils contracting. This barefooted man's appearance was too sudden. Wang Lin had previously detected Joda and Yun Fengzi, but he hadn't sensed this person's presence. A shape-shifting cultivator. Wang Lin didn't utter a word, calmly looking at the other party. "I have no intention of being your enemy. If you break the seal on my body, I can lead all the tribes in the Cloud Sea Rift to fight a battle against the outside world. You can even kill this person if you wish." The barefooted man's voice was pleasant to the ear, slowly emanating. Shui Daozi's expression changed. "We'll talk about that later." Wang Lin turned his head, ignoring this man, and approached Shui Daozi. His speed suddenly increased, instantly closing in. He raised his right hand, clenched it, and threw another punch forward. "With this one power, in the name of the Lord of the Realm, I destroy the body of your servant." Wang Lin's momentum was like a rainbow. As he advanced, he raised his right hand. The heavens and earth rumbled, a whirlwind sweeping across all directions. Behind Wang Lin, the head of the ancient Tao appeared, merging into this punch, transforming into a fist that obscured the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar. From afar, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be occupied by this fist, descending towards the ground. Shui Daozi's eyes showed a look of madness. With his cultivation, he could clearly feel the killing intent within this punch, along with a powerful aura that made his heart tremble. Primordial force, Yin-Yang Immortal Dragon. Shui Daozi, his face pale, roared, his hands quickly forming a hand seal. Immediately, two streams of primordial force, one white and one black, surged from his body, condensing in front of him into two intertwined giant dragons. These two giant dragons roared, charging straight towards Wang Lin's fist to devour it. At this moment, Shui Daozi's eyes turned bloodshot. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and with a wave of his sleeve, countless threads suddenly appeared around his body. These threads were all black and white, forming an extremely tight net. This net was filled with a destructive aura, and with a wave of his hand, it shot straight towards Wang Lin's fist in the air. Immediately afterward, Shui Daozi opened his storage space, and many magical artifacts flew out, forming a dazzling halo of light under a myriad of colors, and then surged into the air. Everything, upon soaring into the air, directly collided with Wang Lin's illusory fist, emitting an earth-shattering roar, transforming into a raging storm that swept across the cloud sea. The two giant dragons let out mournful cries, and upon being struck by Wang Lin's fist, they shattered into pieces. Following suit, the enormous net was torn apart layer by layer in the shock. The whirlwind formed by countless magical artifacts also shattered with a deafening roar under this single punch. All these magical artifacts were completely powerless against the seven-star ancient god's punch, their power almost completely annihilated. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin's illusory punch directly struck Shui Daozi, who was flying through the air. With a loud bang, Shui Daozi's chest exploded. A large cloud of blood mist spewed out, and his body, struck by the illusory punch, involuntarily plummeted to the ground. The ground across the entire cultivation planet trembled. Shui Daozi stood on the ground, raising both hands, fiercely resisting the gigantic fist. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining his clothes. His eyes blazed with madness, and amidst his roars, a golden light suddenly flashed from his mouth. Inside the golden light, surprisingly, was a small bell. This bell, spat out by Shuideozi, shot straight towards Wang Lin's fist. An extremely pure stream of immortal energy suddenly permeated the heavens and earth. The bell emitted a series of tinkling sounds, and upon striking Wang Lin's fist, a golden energy burst forth. This golden energy contained a divine technique from the ancient immortal realm. Upon its appearance, it radiated outwards from the cultivation planet at an unimaginable speed. The Cloud Sea star domain, the Alliance star domain, the Jiaohe star domain, and the Luotian star domain, all for major star domains. The entire inner realm were instantly engulfed by this golden aura, as if it had swept away everything hidden in the starry sky. The colossal boundary sealing formation, which had sealed the inner realm for tens of thousands of years, finally manifested. In the Cloud Sea star domain, groups of cultivators who had been moving forward amidst the mist were suddenly swept away by this golden aura from afar, revealing the formation beneath. In the Jiaohe star domain, countless cultivators preparing for war, traversing the starry sky, were instantly struck by a wave of golden energy. Everyone's minds were shaken, staring blankly at the starry sky below, as if a mysterious veil had been lifted, revealing the boundary sealing formation beneath. In the Luotian star domain, groups of cultivators were moving across the starry sky everywhere. At this moment, everyone stood stunned in the starry sky, gazing in astonishment at the terrifying boundary sealing formation below. The same was true in the Star Alliance. Many smaller forces preparing for war were now paralyzed with fear, halting all action and staring at the starry sky below. After the golden ripple passed, everything was the same. At this moment, in the 4 major star domains, within the realms, almost all cultivators were seeing for the first time the boundary sealing formation that permeated the entire realm. The boundless boundary sealing formation covered the entire realm like an extremely tight net, a sight that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Many people were seeing it for the first time in their lives. In this instant, within the realms, the vast majority of cultivators held their breath, staring blankly at the shocking formation in the starry sky below. The boundary sealing formation. This is the boundary sealing formation. The Great Sealing Array has sealed the inner realm for countless years, seemingly having existed for a very, very long time. The entire starry sky where we live is truly, as Yunhai said, a land sealed by someone. It's all true. Outside the Great Sealing Array, there are ancient stars. In the first layer of mist in Yunhai, in the valley of Hong Samzi El, Hong Samzi's face changed drastically. He stood up forcefully, stepped forward, and with a rumbling sound, directly broke through the starry sky, going straight to the divine sect. 1. In some previous chapters, due to a typo in the original text, the character's name was Hong Huzi. From now on, please correct it to Hong Samzi. I hope you understand. Damn it, this is the aura of the ancient immortal realm. I didn't expect Shui Daozi to have this thing. In the Star Alliance, a terrified cry came from the place of Xiaoyun Sex, an artifact of the ancient immortal realm. This object seems to be meant to be fused with the Great Wine Boundary Formation, and before the fusion, it was extremely weak. It cannot be destroyed. A ghostly figure of an old man quickly appeared, directly shattering the void and rushing straight towards the divine sect. But it was all too late. The golden bell of the ancient immortal realm that Shui Daozi summoned required a secret technique passed down to him by the Lord of the Seal realm to activate, and with the turtle shell on his body. No one but him could sense the changes in the heavens and earth, or the aura of the ancient immortal realm. Therefore, his act of unleashing the golden bell to counter Wang Lin's punch was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the likes of Hong Shanzi wanted to rush forward, but they couldn't stop him. Wang Lin's eyes widened. This extremely pure immortal energy, this Seal realm great formation manifesting throughout the realm, made Wang Lin's expression become serious. Although he didn't understand everything, with his intelligence, he quickly guessed a few things. At this crucial moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate for a second. His right hand, which was about to collide with the golden bell, immediately recoiled sharply backward, separating slightly. Explode for me! Explode! Explode! Shui Daozi's expression was frantic, and amidst his roars, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the golden bell. Only he could control this bell. At this moment, he controlled the bell, his ferocity and hatred for Wang Lin filling his voice as he roared. In his roar, the bell, which had already separated from Wang Lin's hand and remained undamaged, suddenly stopped. Golden light flashed wildly from within, and a destructive aura quickly filled the space. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted with an increasingly powerful force. The golden bell instantly cracked into countless pieces under the rapid onslaught of the destructive aura. With a loud bang, it exploded. The bell, originating from the ancient immortal realm and capable of prolonging the inner world for hundreds of years, shattered in an instant. Shui Daozi had gone mad. His maniacal laughter twisted and turned. As the bell exploded, a golden whirlwind surged up, rushing straight towards Wang Lin. Although the bell was weak, the power contained within was immense. Once integrated into the Wind Realm Great Formation, this power was enough to alter the formation's form, making it even more formidable against the inner world, capable of resisting for another 100 years. But now, this power has been fully unleashed by Shui Daozi to attack Wang Lin. If this power explodes, let alone Wang Lin, even the old man in black named Judah, the middle-aged man Yun Fengzi, Lingdong Shengren Jujin, and everyone in the divine sect will all die. The entire Cloud Sea Star domain will become a wasteland in a short time. No one can survive. Only the owner of the bell, Shui Daozi, can remain unharmed in this collapse. This is Shui Daozi's madness, using the entire Cloud Sea to bury Wang Lin. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Shui Daozi's maniacal laughter echoed through the heavens. He had the right to laugh. He was a third-step expert, not a weakling. Although he didn't calculate every step precisely, he had a general plan. He intended to detonate this bell. After destroying the entire Cloud Sea, he was certain that this golden power would attack the Wind Boundary Great Formation. And it was even highly likely that it would create a loophole in the Wind Boundary Great Formation. At that time, he could seize the opportunity to escape into the primordial star domain, relying on this great achievement to live a carefree life in the primordial era. The golden whirlwind roared, seemingly about to spread and cause the entire Cloud Sea to collapse. At this moment, all the continents in the Cloud Sea star domain were shaking. This shaking was a sign that the star domain was about to collapse. The mist had dispersed, and countless beasts within simultaneously let out mournful cries. They possessed sentience and sensed an irresistible force erupting. Once this power spread, even their most powerful bodies would instantly turn to dust. Countless ordinary people living throughout the Cloud Sea would all perish completely under this shock. All the cultivators turned pale, as if facing the end of the world, their minds blank. Cracks tens of millions of feet long rumbled into existence in the Cloud Sea. Even the colossal Wind Realm Great Formation beneath the starry sky now flashed with radiance, a chaotic aura filling the air, vaguely revealing the formation spirit of the Wind Realm. These events, though slow to describe, actually happened in an instant. In the Divine Sect, on the Cultivation Planet, the red-robed man suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin from the mountain valley. He stepped forward, his right hand raised and placed directly on the raging storm rising sky-high. Immediately afterward, on the opposite side, the old man from the Yin Sect in the Star Alliance also appeared, his expression extremely serious, his hands frantically pressing forward. Jude and Yun Fengzi's faces turned pale, no longer paying attention to their opponents beside them. They all rushed forward, frantically pressing down with both hands, trying to stop this power from erupting. Ling Dong and Chukan, following Wang Lin's divine sense, also stepped forward. 6 masters simultaneously attacked, wanting to stop this terrifying storm. It's useless, you can't stop it, none of you can stop it. If the old master of the Wind Realm couldn't kill me, Shui Daozi, then you certainly can't. Shui Daozi laughed maniacally, his expression showing extreme excitement. Wang Lin, you want to kill me, but you've implicated the Cloud Sea. Even if you don't die, let me see if your Dao heart has any flaws. Let me see how you'll remain in this realm after this. You are the eternal sinner of this realm. In the heavens and earth, more than 10 cultivators of the demon sect, whose cultivation had reached the heavenly tribulation stage, appeared one after another, their faces pale, rushing forward, wanting to contribute all their strength. In the divine sect, the elders who were loyal to Shu Daozi rushed forward, disregarding everything to stop the raging storm. Tai Aluo, hovering in the sky, also had a drastic change in expression. As he advanced, he let out a low growl, his long hair fluttering, and pressed his hands forward, fiercely restraining the storm. In that instant, the heavens and earth twisted, and the cultivators of the ghost sect also quickly arrived. The great void immortal of the ghost sect, his face grim, immediately joined those resisting the storm. After the great void immortal appeared, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy filled the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a gigantic face appeared in the air. This face was none other than the countenance of an ancient demon. 9 demonic spirits rotated in the left eye of this ancient demon, and after appearing, they quickly flew out, splitting into 9 directions to tightly encircle the storm. But this yellow whirlwind was incredibly difficult to control. Even with so many people simultaneously attacking, they could only watch helplessly as the whirlwind expanded with a deafening roar. Hang Samzi, Yunhai is finished, the old man from the Yin sect said in a low voice, facing Hang Samzi. Hang Samzi remained silent, gritting his teeth and frantically pushing his primal energy to resist the expansion of this whirlwind. Everyone retreated continuously as the whirlwind expanded. The whirlwind became increasingly fierce, reaching an uncontrollable level. It seemed that if they didn't leave now, they would never have another chance. Wang Lin silently watched everything unfold. He had sought revenge against Shui Daozi, a personal matter, but now, as Shui Daozi had said, it had implicated the entire Yunhai. Such a high price left Wang Lin speechless. This shouldn't happen. Wang Lin looked at the rapidly expanding golden whirlwind, raised his right hand, and pointed it at his forehead. Enough, enough. Everyone, retreat quickly. Take as many people as you can with you from Yunhai. Yunhai is doomed. Once the Wang boundary grade formation opens, war will begin. But before that, I must kill this Shui Daozi. Hong Shanzi laughed bitterly, knowing he couldn't resist, and had no choice but to retreat, heading straight towards Shui Daozi. The remaining people also retreated quickly in distress. They understood that Yunhai was beyond saving. Many cultivators of Yunhai, countless living beings, could not be saved. From now on, there would no longer be 4 major star domains in the realm, but only 3. Wang Lin's right hand, as these people retreated simultaneously, stood before the golden whirlwind, which offered no weak resistance whatsoever. With insane speed, a point instantly appeared on his forehead. Netherworld. The second point on Wang Lin's forehead flashed rapidly. Under the destructive force of the golden whirlwind, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and a gigantic netherworld beast unexpectedly appeared. This netherworld beast stood there stunned, staring blankly at the golden whirlwind, seemingly worried, not knowing what kind of toy this was. The appearance of the netherworld beast immediately attracted the attention of those around. Their eyes were filled with terror. Even Hang Samzi stopped, looking up. Not everyone had the time or inclination to pay attention to Wang Lin's every move, but they knew that the person who had subdued the netherworld beast was one of a kind in this place. Netherworld, devour. Wang Lin swung his palms forcefully, and before the golden whirlwind, while everyone was retreating, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The netherworld beast was still bewildered. After blinking its eyes, it seemed to understand, and in a dazed state, it opened its mouth. As soon as it opened its mouth, a gigantic netherworld soul suddenly appeared on its body. This soul mouth was enormous, large enough to swallow the entire starry sky. At this moment, following Wang Lin's command, this soul mouth immediately opened wide, sucking forward. The netherworld beast is useless. It can swallow heaven and earth, but it can't swallow this golden whirlwind. The water Taoist was stunned, bursting into laughter. But his laughter seemed to stop instantly, his eyes revealing a look of terror. The starry sky trembled, the ground shook. The constantly expanding golden whirlwind was truly too small compared to the netherworld beast's mouth. It was sucked in, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the heavens and earth darkened. With a thunderous roar, the golden whirlwind was swallowed into the netherworld beast's mouth. After swallowing it whole, it unexpectedly nibbled on it a few times, as if savoring the taste, then began staring at Wang Lin, dumbfounded. Complete silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone, including Shui Daozi, was stunned by this scene, gazing in astonishment at the netherworld beast. They wanted to know why the netherworld beast reacted this way after swallowing this unimaginably powerful golden whirlwind. Even Wang Lin looked at the netherworld beast. For a very long time, the netherworld beast continued to stare at Wang Lin, but gradually its eyes began to show a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. As if it couldn't understand why the people in front of it were staring at it, causing it fear. Its body trembled with fear. The confusion in its eyes was replaced by terror. A series of low, muffled growls emanated from it, like thunder shaking the heavens. The nether beast's breathing became increasingly frantic, and the fear in its eyes grew deeper. It was terrified. Never in its life had it been stared at by so many people. These gazes made it tremble uncontrollably. It stood there stunned, slowly sensing the unease. It seemed as if the eyes of these terrified people wanted to pierce through it. Frightened, it roared, its roar echoing far and wide, sounding like an angry roar to everyone's ears. But in reality, this roar only represented its fear, its intense fear. If it were before, it would have chosen to flee as quickly as possible. But at this moment, it and Wang Lin were bound by a life and death connection. In its perception, Wang Lin was its closest relative. Therefore, it was like a frightened child, hastily running to hide in its parents' arms. This gigantic nether beast then lunged towards Wang Lin. Apart from Wang Lin, its appearance was terrifying to everyone else. Although they didn't understand the beast's temperament, seeing it swallow the fearsome golden whirlwind filled them with dread. Even as they recoiled in fear, some still looked at the netherworld beast with a mixture of admiration and greed. If I could possess one of these ferocious beasts, it would greatly increase my strength. The old man in black from the Zhouhe star domain, Chuda, licked his lips, staring intently at the netherworld beast. A hint of greed flickered in Yun Fengzi's eyes. With this beast by my side, even if I'm not a third-stage cultivator, I can still make a name for myself. The remaining cultivators with great divine abilities from the Ghost Sect and Demon Sect looked at the netherworld beast, their fear now replaced by fervent attraction. A life-bound beast, Wang Lin being able to subdue this beast. The choice of the sect master must not be wrong. Hong Huzi's eyes flashed, exchanging glances with the two old men from the Star Alliance and the Yin sect. Everyone retreated. Only Wang Lin took half a step forward, gently placing his right hand on the netherworld beast. With Wang Lin's touch, the fear in the netherworld beast's eyes gradually disappeared. Beside Wang Lin, it felt very warm, and its fear dissipated considerably. The reassuring words emanating from Wang Lin's mind only caused the terrified roars emanating from the beast's body to gradually weaken, like a tiny cat rubbing its enormous head against Wang Lin's hand. However, this scene was incredibly terrifying to the surrounding cultivators. The nether beast's body was enormous, and its head was incredibly huge. Even the gentlest impact felt like a mountain crashing down on Wang Lin, producing a thunderous explosion. This force was extremely terrifying, the rumbling echoing everywhere. Its power was no less than a strike from a third-stage cultivator. It's worth noting that previously in the Luotia star domain, the impact force of this nether beast could repel Wang Lin. Therefore, it's clear that this beast's strength was immense. The third-stage cultivator from the Zhouhe star domain, the old man Chuda, took a deep breath upon seeing this scene, immediately abandoning the idea of capturing such a ferocious beast. He didn't even consider it anymore. My body, though not weak, is not strong enough for this. If this beast were to nudge and caress me a few times, wouldn't my body need replacing constantly? Raising this beast is clearly as difficult as raising an ancestor. Yun Fengzi also narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, a wry smile appearing on his face, and shook his head, thinking to himself, I can't raise this beast. If one day it gets in a good mood and charges at me during battle, then the terrifying scene flashed before Yun Fengzi's eyes, his scalp tingling. Not only the two of them, but the cultivators who had just been coveting the netherworld beast were now terrified. This fear was no different from when they saw this beast devour the golden whirlwind. This nether beast's charge is terrifying. If I had this beast, my life wouldn't be long. Only someone with such a powerful body like Wang Lin would dare to raise and caress this beast. This kind of thing is too terrifying. The harsh reality immediately extinguished all the greed of the surrounding cultivators, causing them to slowly regain their composure. Under Wang Lin's reassurance, the nether beast was no longer afraid. However, even Wang Lin didn't expect that after losing its fear, the beast would suddenly display a strange characteristic. Its tail wagged gently, its expression instantly turning ferocious, and a series of low growls emanated from it. At this moment, it roared towards the surrounding cultivators who had just frightened it. Especially its ferocious expression, combined with the series of low growls, it seemed as if it would charge forward without hesitation if Wang Lin gave the order. Even more striking was that its body, which was usually smooth and shiny, now had a large amount of fur growing on its scalp. These furs, which should have been very soft, now stood on end with its low growl, revealing an imposing presence. In the low growl, the nether beast's eyes stared intently at all the cultivators in front of it, seemingly consumed by rage. Its appearance was a world apart from its previous form. Even Wang Lin was astonished. It seemed to want to lunge forward, but an invisible force prevented it from doing so, keeping it beside Wang Lin, only roaring even more intensely. The nether beast's angry appearance was terrifying. At this moment, Shui Daozi's eyes were filled with both fear and despair. He never imagined that all his plans and intentions would be completely altered by this single nether beast. While everyone's attention was drawn to the netherworld beast that had suddenly transformed into an extremely majestic figure beside Wang Lin, Shui Daozi hastily retreated. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Others might forget Shui Daozi, but he would absolutely never forget him. The moment Shui Daozi retreated, Wang Lin took half a step forward. The heavens and earth rumbled as Wang Lin charged straight towards Shui Daozi. Shui Daozi's eyes showed despair. As he retreated, he formed hand seals and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This blood was pitch black, and after appearing, a wave of icy cold energy permeated the surroundings. But the moment this icy cold energy spread out, a surge of scorching hot energy suddenly erupted from within. The cold and heat quickly transformed, turning into a dark purple vortex that struck directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped closer, and the moment he encountered the vortex, he raised his fists and unleashed two punches. One punch resounded with earth-shattering force. A gigantic illusory fist appeared before Wang Lin, instantly colliding with the vortex. A deafening explosion swept across this cultivation planet, engulfing the entire Cloud Sea Star domain. The purple vortex, upon impact with Wang Lin's illusory fist, immediately caused a cracking sound. Visible to the naked eye, the fist was covered in a layer of ice, which quickly spread. Almost instantly, Wang Lin's illusory fist was completely encased in ice, like an ice statue. The moment this ice statue formed, the heat hidden within the vortex surged forth. Because this heat was so intense, the ice shattered into pieces before it could melt. Explode for me, Shui Daozi, retreating backward, his eyes blazing red, let out a furious roar. A rumbling sound echoed again. The ice layer collapsed, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's illusory fist didn't explode with it. Instead, it slammed forward, shattering all obstacles and hurtling towards Shui Daozi with destructive force. Everything happened too quickly. In an instant, Wang Lin's illusory fist collided with Shui Daozi. Shui Daozi's face was covered in veins, and in a roar, he raised both hands forward, trying to resist this illusory fist. But the moment his palms made contact with this giant fist, a series of banging sounds erupted. Shui Daozi's palms shattered, blood and flesh splattered, even his bones were broken. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Shui Daozi felt an irresistible force emanating from this illusory fist. His palms were completely destroyed in agony. This scene was like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the blink of an eye, as his palms shattered, Wang Lin's illusory fist slammed down on Shui Daozi's body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and amidst a mournful cry, Shui Daozi's body, just as Wang Lin had predicted, was instantly annihilated. His primordial spirit escaped from his disintegrating body, fleeing frantically with overwhelming fear. Wang Lin stood in midair, his eyes cold. He had waited for this day for a long time. At this moment, no one could stop him. This battle between him and Shui Daozi had attracted much attention, and now it drew the gaze of all the cultivators around him. In their eyes, Wang Lin was like a war immortal. His silver hair fluttered, his white robe swaying, leaving an indelible impression on everyone's minds. Shui Daozi, you nearly killed me, Wang Lin, back then, and now I don't even have the strength to resist. Did you ever think that one day, in front of me, Wang Lin, you would be like a dog at a funeral home like this? This is karma. Now, accept your fate. The scene from that year flashed before Wang Lin's eyes, his killing intent surging as he took a step forward. You can't kill me. I am an elder of the divine sect, a third-stage cultivator of the Cloud Sea Star domain, a slave of the master of the Wind Realm. You can't kill me. I can contribute to the realm. I know news from the outside world. Let me go. I am willing to become your servant. I am willing to become your servant. Don't kill me. Even with his third-stage cultivation, Shui Daozi's character was extremely poor. At this moment of life or death crisis, he disregarded his pride, retreating while shouting in a low voice. The nether beasts first stood on end, roaring continuously, staring intently at the group of cultivators in front of it, looking as if it couldn't wait to pounce. Its reaction was slow. It seemed unaware of Wang Lin's sudden departure, still roaring with an extremely ferocious expression. However, it gradually began to vaguely hear rumbling sounds. Vaguely, it sensed something was amiss. Why were those cultivators no longer looking at it, but instead at something behind it? Especially when Wang Lin's voice echoed, slowly reaching its ears, causing the nether beast to freeze, subconsciously turning its head to look. It slowly turned its head, staring blankly at the empty space behind it, stunned to see Wang Lin, now far away, walking towards Shui Daozi. After a moment of stunned silence, the pupils in the nether beast's eyes contracted. It had been roaring angrily, but now its roar was even more intense. However, this roar was completely different from the one before. This roar was born of fear. Its fur, which had been standing on end, instantly softened, its eyes filled with terror. Its body trembled, and it hastily retreated. Even in its terrified roar, its heart could be heard pounding. Clearly, it was utterly terrified this time, disregarding everything else and charging towards Wang Lin's back, its eyes filled with fear and resentment. Especially when it thought about how it had dared to roar at these terrified cultivators with its master behind it. The nether beast trembled with fear. Wang Lin swiftly rushed towards Shui Daozi, his speed incredibly fast. In an instant, he was beside Shui Daozi, his right hand clenched into a fist. There were no illusory fists appearing. He directly punched. This punch is from me, on behalf of the master of the realm. Wang Lin's expression was fierce, his words calm. The moment he approached Shui Daozi, he unleashed a punch, directly striking Shui Daozi's primordial spirit. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Shui Daozi's primordial spirit spat out a mouthful of primordial energy, instantly becoming dim. He hastily retreated, despair in his eyes. "You can't kill me, I'm a third-stage cultivator." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin approached again, delivering another punch. "This punch is for Li Qiamai." Wang Lin's voice was terrifyingly calm. A deafening explosion resounded, and Shui Daozi's two primordial spirits instantly shattered, transforming into a large amount of primal energy that scattered in all directions. A mournful scream rang out again. Shui Daozi's desperate eyes revealed a hint of madness. But in front of Wang Lin, this madness was useless. "I am a servant of the master of the realm. If you accept me as your servant, your strength will increase greatly. Don't kill me." Wang Lin's expression was cold as he took another step forward, unleashing a third punch. "This punch is for the cultivators of the Clad Sea Star domain, for those people of the Guiyuan sect you just wanted to kill." Wang Lin gritted his teeth, his right hand striking Shui Daozi's chest. Shui Daozi's primordial spirit was shaken to the point of being hazy, almost transparent, as if about to dissipate into the heavens and earth. "This punch is for your golden whirlwind just now." Wang Lin roared in anger, unleashing his fourth punch. Shui Daozi's body was swept away, his left arm and primordial spirit exploding with a thunderous roar. "This punch is for me, Wang Lin." With a low growl, Wang Lin raised his right hand, as if seizing the sun, moon, and stars, the entire starry sky, and struck. A deafening roar echoed. Under Wang Lin's punch, his right hand directly shattered Shui Daozi's primordial spirit, piercing through his chest and creating a huge hole. Shui Daozi's eyes went blind, and he was thrown far away by this punch. The pain instantly brought him back to his senses. "This punch is for nothing, only to kill you." Wang Lin couldn't think straight anymore. His right hand clenched into a fist, striking directly at Shui Daozi's remaining primordial spirit. In his last moments of clarity, Shui Daozi roared his final trump card. "My life and Mu Bingmi's are intertwined. If you kill me, you will kill her. She is your woman. You kill her, kill her." Shui Daozi roared madly, his voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth, penetrating Wang Lin's mind. With a loud bang, Wang Lin's killing blow stopped 3 inches in front of Shui Daozi. Shui Daozi's mind trembled as he looked up at Wang Lin's fist, his face contorted with rage, and laughed maniacally. "Why wouldn't I kill her? Kill her, kill me, and Mu Bingmi will die. I've already prepared. That Mu Bingmi doesn't understand anything. I restored her cultivation and gave her the elixirs to bind her soul to mine. What is that golden bell? She is my true protective talisman." Shuideozi laughed loudly, raising his remaining right arm. The heavens and earth suddenly twisted and contorted, transforming into a terrifying scene. Within that distorted landscape, a grand formation unexpectedly appeared. Inside the formation, a woman sat cross-legged. Her eyes were closed, her white robe stained with fresh blood a shocking sight. Her face was pale. At this moment, she seemed to have made a discovery. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she gazed forward, her eyes seemingly able to penetrate the distorted heavens and earth, looking towards Wang Lin. Gradually, a smile appeared on her face. However, this smile also revealed a deathly intent. "I know you still hate me. I know you still feel pain in your heart. I know Liu Mi wronged you. Liu Mi is me. I am Liu Mi. In recent years, my body has been weakening. Gradually, I have forgotten that I am Mu Bingmi. I know. I want to become Liu Mi. I know we won't get anywhere. The main reason is the existence of Pinger. We can only become familiar strangers. I know. I didn't even use that elixir. It's just that I'm exhausted. Kungsu is destroyed, my homeland is devastated, and only I remain. I can't bear it anymore. What if my cultivation is restored? What if I become a saintess again? I want to see my child, but I can't. There's a cursed fate between us. A wound has always remained in your heart. I know even without you saying it. To die at your hands in this way, I have no regrets. This is because I owe you. I owe Pinger. I owe him so much, so much. I'm not a good mother. If Pinger ever awakens, I hope you can tell him that Li Muwen is his real mother. I want to use my death to release the 2,000-year-old entanglement with you. I want to be free." Tears streamed down Mu Bingmi's face, falling onto her clothes and merging with the fresh bloodstain, making it seem to blur. She closed her eyes, raised her right hand, and suddenly pressed it against her forehead. Shui Daozi was stunned. At this moment, he seemed more concerned about Mu Bingmi's life and death than Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained silent. The moment Mu Bingmi's right hand rose to commit suicide, his eyes lit up. His right hand stopped 3 inches before Shui Daozi and, without hesitation, struck directly. At the same time, his left arm also rose. He pointed a finger at Mu Bingmi in the illusory world, a word of restraint. Mu Bingmi's raised right hand stopped abruptly. A deafening whir echoed out. An unimaginable surge of frenzied power poured into Shui Daozi's already ravaged primordial spirit, instantly shattering his right arm and simultaneously penetrating his primordial spirit, crushing his soul with a thunderous roar, turning him into a tragic scream. Shui Daozi, servant of the master of the Wind Realm, great elder of the divine sect, a third-stage cultivator of the Cloud Sea Star domain, was dead. In the instant of his death, a series of complex incantations emanated from Wang Lin's mouth. Few could understand these incantations, only the 9-star ancient demon of the ghost sect, whose consciousness was momentarily dissipating, instantly changed color. Ancient Tao Transformation Technique. This is the Ancient Tao Transformation Technique. It is rumored that the ancestors of the ancient clan could only perform this transformation technique 3 times in their lifetime. Wang Lin learned the Ancient Tao Transformation Technique from the inheritance in the ancient Tombland. This technique was useless against Li Muon, but at this moment, it could quickly transfer all of Shui Daozi's life force to Mu Bingmi, who was connected to him. He crushed Shui Daozi's soul but preserved his life force. This was the most crucial point. Wang Lin didn't destroy everything but left Mu Bingmi with the life force and vitality that Shui Daozi was connected to. If it were back then, Wang Lin couldn't have done this. But today, he could. Mu Bingmi's body, restrained by the body-fixing technique, trembled. All of Shui Daozi's life force instantly merged into her body in a peculiar way, undergoing a strange fusion. "You owe nothing to Pinger, and you owe nothing to me." Wang Lin gazed deeply at Mu Bingmi in the distorted space, his right hand waving, releasing the body-fixing technique. At the same time, the netherworld beast, filled with fear and resentment, rushed forward and once again stood beside Wang Lin. The resentment in its eyes was intense, as if it were angry at Wang Lin for suddenly leaving, a thought that still filled it with fear. After reaching Wang Lin's side, this nether beast seemed to regain its confidence, letting out another angry roar. Its fur bristled once again, revealing a majestic appearance as it stared at the cultivators in front of it, its expression ferocious, as if it would charge forward at the slightest wave of Wang Lin's hand. However, this time, besides roaring, it occasionally glanced at Wang Lin. If Wang Lin retreated, it would immediately do so without hesitation. The previous incident had clearly taught it a great lesson, leaving a lasting impression, especially thinking about how it hadn't noticed Wang Lin's departure and was still standing there roaring. Its heart trembled. Under the anger and shame, its roars became even more intense. Low growls emanated from the death of Xu Daozi, penetrating the surrounding silent cultivators. Demon sect cultivators pay their respects to Feng Zun. After a moment of silence, the demon sect members, under the guidance of their sect leader, simultaneously bowed. Divine sect cultivators paid their respects to Feng Zun. The divine sect cultivators, having witnessed everything, now held their hands in complex emotions as they bowed to Wang Lin. Ghost sect Cloud Sea cultivators paid their respects to Feng Zun. Ghost sect cultivators followed the great void immortal in bowing to Wang Lin. Cloud Sea cultivators paid their respects to Feng Zun. More voices from all directions rang out simultaneously. Numerous cultivators stepped forward to pay their respects to Wang Lin. The voice, like a wave, spread throughout the cultivation planet of the divine sect, growing louder and louder, finally shaking the heavens and earth. Wang Lin looked at the cultivators before him, his expression calm. From the moment he returned, Wang Lin knew that if he had obtained the inheritance of the Master of the Wind Realm, it would definitely be passed down to future generations. Especially when he felt the glory of the Cloud Sea Star Domain, he fell silent and bowed to everyone. Lindong Shengren and Zhou Jin returned to Wang Lin's back, looking at his retreating figure. Zhou Jin's expression was complex, a look of awe in his eyes. He hadn't expected Wang Lin's status within the realm to be so noble. Wine venerable. Lindong Shengren was the simplest minded. He was someone Wang Lin had refined through his own strength, and he had become deeply rooted in his being. He calmly looked ahead. Judah from Zhaohe Star Domain pays his respects to Feng Zun. The old man in black robes smiled bitterly and bowed to Wang Lin. Yan Fengzi from Zhaohe Star Domain pays his respects to Feng Zun. The previous offense was merely a misunderstanding. Please, Feng Zun, do not hold it against me. The man also smiled bitterly and clasped his hands in greeting. I, Hung Shanzi, made an agreement with the Master of the Wind Realm years ago. Today, you killed that servant, demonstrating the power of the Yunhai Star Domain, and you are worthy of being the next Master of the Wind Realm. But now, the Outer Realms are about to invade, and with the strength of our Inner Realms, it is difficult to resist, but we cannot avoid fighting. You have 2 third-stage cultivators by your side, and your own cultivation is not inferior. But that is still not enough. You are the Master of the Wind Realm, so you should prepare well, and prepare to die in battle with me and the entire Inner Realms. Hang Semzi's gaze was like lightning fixed on Wang Lin, his body exuding an aura of power comparable to that of Lan Mang Daozun. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment before nodding. I am Nan Yanzi, please continue. You are also a Kungsu cultivator. I heard Hang Semzi's telepathic message earlier that you have been to the Outer Realms. What is the current strength of the Outer Realms? The illusory old man from the Cheyenne sect slowly spoke. Time slowly passed. The cultivators within the divine sect gradually dispersed, and the entire Cloud Sea Star Domain once again immersed itself in an atmosphere of tense preparation for war. After hearing Wang Lin's account, Hang Semzi and Nan Yanzi both fell silent, their eyes filled with worrying. The strength of the Outer Realms exceeded their expectations by several degrees. You've made a great contribution by trapping 2 ancient sleeping venerables, and also the great desolate supreme being. Otherwise, this battle would have been even more difficult. Hang Semzi sighed. This netherworld beast is somewhat different from what I remember. The golden vortex it swallowed, I hope you'll observe it carefully. That golden bell was obviously brought from the ancient immortal realm to prepare for war, but was destroyed by Shui Daozi. As for what Lu Fuzi said about the 7-colored realm last time, that also needs to be dealt with immediately. You proactively requested the 7-colored realm in the Star Alliance, so let's leave it at that. In other places, we will combine our divine consciousness to search carefully and destroy everything. Nan Yanzi's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. As for Taya Luo, your seal can only be half unsealed for now. The other half can only be unsealed after the war with the outer realm ends. Hong Semzi's gaze fell on Tai Allah, who was barefoot. Tai Allah raised her eyebrows, remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Wang Lin bowed to everyone, glanced at Mu Bingmi sitting in the illusory world, withdrew his gaze, and, along with the netherworld beast and the two people, Ling Dongshang Ren and Chu Jin, bid farewell and left. As he took his first step, Wang Lin did not stop within the divine sect, turning and walking away. But in the instant he left, a divine thought was transmitted from him, covering the entire world. The divine sect was founded by the master of the sealed realm. I am the current master of the sealed realm. I command the people of the divine sect to obey Mu Bingmi's orders, making Mu Bingmi the sect leader of the divine sect. The cultivators of the Gu Yuan sect shall integrate into the divine sect. We will obey the will of the master of the sealed realm, all the cultivators of the divine sect said in unison. Within the Cloud Sea Star domain, the mist gradually dissipated, reappearing once more, but it was no longer as dense as before, unable to obscure the starry sky. The golden ripples that swept through revealed the previously hidden Wine Boundary Great Formation. This formation was clearly visible to the cultivators in the starry sky. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the starry sky, silently moving forward. After killing Shui Daozi, the most important thing in his heart now was to return home. Looking towards his homeland, Wang Lin's expression slowly softened. Even the Luotia Star Domain and the Cloud Sea Star Domain were not officially his homeland. There was only one place, the Kungsu Star Domain. Senior brother Qing Shui, back then, I didn't have the strength to save you, but today I've come. Wang Lin advanced, heading straight towards the Kungsu Star Domain. But at this very moment, a shocking upheaval suddenly occurred throughout the Cloud Sea Star Domain. Outside the Great Wine Boundary Formation, the remaining tribes of the Moon-Devouring clan belonging to the ancient star spirits unleashed streaks of sword light that roared through the void, shattering it and rushing towards the Moon-Devouring clan at incredible speed. Before the sword light even reached them, deafening explosions erupted, audible to all the tribesmen of the Moon-Devouring clan. As they looked up, the sword light suddenly flashed, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped all directions. A slow, aged voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The Elder Council issued a decree to the Moon-Devouring clan, ordering them to use all their strength to attack the eastern side of the Great Wine Boundary Formation. All the cultivators of the Moon-Devouring clan were shaken by this, and after a brief silence, they let out an earth-shattering roar, mobilizing their entire clan. They had waited for this day for a long time. Ancient Star Spirits, Soul Heaven Clan. In an instant, streaks of sword light also roared towards them, and the aged voice echoed again. The decree of the Grand Elder Council. The Soul Heaven clan assembles its first battle-bound warriors. The decree of the Grand Elder Council. The Taijin clan deploys its forces and fights its first battle-bound warrior. The decree of the Grand Elder Council. The remaining forces of the Fire Devouring clan deploy their forces in the east, preparing for their first battle-bound warrior. The decree of the Grand Elder Council. The Dragon Demon clan deploys its forces in the east, preparing for their first battle-bound warrior. At this same time, more than 10 ancient star spirit tribes received the Grand Elder Council's decree and simultaneously launched their attacks. I, Dong Dizzy, the vice chairman of the Grand Elder Council, preside over the first battle-bound warrior. I, Nanjiao Shang Ren, along with Dong Dizzy, preside over this first battle-bound warrior. Yan Luo, the Grand Elder of the Grand Elder Council, prepares for the great battle. These last three voices echoed throughout the ancient star spirits, filling the ears of every ancient star spirit citizen with fighting spirit in an instant. Slaughter them all within the realm. Exterminate every living being. Leave not a single tree stump behind. Let the despicable ants within the realm know the majesty of our ancient heavenly Tao. Let the rotten cultivators within the realm know the will of our ancient sages. The rotten cultivators within the realm are extremely ferocious, an uncivilized race. Our ancient spiritual people must use slaughter to enlighten them, to make them understand the true Tao. Slaughter them all within the realm. Exterminate all those rotten cultivators. Steal all the treasures. After this war, all the magical artifacts, elixirs, and cauldrons will belong to those who seize them. Reopen the ancient spiritual ranking, and let their names be remembered for eternity. The top 1,000 can obtain opportunities from the ancient immortal realm. The top 100 can become disciples of immortal consorts, and the top 10 can rule a realm. The top 3 cultivators, if they are at the 3rd stage of cultivation, will be granted 10 portions of 3rd grade Tao spirit. If they are not at the 3rd stage, they will become disciples of the Grand Master. The winner of the final battle in the Ancient Star ranking will become a dual cultivation partner with the Immortal Concubine. From then on, they will be Immortal Venerables. A frenzied stream of divine thoughts swirled throughout the Ancient Star, completely igniting the ruthless fighting spirit of the entire Ancient Star. Roars from the tribes mingled, shaking the entire Ancient Star. For the tribes of the Ancient Star, war was for only one reason: to seize. To seize everything they wanted, to seize all the female cultivators who served as cauldrons, to seize. Seize. Among the rotten cultivators of the Inner Realm, there is a man named Wang Lin. This man used despicable methods to kill the entire Lightning Tribe, annihilate a portion of the Moon-devouring tribe, and massacre countless people in our Outer Realm. After the Ancient Spirit ranking opened, the Outer Realm's killing ranking also opened. This person was temporarily listed. Whoever could kill him would be considered to have killed 10,000 cultivators in the Inner Realm. Kill! The shouts filled the Outer Realm. Outside the eastern area of the Wind Realm Great Formation, the 13 tribes that were about to fight the first battle had gathered. Nearly 90,000 cultivators were densely packed, countless people visible at a glance. These cultivators' eyes gleamed with excitement, revealing a ruthless, bloodthirsty look, staring intently at the Wind Realm Great Formation, waiting for the formation to open so they could leap in. Each person bore a mark on their forehead, and beneath this ruthless killing intent, a strange, undetectable aura permeated the area. Under this aura, the blood of 90,000 cultivators boiled, gradually turning them into madness. They were like hungry beasts, now wanting to devour everything in their path. At a banquet in the distant starry sky, 4 figures floated about. The host was an old man in a black robe, his eyes slightly open, vaguely gleaming. A black snake was imprinted on his forehead. This was Dong Dizzy. Although not one of the 5 venerables, his cultivation had reached the early stage of Void Profound. Beside him was a young man. His appearance was refined, but his eyes were long and narrow, squinting like 2 slits, revealing a dense, cold light. A thick layer of mist surrounded his body, making him look very eerie. A swirling mass of black mist was imprinted on his forehead. This was Nanjiao Shengren. In the primordial star realm, although he didn't possess the cultivation of Dahuang Shengren, only at the early stage of Void Spirit, his poison techniques were as famous as Dahuang Shengren's. Beside him was the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, his face extremely grim. He stared intently at the Wind Boundary Great Formation, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. In front of the 3 people was a woman wearing a cloud-patterned silk robel. This woman bowed her head, her smooth hair falling down. This person was Grand Master Yun Luo. At this moment, her hands were rapidly making hand gestures, seemingly calculating something, her eyes showing worrying. 1. The robe was made of silk. This time we must thank Grand Master Yun Luo for calculating that the 7-colored realm that the Grand Master had arranged was located within the realm. But how could those insignificant ants in the realm know the details of the Grand Master's arrangement? The purpose of this battle is not to kill people but to set up a teleportation array. Please remember this point. On the other hand, that Wang Lin must also be killed quickly, absolutely not letting him escape. Grand Master Yun Luo looked up, revealing her beautiful neck, and slowly opened her mouth. Dong Dizzy's expression remained unchanged, laughing heartily, but inwardly he disagreed with these words. His gaze swept over the army of 90,000 Ancient Star spirit cultivators, sensing their brutal aura and frenzied killing intent, a cruel glint appearing in his eyes. Just a woman's heart, he thought. That was the killing intent of soldiers soaring to the heavens. How could they not slaughter? As for that cultivator Wang Lin, at most he only had the cultivation of a heavenly human tribulation, merely having good luck to accomplish certain things. Killing him would be too easy. It wasn't a big deal. This first battle was for killing and plundering. Setting up the teleportation array was secondary, and finally, killing Wang Lin would be a convenient side event. Just as these thoughts were forming in Dong Dizzy's mind, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. At the same time, Nanjiao Shengren, the ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan, and even Yun Luo Grand Master all simultaneously looked towards the distant starry sky. A vast wave of oppressive power surged from the starry sky, suppressing the furious roars of the 90,000 cultivators outside the formation. This resounding roar finally drew the attention of all the cultivators present. Suddenly, a gigantic black pavilion appeared in the starry sky. This pavilion was so large, like a cultivation planet, surrounded by endless mist, making it appear hazy. One could vaguely see thousands of cultivators hovering around the pavilion. These cultivators all wore black robes, and the mark on their foreheads was the same, a black sword. Each black-robed cultivator exuded an extremely cold aura. Their expressions were cold as they hovered outside the black building, following it forward. A chilling aura of killing intent enveloped the starry sky. It's the Sword Clan. It's the guardian cultivators of the Heavenly Punishment Hall of the Changsun Society, the Sword Clan. It's rumored that every cultivator in this sword clan possesses incredibly formidable cultivation, practicing the soul-shattering sword technique. Its power is astonishing. The Sword Clan is here, so this grand hall must be the Heavenly Punishment Hall of the Changsun Society. Unexpectedly, in the first battle, the Changsun Society has sent one of the 4 halls to show up. The colossal black pavilion slowly approached, its oppressive aura intensifying, enveloping all directions, causing the 90,000 cultivators to simultaneously bow. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Punishment Hall. The voices of the 90,000 cultivators surged like waves. Outside the Great Wine Boundary Formation, the colossal pavilion slowly came to a halt. The black-robed cultivators surrounding it remained cold and motionless as before. Following the orders of the Elder Council, I have come here to oversee the battle. A mournful, mixed voice emanated from within the slowly dark pavilion. This voice also exuded an oppressive aura that suppressed the voices of the 90,000 cultivators. Now, I will open this great sealing formation. The war begins. The aged voice spoke again, seemingly accompanied by a sigh. Immediately afterward, a black light flashed from within the pavilion, soaring straight into the starry sky. It was a sword, a transparent sword. The sword was 7 feet long, about 3 inches wide, completely transparent, radiating a dazzling light. The sword was also filled with the power of incense, causing a distorted, illusory scene to appear in the starry sky. Within this illusory scene, a world of incense could be seen. In this world of incense, many incense-burning people sat cross-legged, frantically offering their own incense as sacrifices. Simultaneously with the appearance of this transparent sword, within the primordial star realm, in a world where the starry sky did not exist, a spatial rift opened. Immortal energy swirled here, and auspicious clouds shone brightly. On the ground stood an immortal mountain, shrouded in clouds. Atop the mountain stood a woman. She appeared to be a lady, her beauty not breathtaking, yet she exuded an air of dignified nobility. She wore palace attire, and a series of red dots adorned her forehead. Looking up at the sky, her eyes flashed with cold light, and she raised her hand, pointing forward. Immediately, a jade scepter materialized. On the scepter lay a flower, originally lifeless, but now, upon being touched by the woman, it seemed to be given life, instantly coming to life. It stretched, its 9 petals unfolded and swirled, falling in a whirlwind that soared into the sky and vanished completely. "You haven't decided yet. Let me help you," the woman said softly, her left hand removing a golden hairpin from the top of her head and waving it forward. At the Blue Cloud Tribe, a melody emanated from the Blue Mountain. This melody, though beautiful, was strangely eerie. At times it was as deadly as a 10-leaf ambush, at other times as gentle as celestial music. These 2 completely opposite extremes blended into the music, creating an incredibly complex feeling. Blue Dream Dallas closed his eyes, his hands resting on the zither before him. The ancient zither vibrated, seemingly hesitating in its decision. The Star Alliance sat calmly opposite his father, silently observing him, never uttering a word. Just then, ripples appeared in the sky above Blue Mountain. From within the ripples, a golden light flashed. This golden light was a hairpin. The hairpin shattered the void, hurtling straight towards Lam Sun, piercing through the room on the mountaintop, carrying the sound of wind as it fell between Li Qianmai and Lam Mengdozhen, fiercely plunging into the ground. The music suddenly stopped. The ancient zither's string snapped into with a clang, the strings flying high into the air. Lam Mengdozhen's eyes widened, staring intently at the hairpin on the ground, his gaze filled with bewildered anguish. After a long while, he sighed and swung his right hand forward. Instantly, the broken string was enveloped in a blue light. Lam Mengdozen bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After the blood merged into the string, it shot straight towards the sky. Outside the wine boundary great formation, in front of the black pavilion, to the right of the transparent sword, 9 petals rotated, forming a terrifying whirlwind. At the same time, a roaring blue light rushed forward. The broken string of the zither reached this place, imbued with the fresh blood of the Blue Dream Taoist, containing his entire lifetime's cultivation, as well as a large amount of his incense power. Within the primordial star system, in the far west, the starry sky appeared a pale white. Once a cultivator entered, they would immediately feel an icy chill permeate their mind, as if their entire cultivation and body would be instantly frozen by this frigid sensation. In the distance, 9 cultivation stars revolved. From afar, these 9 cultivation stars resembled 9 gigantic blocks of ice, or perhaps 1 block. A block of ice formed by 9 cultivation stars, immeasurably large. Within this gigantic block of ice sat a young boy, approximately 7 or 8 years old, sitting cross-legged, his entire body frozen. At this moment, the seemingly dead boy suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely bizarre. Each eye surprisingly contained 3 pupils. A triple pupil cultivator. The moment his eyes opened, the layer of ice sealing the 9 colossal cultivation stars exploded with a thunderous roar. 2 gigantic, illusory eyes suddenly appeared within this massive ice layer. These 2 eyes resembled pupils, each with 3 irises. The moment they appeared, these 3 irises flashed, transforming into 3 streaks of dark light that shot straight into the starry sky. Inside the primordial star realm, there was also a spatial rift overflowing with immortal energy. Within this rift floated a continent. This continent was incredibly ancient, its origin unknown. On this continent sat a woman with her legs crossed. She wore a crimson robe, even her hair was red, appearing extremely vibrant. Although she was sitting cross-legged, her clothes clung tightly to her body. Therefore, from behind, her waist appeared incredibly slender, and combined with the curves of her hips, her figure was even more striking, enough to captivate any cultivator. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, fair and radiant. At this moment, her eyelids trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to hold a mournful, heaven-sent sorrow. She raised her delicate hand and lightly bit her lip. This action could drive anyone mad. A soft sigh seemed to escape. Her bitten finger bled, and she pointed it at the void before her. 3 drops of fresh blood flew out, unexpectedly transforming into ferocious, ghostly figures. These ghostly figures were extremely terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they tilted their heads back and howled, thick smoke billowing from their bodies, filling the sky with a deafening roar. A moment later, these 3 ghostly figures bowed to the woman in the pink dress, then simultaneously took a step and vanished into thin air. Outside the great wine boundary formation, beside the transparent sword, the stringed instrument, and the 9 petals, a faint light flashed, and immediately an eye materialized, containing 3 pupils of startling sight. The moment the eye with 3 pupils appeared, a deafening roar resounded. 3 gigantic demonic figures streaked across the starry sky. Just as the 3rd stage cultivators of the outer realm were concentrating their magical artifacts and cultivation within the primordial star spirit, in a patch of perpetually suspended starry sky. In the palace of the Grand Elder, the black-robed figure, severely wounded by Wang Lin's roar, sat cross-legged under candlelight. He suddenly raised his head, his withered right arm fiercely reaching forward. Quiet moon in the middle of silence. The black-robed figure's voice was hoarse and weak, slowly speaking, echoing throughout the palace. The great wine boundary formation rumbled violently. Under the gaze of 90,000 cultivators outside the formation trembled and became indistinct. It seemed as if the formation's soul was being violently pulled out of the formation by a powerful force from the starry sky. The great formation shook, and light flashed. All sorts of spirits flashed within the formation, and various blood-stained magical artifacts unleashed earth-shattering power. At this moment, the tremors from the great wine boundary formation penetrated into the inner realm, drawing Wang Lin's attention. His pupils contracted as he looked up. Coincidences truly exist in this world. If the formation hadn't been there, the 90,000 cultivators outside would have been able to clearly see Wang Lin with his white hair, standing right in front of them within the inner realm. This was the first battle of the primordial star spirits. Their chosen location was the Cloud Sea star domain. And the point they wanted to break through was precisely where Wang Lin was standing. The tremors from the Great Wine Boundary Formation spread into the inner realm. In Wang Lin's eyes, he clearly saw the net forming the Great Formation becoming vaguely chaotic, as if a force was trying to penetrate it. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the inner realm was not yet ready for war. The seven-colored realm had not yet been fully discovered, but war had suddenly broken out. With Wang Lin's sharp mind, he knew at a glance that the strange changes in the Great Wine Boundary Formation were clearly due to the cultivators from outside the primordial star spirits employing various methods to break through the formation and enter. The boundary sealing formation is a double-edged sword. It seals off the inner realm's spiritual energy, making it impossible for inner realm cultivators to compare with outer realm cultivators, effectively severing their foundation. However, it also indirectly provides a certain degree of protection, making entry and exit extremely difficult. At this moment, the boundary sealing formation emitted earth-shattering noises. The formation's soul seemed to have been pulled out. This scene was even clearer from the outer realm. But Wang Lin had no time to waste. The incident with the boundary sealing formation was known to the third-stage cultivators in the inner realm without him needing to announce it. He was the closest to the area, and although he lacked the power to prevent the formation from being broken, he still wanted to prepare the most devastating blow possible for the opponent. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. The murderous intent, which had slightly dissipated after he killed Shui Diaozi, now surged up again. The primordial killing intent grew in an incredibly terrifying way. Kill all the invaders. This is a battle. And in war, there is no humanity or morality. At this moment, he could leave completely. But he couldn't. This was an invasion from outside the realm. For his home, for his homeland, for the glory of the cultivators within the realm, Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. His entire life of killing had been for himself. Only outside the divine sect, in that fleeting moment when he felt the glory of the cultivators of the Clad Sea Star domain, did he feel the glory of the cultivators within the realm. He didn't know how long this battle would last. Perhaps he would die, perhaps he would lose the chance to save honor. But at this moment, for himself, for his family, and for the greater good, he had to fight. Just like Hong Huzi had asked him before, "Are you prepared to fight to the death in this war?" Wang Lin was ready to fight to the death. This event happened unexpectedly, and although the inner world still held many insidious dangers for him, he was still a cultivator of the inner world. In his family, everything followed the rule of survival of the fittest. But once faced with an outsider's invasion, everything else could be disregarded. This was the greater good. The flames of war had reached his doorstep. If he were still worried about his own gain or loss at this moment, Wang Lin would not be worthy of being called a human. He would not be worthy of being called a cultivator. The essence of slaughter, under Wang Lin's various emotions, drew wildly. Slaughter, slaughter. To slaughter tens of thousands of people for himself, that wouldn't be called slaughter. It would only be the work of a butcher. True slaughter is slaughter for the greater good, for an ideal, for those one wants to protect, for things one wants to preserve. A frenzied act of resistance. This kind of slaughter is the true essence, not killing for selfish desires, for the sake of seizing treasures, or for the sake of killing. Wang Lin understood this at this moment. He raised his right hand, and thousands of sword energies roared forth, engulfing the starry sky and rushing towards the great sealing formation. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and Lindong Shengren and Zhou Jian appeared simultaneously. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, they had to obey Wang Lin's command. Even if they died, their souls had to obey. After the two appeared, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal and pointed at the starry sky. With a resounding roar, countless restrictions materialized, frantically sealing everything. At the same time, Wang Lin's sleeves fluttered. The blood sword flew out, emitting a blood-red light that filled the sky. Within this blood-red light, Wang Lin swung his arms forward, his entire body radiating a dazzling light, absorbing all the light in the starry sky, transforming it into a shield of light. The 9-colored flames in his left eye formed a whirlwind, gathering strength, ready to strike. The lightning diagram in his right eye spun, and earth-shattering thunder rumbled. Fight, fight, fight. If he had to face them, what did it matter if he fought against 100,000 invading troops from the outer realms with the strength of one man? Wang Lin's expression was one of great heroism. Standing there, he looked like a war immortal. His silver white hair fluttered and his white robes billowed, making his figure appear incredibly tall. A wave of glory gradually emanated from him, the glory of a cultivator from the inner realm. In the eyes of the cultivators from the outer realms, the great wind realm formation seemed to transform into a massive well. A surge of power emanated from the starry sky of the cultivation planet, like a giant hand attempting to pull all the souls out of this well. Amidst the resounding rumble, the wind boundary grand formation trembled incessantly, its inner spirit transforming and launching a furious counterattack. But at this moment, from within the heavenly punishment palace of the Grand Elder Sect, still suspended in the starry sky, an aged voice rang out, "Break the formation." This voice echoed, shaking the starry sky, causing the transparent sword to let out an earth-shattering roar as it charged straight towards the formation. Along with it came all the other magical artifacts. Breaking the formation was no longer the work of one person, but the combined strength of two immortal consorts, 3 third-stage cultivators, and the Grand Elder, a total of 6 people from the primordial star realm. While the Grand Elder was about to extract the formation's soul and the formation's spirit was counterattacking, the 5 magical artifacts surged forward, directly engulfing the wind boundary grand formation and launching a frenzied attack on the formation's spirit. The formation's light flashed, like lightning bolts sweeping across it. Under this lightning, the entire wind boundary grand formation suddenly transformed into a thunderous array. Endless silver snakes roared forward, instantly condensing into a long spear, carrying boundless lightning power as it slammed directly into the transparent sword. A deafening roar echoed. The transparent sword collided with the lightning spear, its internal spiritual power erupting wildly, directly counteracting it. In the instant of the clash with the spear, the purple light on the wind boundary great formation flickered. An overwhelming purple aura surged forth, enveloping the starry sky, clearly visible to both the outer and inner realms. Under this purple light, a gigantic whip materialized, its swing accompanied by a whooshing sound, striking directly at the strings of the blue dream Taoist. The 2 objects pressed together, colliding violently. Following the purple light, a red light erupted, like blood staining the heavens and earth. A series of mournful screams filled with unimaginable agony echoed throughout the starry sky. In this red light, a gigantic 9-headed meteor hammer suddenly appeared. The 9-headed meteor hammer spun as if to shatter the starry sky, hurtling straight towards the 9 petals of the immortal concubine. As the red light flashed, an earth-shattering wave of heat erupted. A colossal war chariot materialized on the Wind Realm Great Formation, instantly filling all directions with intense heat. This was a gigantic catapult, over 10,000 feet tall. A desolate aura emanated from it, its appearance causing earth-shattering destruction. Especially striking was the massive flame on its arm. This flame, powerful enough to incinerate all living beings, roared forward, hurtling directly towards the eye formed by the icy pupil. After the chariot appeared, a black light flashed again on the Wind Boundary Great Formation, as if devouring the void. A gigantic Wolf-toothed club silently appeared. This Wolf-toothed club was densely packed with sharp points, covered in black blood, and reeking of blood. Striking directly at the 3 ghostly figures formed from the 3 drops of the immortal concubine's lifeblood. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The entire Wind Boundary Great Formation shook violently. Inside the formation, Wang Lin's pupils contracted, his expression becoming ferocious. His fighting spirit surged, filling his entire body, waiting to be unleashed. A deafening roar resounded within the Wind Boundary Great Formation, the formation spirits flashing incessantly. As the remaining formation spirits materialized, a strange force emanated from the primordial star, like a giant hand grabbing them. The Wind Boundary Great Formation shook violently, and these formation spirits, born over countless ages, were dragged out of the formation. This soul was invisible, yet at this moment, all the cultivators in the outer realm could clearly feel a wave of desolate energy emanating from it. This soul was extremely enormous. Even after being unearthed, the strange power within the primordial star seemed unable to withstand it, only managing to lift it a few meters before weakening. A sigh echoed throughout the primordial star in the outer realm. The gigantic hand, formed from the strange power, pulled forcefully to the side. A furious rumble resounded throughout the outer realm. Unexpectedly, a small part of the soul was torn away. A gap appeared. In an instant, a crack appeared in the Great Wind Realm Formation. This crack caused the great wind realm formation to momentarily pause. In the instant it stopped, a hoarse, aged voice echoed throughout the starry sky. "I have done my best." The moment these words were spoken, the 5 formation spirits and artifacts that were locked in a struggle simultaneously trembled. In a rift in the primordial star realm, the eyes of a woman in court attire standing on the mountaintop flashed with cold light, her right hand forming a hand seal, her mouth calmly saying, "Explode." On the blue mountain of the Blue Clan, Blue Dream Taoist stared blankly at the hairpin, raising his right hand, forming a hand seal, and reluctantly saying, "Explode." In the far west of the primordial star realm, on the 9 frozen cultivation stars, the pupil raised his right hand and whispered, "Explode." In a rift filled with immortal energy in the primordial star realm, the woman in red standing on that continent also had a glint in her eyes, a smile playing on her lips as she softly murmured, "Explode." Outside the great wine boundary formation, a low roar echoed from the heavenly punishment hall of the Elder Clan. "Explode." The 5 magical treasures, each capable of causing a bloody storm, simultaneously exploded within the wine boundary formation. A deafening roar echoed across the sky. This shockwave penetrated deep into the cracks of the wine boundary formation, transforming into an immense tearing force. The wine boundary formation trembled, and the cracks widened under this force. In a short time, a large gap had been torn open in the wine boundary formation. The war had begun. As soon as this rift opened, the eyes of all 90,000 cultivators from the outer realm revealed overwhelming ferocity, and frenzied shouts erupted. "Invade the inner realm, make the ants of the inner realm tremble and submit to the power of our outer realm. Invade the wind realm, seize everything." Dong Dizzy's eyes showed ruthlessness as he stepped forward, directly leaping into the rift of the wind realm great formation. Behind him, the southern Zhao Immortal licked his lips and stepped forward. The ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan also flashed with killing intent, quickly advancing. The 90,000 cultivators became even more frenzied, all rushing out, rapidly charging towards the rift of the Wind Realm Great Formation. It was difficult to imagine this scene. Many cultivators from the outer realm were like a great flood, while the Wind Realm Great Formation was like a dike, now broken through, a flood surging forth. The sounds of slaughter filled the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of cultivators from outside the realm rushed into the rift, entering the inner realm where they had been driven mad. They saw the inner realm's heaven and earth, and saw Wang Lin, clad in white, coldly staring back from afar. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He didn't immediately take action. The collapse of the boundary ceiling formation gave him a vague sense of unease. This matter seemed to still have some hidden agenda. Therefore, he didn't move, only coldly staring at the swarming cultivators from outside the realm. He was waiting for an answer. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A jade pendant appeared on the torn boundary ceiling formation. On this jade pendant, there was an aura that Wang Lin found very familiar. This aura belonged to a person, the owner of the Wind Realm. As soon as this jade pendant appeared, a heaven-opening axe roared into existence. This axe appeared extremely suddenly, almost immediately after the 9 cultivators from the outer realm jumped in. As soon as the axe appeared, it immediately swung down ferociously towards the group of outer realm cultivators. A deafening, earth-shattering roar resounded. As the axe struck, all the cultivators in front screamed in agony, completely unable to dodge. Upon being struck, their bodies shattered, their flesh and blood exploding, their souls perishing. The axe's power was unstoppable. Under this single blow, no cultivator could resist even slightly, all shattering into pieces, their screams fading into echoes. The hammer swung down, sweeping across the ground. Nearly 5,000 cultivators perished under this single blow. Seeing the hammer about to be raised again, seemingly ready to strike in an instant, Dong Dizzy, the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, and Nanzhou Shangren's faces changed drastically. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, intending to stop it. "We must enter the inner realm faster, charging in with all our might. Wait for me to stop this heaven-opening axe, then you can quickly enter." Inside the enormous black pavilion outside the great ceiling formation, the door suddenly opened, and an old man emerged. This old man was thin and gaunt, like a dried corpse, and he advanced step by step, instantly approaching the heaven-opening axe, intending to stop it. But at this moment, the jade pendant within the formation flashed with light, quickly transforming into a gentle screen of light that enveloped the old man. The old man's expression changed. He felt a familiar aura emanating from the jade pendant, and upon closer inspection, his mind was shaken. The Wind Realm Old Ghost, you have personally infiltrated the formation. As all this happened, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. This was the answer he had been waiting for. Perhaps the Wind Realm Master's infiltration of the formation back then was for this very moment. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. As the cultivators from the outer realm who had just jumped in scattered, he raised his right hand, and the starry sky rumbled, thousands of sword energies roaring out. Following these thousands of sword energies were countless restrictions, creating a massive battle of one man against tens of thousands. Lingdong Shengren and Zhou Jin, under Wang Lin's divine sense, were forced to act, charging straight towards the three people, including Dongdi Ci, who were trying to stop the hammer. As Wang Lin advanced, the nine-colored flame in his left eye flashed, erupting with a thunderous roar. The void energy surged forth, and in his eyes, within the bodies of every cultivator from the outer realm, a powerful emotion filled the air. These emotions were all fuel for the void fire to burn. Void fire, burn. With a low roar from Wang Lin, the lightning diagram flashed. Amidst the thunderous roar, the lightning diagram flew out, suspended in the starry sky, continuously expanding and transforming into infinity. 9 bolts of lightning roared and spun around, endless bolts of lightning descending from within, hurtling towards all the cultivators from the outer realm below. Kill, kill, kill! Screams of agony echoed throughout the cloud sea. Nearly 1,000 of these tens of thousands of cultivators were instantly engulfed in the void fire, their bodies turning into fiery spheres, the heat radiating outwards as they screamed and retreated. But at this moment, a blood-red light flashed. The blood sword, hidden in the starry sky, shot out, sweeping across and causing thousands of skulls to burst into flames and fly. Even the fresh blood was burned and evaporated by the illusory fire. With just one strike, thousands were killed. Wang Lin, like a fierce tiger guarding the forest, directly charged out. Lightning bolts in the sky, thunder rumbling like a furious heavenly tribulation descending, hurtled straight towards the cultivators below. Screams of agony rang out again. These scenes of slaughter were not enough to make the cultivators from the outer realm retreat. On the contrary, they further fueled their ferocity. At this moment, they all rushed out, the cultivators consumed by the illusory fire acting like madmen. Knowing they were certain to die, they chose to self-destruct. A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Under this self-destruction, a destructive force spread out. Even Wang Lin, in this chaos, would have been forced to retreat if he didn't possess the ancient god's body. He is Wang Lin. Killing him will allow us to ascend to the ancient star ranking. Kill him. He's alone, yet he's using his chi to stop our outer realm's army. Damn him! Damn him! Tens of thousands of cultivators from the outer realm in a frenzy, their eyes blazing red, charged forward to attack. Wang Lin had already entered, and everyone around him was an enemy. Countless magical artifacts attacked him, and countless divine abilities rained down. The light and shadow shield on his body shattered in an instant, but his ancient god body was incredibly powerful. Although the light and shadow shield was broken, he remained fearless, raising two fingers to form a sword as he advanced. The cultivators he struck exploded and died. Kill! 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 Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, his body engulfed in illusory flames. All the cultivators who approached were instantly incinerated. Although they self-destructed, before they died, the illusory flames swirled around Wang Lin's body. In this desperate act, Wang Lin didn't know how many people he had killed. Many wounds appeared on his body, but these wounds immediately healed. The heaven-opening axe roared down again. As it swept across, nearly 5,000 more cultivators had their bodies shattered, their cries of death echoing mournfully. Lingdong, Chujin, you two unexpectedly tried to stop us. You are cultivators from the outer realm. Do you want to become traitors? Zhang Dizzy, with his profound cultivation, waved his sleeve, fighting Lingdong and Chujin with his own strength. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he also gained the upper hand, simultaneously diverting some of his power to prevent the heaven-opening axe from descending. Chujin remained silent, his eyes revealing a complex expression, but he acted without hesitation. Lingdong, however, remained expressionless. The other party's words didn't move him in the slightest. Kill Wang Lin. Within the formation, Yan Luodati entered. She immediately spotted Wang Lin, her eyes showing fear, and she pointed forward, a sharp voice emanating from her mouth. The ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan spun around, his expression ferocious, ignoring the heaven-opening axe and charging straight towards Wang Lin. Nan Zhao Shangren's eyes also flashed, a grin spreading across his face as he joined the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor in attacking Wang Lin. At the same time, the thin old man, surrounded by the Wind Realm Master's jade pendant, fiercely clashed with the Wind Realm Master's divine abilities within the soft light. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, but neither could gain the upper hand in the short time. This battle, from the very beginning, had reached its climax. Thanks to the existence of the Lord of the Wind Realm, the tide of battle was now tilting in favor of the inner realm. But the war was not over yet. In the primordial star realm, there were still more than 10 tribes, having received orders from the Grand Elder, and these tribes had already prepared. As soon as the order was given, they all roared and charged forward, using the teleportation arrays left behind by the Grand Elder to appear simultaneously outside the gap in the Wind Realm Great Formation, frantically leaping inside. The number of cultivators from these dozen or so tribes unexpectedly exceeded 80,000, and among them were two who had reached the third stage. These two rushed straight into the gap. Things happened very quickly. The ancestor of the Fire Sparrow tribe and the Southern Zhao Immortal quickly rushed forward. If their cultivation level was the same as the ancestor of the Fire Sparrow tribe, even Wang Lin and the other person could have held them back. But this Nam Zhao Shangren's cultivation was incredibly astonishing. Having reached the Void Spirit realm, he alone was enough to kill Wang Lin. Not to mention, he also possessed a poisonous technique on par with the great desolate Shangren. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor was filled with killing intent. As he advanced, he raised his right hand and swung it forcefully forward. The Fire Sparrow clan's clan seal appeared, and a black firebird roared out, carrying a trace of illusory firepower, heading straight towards Wang Lin. This firebird contained boundless incense and an extremely hot aura. As soon as it flew out, the starry sky seemed to be scorched red, and with incredible speed, it instantly arrived beside Wang Lin. The eyes of the Nam Zhao Immortal flashed. Without displaying any divine abilities, he simply raised his right hand. His pale right hand instantly turned black, containing an unimaginable, potent poison. With a cruel expression, the Nam Zhao Immortal stepped forward, directly traversing the boundless distance, and leapt into the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor's firebird. He pierced through it from within, raising his right hand ferociously towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin spun sharply, his pupils contracting, and hastily raised his right hand to retreat. At this moment, in the distant Cloud Sea's starry sky, the heavens and earth twisted. Hong Xianzi and Yun Fengzi suddenly emerged. Their expressions were solemn as they swiftly rushed forward. Behind them, faint shouts echoed in the starry sky. Long live the Cloud Sea! Long live the Cloud Sea! Long live the Cloud Sea! Tens of thousands of cultivators surged forward. The cultivators of Yunhai have arrived. Tens of thousands of these cultivators, visible from afar, resembled streaks of rainbow light. This side is inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Only cultivators, those from both the outer and inner realms participating in this battle, could clearly see it, a sight they would never forget. Among ordinary mortals, perhaps some would be fortunate enough to witness a meteor shower within 100 years. But at this moment, the cultivators of Yunhai in the starry sky were 10 times more magnificent than a meteor shower. These streaks of rainbow light, like a torrential rain, came hurtling from the distant reaches of the starry sky. The faces of the cultivators within the rainbows were indistinguishable, but one could sense from within them an unwavering determination and a frenzied desire to protect Yunhai. At this moment, even an impenetrable mountain range would have to retreat and tremble before these cultivators. Long live Yunhai! At this moment, these 4 words were incredibly vivid. They transformed into an aura, the aura of Yunhai, revealing a fervent passion amidst the tragedy. No one in this situation could remain unaffected, even the most wicked and evil individuals. Any lingering affection for their homeland would be amplified infinitely at this moment, their passion burning intensely. Hang Semzi, clad entirely in red, had an extremely serious expression. The war, unexpectedly unleashed by Shui Daozi's golden whirlwind, had begun. Although this whirlwind was ultimately swallowed by the netherworld beast, Hang Semzi had long prepared for a fight to the death. Despite the sudden outbreak of war, Hang Samzi showed no fear, charging forward with a long laugh. In that laughter, an unspeakable, boundless courage was revealed, along with the fearless aura of a third-stage expert. There was also Nan Yunzi, an extremely mysterious figure whom Wang Lin didn't fully understand. But at this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he and Hang Xianzi quickly rushed forward. Everything happened in an instant. The moment the Cloud Sea cultivator appeared, Wang Lin faced a great danger. This danger didn't come from the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, but from Nanzhou Shangren, whose cultivation had reached the Void Spirit realm. Within the Void Four realms, each realm is vastly different. Void Spirit realm cultivators, besides being able to use incense power, can also use incense to form their own souls. In fact, this incense power in the first realm is called Nirvana power. Nirvana power, the power of Nirvana constantly regenerating, represents endless incense offerings. A Void Nirvana cultivator controls this Nirvana incense power to unleash all sorts of earth-shattering divine techniques. Void Spirit. The word spirit here means the sublimation of the soul. Once a cultivator reaches the Void Spirit realm, their soul becomes a living spirit, merging with their primordial spirit. Or, to put it another way, within the body of a Void Spirit cultivator, that primordial spirit is no longer called a primordial spirit, but a spirit. Similarly, the incense offerings will merge with the Void Spirit cultivator, becoming their foundation in heaven and earth. Of course, there are some masters, such as Miao Yin, who, for various reasons and with special divine abilities, did not choose to merge. Which is why Wang Lin and the Great Desolate Supreme Being were able to seize a portion of the incense offerings that year. Thus, within the body of a Void Spirit cultivator, the Nirvana power has transformed into a type of spiritual power. This spiritual power is different from the spiritual power that first-stage cultivators absorb from heaven and earth. It is transformed into Nirvana power by incense offerings, then integrated into the will, transforming the primordial spirit. The disciples who offer incense become ordinary people, using a special method to generate this spiritual power. It can also be said that each Void Spirit cultivator is comparable to a heaven and earth. Their bodies are a separate universe. A single blow from a Void Spirit cultivator, even a Void Spirit early stage or Void Nirvana cultivator, cannot compare. Within this seemingly simple palm strike of the Southern Zhao Immortal lay a surge of his own spiritual power. As this strike descended, the heavens and earth rumbled. At this moment, in Wang Lin's eyes, the body of the Southern Zhao Immortal seemed to vanish. Everything before him, including the Great Wine Boundary Formation and all the other cultivators, completely disappeared. He seemed to be pulled into an illusory world, a heaven and earth he had never seen before. There was no starry sky. Nothing at all. The sky here was pitch black. The ground was also black, and a foul stench permeated the air. He saw countless people dressed entirely in black sitting cross-legged on the ground. A quick glance revealed an immense number of them, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, a million, 100 million. At the far end of the sky, the number of these black-clad figures was even more staggering. These were all the devotees of the Southern Zhao Supreme Being. This place was the Southern Zhao Supreme Being's realm of offerings. A single blow from a Void Spirit cultivator could draw people into this realm of offerings. This realm of offerings had merged with the Void Spirit cultivator's spirit. This place was the source of the Void Spirit cultivator's spiritual power. Wang Lin's expression changed. After all, he didn't understand much about third-stage masters, especially those in the Void Spirit realm. Even Ling Dong and Zhou Jin were very vague about Void Spirit. Unless he himself cultivated to that level, no one could explain it. In fact, Wang Lin had previously felt a slight disdain for Void Spirit masters. After all, he had met Lan Mengduozhen in the Outer Realm, fought against the Grand Venerable, and even joined forces with the Great Desolation. But now, that slight disdain vanished. Wang Lin understood that he was currently in the incense realm of Nanzhou Shangren. The pitch-black heavens rumbled, and a gigantic hen suddenly appeared, its entire body black, emitting a foul stench. With a deafening roar, the colossal hand, formed from the sudden transformation of the entire sky, directly struck down at Wang Lin. The ground shook, and a buzzing sound echoed. Countless figures in black robes surrounded Wang Lin, their mouths emitting a series of whispers. Wang Lin couldn't hear what they were saying, but these sounds stirred a profound emotion within him. All of this seemed like an illusion, half real, half unreal. The reality was that at this moment, cultivators from the outer realms were still present in the starry sky, frantically rushing in, while cultivators from the cloud sea were rapidly approaching from afar. Wang Lin's body hadn't vanished. He was hovering in place, but the sharpness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an emptiness. In front of him, the black firebird was drawing near. Inside the firebird, the right hand of the Southern Zhao immortal was roaring and lunging forward, reflecting in Wang Lin's empty gaze. This hand grew larger and larger, about to completely obscure Wang Lin's vision, striking directly at his forehead. It's described as half real, half illusory, because the entire event felt incredibly real to Wang Lin. Even in the incense realm of the Southern Zhao immortal, he had witnessed the hand formed from the entire sky crashing down. The whole thing takes a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. There was no dodging, no retreating. The murdering of countless figures in black robes filled his ears, overwhelming Wang Lin, making him feel as if he wanted to sit down and whisper to them. The emotion grew stronger and stronger, reaching a climax, pressing down on Wang Lin, causing his eyes to turn red and veins to bulge on his face. At this moment, the gigantic hand drew closer and closer, forming an immeasurable pressure that descended upon Wang Lin's body. The hand blew his hair back, and amidst the rumbling, it was now less than 1,000 feet away. I am the ancient god. I am the ancient Tao. Wang Lin abruptly raised his head, swinging his right hand forward. Immediately, the ancient god's protective arm appeared on his right arm. In this critical moment, Wang Lin chose the ancient god's protective arm without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic ancient god suddenly appeared in front of Wang Lin, embracing him and shielding him with its back. The enormous hand descended, directly striking the ancient god's massive back. A deafening roar echoed, and the pitch-black hand completely struck down. The ancient god embracing Wang Lin trembled violently, its back instantly shattering, flesh and blood flying out, but the ancient god immediately began to collapse, seemingly unable to resist. How could I worship you? Wang Lin ferociously roared, looking up at the sky. In his roar, the ancient god embracing him spun around, clenching its right hand and throwing a punch behind it. Another explosion rang out, and the ancient god's fist directly collided with the pitch-black hand. The heavens and earth trembled, and a tremendous force swept across. Under this punch, the hand was sent flying thousands of feet away. The ancient god seemed to let out a soft sigh, slowly dissipating and transforming into a protective arm, reappearing on Wang Lin's right hand. With a cracking sound, several more cracks appeared. At the same time, just as the hand was sent flying thousands of feet away by the ancient god's punch, Wang Lin immediately rushed forward, his right hand clenched, and powerfully threw a punch forward. The head of the ancient Tao appeared, quickly merging into this punch, creating a heaven-shattering whirlwind. Break it for me. Taking advantage of the hand being sent flying, Wang Lin's body seemed to merge into this punch as well, with the burning illusory fire, like a shooting star soaring straight into the sky, once again colliding with the hand. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The pitch-black hand shattered into pieces, sending Wang Lin's body violently erupting from within. In the starry sky, Wang Lin's empty eyes instantly regained their focus, as if he had awakened. In reality, his days lasted only a moment. Now, having recovered, Wang Lin's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, hastily retreating. The right hand of the non-Zhao Shengren, within the firebird in front of him, trembled. Just as it was less than 3 meters from Wang Lin, blood gushed from his palm, seemingly injured invisibly. His eyes showed terror. A powerful force seemed to strike his body, preventing him from pursuing further. He stumbled back several steps, directly escaping the black firebird's body. What a powerful body! The Namjiao Immortal's expression was grim. He understood why Wang Lin was ranked as the first person to be killed on the ancient star ranking. Although he hadn't reached the 3rd stage yet, he could counterattack and escape from a single blow from him. If this person reached the 3rd stage, he would be incredibly terrifying. This person absolutely could not be allowed to survive. One Sam, a type of shirt. Trying a Sam, not a Sam. A shirt that is not a shirt. Void spirit. Void spirit. Wang Lin retreated backward, his face pale. The scene just now looked ordinary, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. This was the first time Wang Lin felt the terror of a void spirit cultivator. Void Spirit cultivators are much fewer than Void Nirvana cultivators, and their status is naturally much more noble. As he retreated backward, Wang Lin spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his expression ferocious, and directly used his back to strike an old man from outside the realm. Before the old man could even let out a scream, a powerful force surged into his body, causing his body to tremble and instantly shatter. But his blood, before it could disperse, was instantly destroyed, becoming a stream of life force that Wang Lin absorbed entirely into his body. Even the primordial spirit couldn't escape, instantly being absorbed by Wang Lin. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's body continued to linger, directly charging into the group of cultivators from the outer realm. Amidst the rumbling sounds, as Wang Lin retreated, every cultivator he touched died. A murderous glint flashed in Nanjiao Shangren's eyes, and he was about to pursue when, at that moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Hong Shanzi advanced step by step. Nanjiao Shangren felt his vision blur and saw a surge of red, his face changing drastically. He dared not pursue Wang Lin anymore and hastily retreated. Hong Shanzi swung his right hand forward, and suddenly an endless crimson light appeared in the starry sky. This crimson light didn't emanate from the distant starry sky, but rather radiated from within the bodies of the cultivators, as if the blood beneath their skin was simultaneously glowing. From afar, the bodies of thousands of cultivators radiated a blood-red light, as if they were wearing a dazzling red robe. Even the body of Nanjiao Shangren appeared in a crimson robe. It was a robe, yet not a robe. Yet it was incredibly terrifying. Amidst the resounding roar, just as these cultivators seemed to have donned a crimson robe, a sudden, agonizing scream erupted. The blood in the bodies of these thousands of cultivators surged, forced out by a strange force from within, spreading across their skin and gushing out through every pore. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, filled with endless suffering. Thousands of cultivators, each clad in a crimson robe, appeared. The robes, forged from fresh blood, instantly shriveled. Amidst the agonizing screams, these thousands of cultivators were transformed into dried corpses. Their souls were trapped within their bodies, unable to escape. As their bodies died, death energy surged into their souls, turning them into walking dead. But that alone wouldn't fully demonstrate Xian Datong's power. He waved his sleeve, and the eyes of these thousands of blood-robed zombies unexpectedly emitted a bloodthirsty glow, spreading in all directions as if controlled, wildly leaping into the ranks of the cultivators from the outer realm, unleashing a bloodthirsty slaughter. Give me your fresh blood. I want fresh blood. I need fresh blood. Give me your fresh blood. My body is in so much pain. My body is so dry. I need fresh blood. A sinister roar of agony erupted from the mouths of these thousands of cultivators. They craved fresh blood. After their blood was gone, their suffering was beyond comprehension. A blood-red robe also surrounded Nanjiao Shangren's body. His face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. His expression changed drastically. His body trembled violently, and he immediately collapsed. In the instant his body collapsed, his primordial spirit, in that perilous moment, rushed out, his eyes revealing boundless terror. He vaguely remembered a legend, a terrifying rumor that had circulated in the outer realms for tens of thousands of years, related to the great war between the two realms before. This rumor spoke of a person. Blood-red robed child. You are the blood-red robed child. Hong Senzi's eyes flashed with cold light as he strode straight towards Nanjiao Shangren. He wanted to kill this person. At this moment, from the second wave of external forces, two third-stage cultivators emerged. Their expressions drastically changed, but they gritted their teeth and charged straight towards Hong Senzi. Even Dong Dizi, under Hong Senzi's divine power, recognized the terrifying figure from the rumors of the past. His expression changed dramatically, and he charged forward with the two third-stage cultivators, disregarding Lingdong Shengren, Shijin, and even the Kaitia axe. Charging straight towards Hong Senzi. Three third-stage cultivators. As he retreated, Nanjiao Shangren's eyes flashed with ferocity. He raised his right hand, conjuring a body, directly integrating his primordial spirit into it. With a wave of his hand, three spheres containing poisonous liquid appeared, aimed at Hong Senzi. For third-stage cultivators, the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor also gritted his teeth and charged forward, ignoring Wang Lin and heading towards Hong Senzi. 5 third-stage cultivators fighting Hong Senzi. On the other side, Nam Yunzi ignored Hong Senzi and his group, as well as the countless armies from the outer realm, and charged straight towards the Wine Boundary Great Formation. His mission was extremely difficult. He wanted to repair this Wine Boundary Great Formation. He wanted to close the Wine Boundary Great Formation once again. The inner realm isn't ready yet. It still needs some time. This Wine Boundary Great Formation cannot be opened. Nam Yunzi anxiously approached the Wine Boundary Great Formation, his eyes sweeping across to see Lindong Xingren and Zhou Jin. Wang Lin, I'll borrow these two for a moment. Nam Yunzi's hoarse voice echoed throughout the starry sky. Wang Lin, having just retreated to heal his wounds, immediately transmitted his divine sense, causing Lindong Xingren and Zhou Jin to simultaneously bow to Nam Yunzi. You to be my protectors. Nam Yunzi wasted no time. After giving the order, he stepped into the Wine Boundary Great Formation, his eyes flashing, his hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, many restrictions flew towards the Wine Boundary Great Formation. Among the 100,000 cultivators from the outer realm, Grand Master Yunluo, surrounded by countless cultivators, felt her pupils contract. She hadn't expected such a devastating blow upon entering the inner realm, such a heavy loss. Especially since the heaven-opening axe was now unstoppable, its massive blade clearly visible even from a great distance. With a deafening roar, the axe severed 5,000 cultivators in two. In such a short time, nearly 20,000 cultivators from the outer realm had perished. Grand Master Yunluo raised her jade hand, pointing towards the heaven-opening axe, and softly said, Heavenly Punishment Madman, Sword Clan, Soul-Shattering Sword, stop this axe. This voice echoed to the thousands of black-robed cultivators surrounding the Heavenly Punishment Palace outside the Great Wind Realm Formation. Without hesitation, they transformed into streaks of light, charging straight towards the heaven-opening axe within the Great Wind Realm Formation. In the blink of an eye, as the axe descended once more, thousands of cultivators silently and simultaneously performed a single action. Raising their right hands, they conjured black swords, which they wielded and slashed downwards. Thousands of sword energies roared, converging like a rainbow across the sky, hurtling straight towards the axe. With a deafening roar, the axe froze, its sword energy shattered. Thousands of cultivators simultaneously spat out fresh blood. But they didn't stop. Instead, they all raised their left hands, transforming the blood into blood-red light, and once again raised their blood-stained swords, unleashing another sword energy slash. Grand Elder Yunluo's eyes flashed as she looked towards Wang Lin in the distance, silently, her jade hand forming a hand seal, pointing a finger at him. 3 elders of the Feng clan, I beg you to spare no effort to seal or kill this man. The moment the words of Grand Elder Yunluo left his mouth, 3 streaks of dark light flashed behind him, instantly transforming into 3 figures clad in purple robes. These 3 figures, like venerable masters, were completely covered, their forms invisible. Without speaking, they took a step, transforming into streaks of dark light and charging straight towards Wang Lin. At this very moment, cultivators from the Cloud Sea Star Domain rushed forward from afar. Amidst the roaring wind carrying the glory of the Cloud Sea Star Domain, tens of thousands of cultivators charged forward, engaging in a brutal battle against the endless invaders from the outer realm. The war had only just begun, yet it was already extremely devastating. Frenzied roars echoed, earth-shattering slaughter ensued, and streams of blood filled the starry sky. A cultivator from the Cloud Sea Star Domain had just raised his right hand to perform a hand seal, using a magic artifact to kill an inhabitant from another realm. When before he could even lift his head, a flying sword pierced through his body and sped straight towards the next target. Cloud Sea Star Domain glory before dying, the cultivator from the Cloud Sea Star Domain struggled to look back at his homeland one last time, but in the end, his vision blurred. And with a tragic laugh, he chose to self-destruct. Even in death, he wanted to die gloriously. A deafening roar erupted. The entire body of this cultivator from the Cloud Sea Star Domain exploded, creating a destructive force that spread in all directions. Further away, a middle-aged man from the Cloud Sea Star Domain was covered in wounds, blood gushing out. 3 or 4 flying swords were still embedded in his body, seemingly on the verge of collapse. But he seemed to feel no pain, staring intently at the extraterrestrial cultivator in front of him with a long laugh. In an instant, as he approached, his body exploded, transforming into a shockwave that struck the extraterrestrial cultivator, taking him down with him. Further away, another person from the extraterrestrial realm, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of heavenly human, moved like lightning. With each passing moment, many cultivators from the Cloud Sea Star domain met a tragic end. In the chaotic battle, it seemed no one could stop him. He flashed, his right hand plunging into the chest of a Cloud Sea Star domain cultivator, tearing out their heart, his eyes revealing extreme cruelty. He directly crushed the heart with his right hand, and was about to leave when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. The Cloud Sea Star domain cultivator, whose soul had been shattered by his crushing blow, in the last moment of his life, raised both hands and clung tightly to his body. The strength of an ant, the extraterrestrial cultivator sneered, his body struggling. The body of the Cloud Sea cultivator exploded with a thunderous roar, sending the otherworldly cultivator flying away. His head was flung far away by the force of the blast, but his eyes, still filled with hatred as if alive, stared intently at the otherworldly cultivator. With just this slight delay, the cultivator from the outer realm was overwhelmed by a swarm of Cloud Sea cultivators. Their eyes blazing red, they didn't fight at all. Upon approaching, they roared with the glory of the Cloud Sea Star domain, unleashing a thunderous self-destruction. 10 cultivators couldn't kill him, so 100. If 100 couldn't kill him, then 300. Amidst the deafening self-destruction, a destructive force directly shattered the outer realm cultivator. Until his death, he heard 4 words echoing in his soul: Cloud Sea Glory. His head was blown away, slowly closing its eyes as the aftershocks of the outer realm cultivator's divine power shattered it. Surely, later on, a monk who had participated in the battle at Yunhai, who had only reached the Nirvana stage back then, would now become a first-rank heavenly human cultivator, the grand elder of a small sect, and qualified to preach. During his first sermon, a disciple would ask him what glory was. He would answer as follows: glory is a will, a chaotic will. This will has one principle: never allow yourself to retreat, never allow the enemy to advance even a single step. Even if you die, you must die gloriously, but not all of us cultivators can fall into such a frenzied state. We are still very afraid of death, especially after seeing so many fellow cultivators die. Tens of thousands of cultivators reduced to only a few thousand. Who wouldn't be afraid of death? Behind the glory lies nothingness. Facing death, few can attain such glory, but that year, because of one person, because of a single sentence from him, everything changed. He showed us what true glory really is. That sentence, I still remember it clearly. I can never forget it. Every time I remember it, I can return to those days of burning passion. Wang Lin's eyes turned red. As he continuously retreated, he saw the frenzied actions of the Cloud Sea cultivators, saw their satisfied faces, and felt an indescribable aura. Kill, 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 kill! Wang Lin spun around and leapt directly into the midst of the Outer Realm army. Raising his left hand, a sky-shattering flame erupted, charging straight forward. All the Outer Realm cultivators blocking his path perished instantly. He raised his hand again, and thunder erupted, the roar echoing loudly. Endless lightning bolts shrieked, sealing off the heavens and earth, devouring the cultivators from the Outer Realms. Surrounded by cultivators from the Outer Realms, Wang Lin alone had broken free from Yunhai's army, directly leaping into the encirclement. With a wave of his hand, screams of agony resounded from all sides. Wang Lin was killing with bloodshot eyes. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He only knew that all the cultivators around him were his enemies. Blood light flashed, the blood sword swirling around Wang Lin, relentlessly claiming the lives of the cultivators from the Outer Realms. At this moment, suddenly 3 streaks of dark light shot from within the army of cultivators from the Outer Realms towards Wang Lin. Just as they approached Wang Lin, these 3 streaks of dark light unexpectedly transformed into 3 cultivators clad in purple robes. After manifesting, the nun quickly performed a series of incantations, and a murmuring sound emanated from the mouths of the 3 individuals. Take a descendant of our Wind Annihilation clan, sacrifice their life, summon the clan's divine power, and seal this person's entire body's primal energy. Seal. Take a descendant of our Wind Annihilation clan, sacrifice their life, summon the clan's divine power, and seal this person's entire body's physical strength. Seal. Take a descendant of our Wind Annihilation clan, sacrifice their life, summon the clan's divine power, and seal this person's entire body's life force. Seal. As these 3 voices simultaneously rang out, 3 seals of the Wind Annihilation clan flashed directly from the foreheads of the 3 hidden cultivators in purple robes, transforming into an earth-shattering pressure that surged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin, in the midst of his battle, suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing red with madness. This brief but fierce battle had cost him a great deal of his power. This wasn't a fight against one person, but a slaughter of tens of thousands. There were no techniques here, only how to kill as many invaders as possible. All divine abilities on this battlefield became extremely simple. Just kill, kill, kill. The three seals of the Wind Annihilation clan approached, and as Wang Lin looked up, they directly struck his body. The seals of the Wind Annihilation clan were irresistible. If he could have prevented these seals from descending, the Wind Annihilation clan wouldn't have become one of the ancient clans. Wang Lin roared softly, and just before the three seals descended, he raised his right hand and powerfully threw a punch forward. This punch unleashed a raging storm, transforming into a colossal fist-shaped image that pierced through the three intertwined seals, leaving neither side unharmed. As the three seals descended upon Wang Lin, his illusory fist-shaped image also struck the bodies of the three purple-robed figures. The first seal slammed into Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. The seal instantly entered his body, completely sealing his entire body's primal energy. The second seal suddenly approached, and upon landing on Wang Lin's forehead, his countenance rapidly aged, instantly transforming him into an old man. The third seal simultaneously descended. Wang Lin's entire body trembled. His seven-star ancient god power quickly drained from his body, sealed within his forehead. On Wang Lin's forehead, three seals transformed into a dark light, flashing rapidly and branching out into countless tiny streams, spreading across Wang Lin's entire body. At a glance, Wang Lin's whole body now seemed to be covered in a dark, light net. Inside this net, his primal energy, his life force, and his physical strength were completely sealed. But to seal Wang Lin, the price to pay was life. The three old men in purple robes had just cast the seal when Wang Lin's powerful punch struck them. A fierce wind arose, instantly blowing away the cloaks covering their heads, revealing their aged faces. Their expressions were calm, showing no fear whatsoever. As the punch approached, they closed their eyes. They had been taken in by the Grand Elder since childhood with the purpose of sealing powerful experts. Using their lives to seal an expert was their only value while they were alive. With a resounding crash, Wang Lin's illusory punch directly struck their bodies. The bodies of the three men in purple robes instantly dissolved, their souls dying immediately. Even in death, the power of the seal remained undiminished. Yun Luo Dati, who had been observing all this time, now raised his right hand and pointed towards Wang Lin. The command was given, and the cultivators from the outer realms surrounding Wang Lin ferociously charged straight at him. He's been sealed. Killing him will get us inscribed on the ancient star god ranking. This man is worthless. Kill him. He's killed so many of our fellow cultivators. His cultivation is profound, a third step expert. Today, killing him will shake the inner realm. Wang Lin had lost all his strength, his body devoid of any energy to float in the starry sky, plummeting downwards. In an instant, tens of thousands of cultivators rushed forward, carrying overwhelming killing intent and ferocity. Each beam of light from their magical artifacts roared, hurtling towards Wang Lin. In the roar, Wang Lin's body was instantly struck by countless magical artifacts and flying swords. Although he no longer possessed cultivation, his physical strength remained. Under these fierce attacks, Wang Lin spat out fresh blood. Wind Annihilation Clan. Wang Lin roared softly. His cultivation, sealed within his body, unleashed the life force and power of the ancient god, relentlessly attacking the Wind Annihilation Clan's seal, attempting to break free. A continuous roar echoed as thousands of flying swords simultaneously attacked, directly piercing Wang Lin. With a series of thuds, Wang Lin's entire body was covered in blood, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, but his eyes flashed with cold light. Behind these numerous magical artifacts, tens of thousands of cultivators approached, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities, directly striking Wang Lin. An old man from the outer realm, who had just arrived, raised his right hand and let out a ferocious roar. Die! His right hand slammed down towards Wang Lin's head. But as soon as this palm strike landed, the old man let out a cry, hastily raising his right hand. His entire right arm twisted and contorted. With Wang Lin's immense physical strength, his palm strike had shattered the bones of his own right arm. At this moment, many cultivators from outside the realm rushed forward. Divine abilities surged forth, and suddenly more than 10 hands simultaneously struck Wang Lin's body. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lin once again spat out fresh blood. Following these 10, the divine abilities of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people relentlessly attacked. Under this onslaught, Wang Lin's body was constantly wounded, but the cold light in his eyes grew even stronger. Not enough, still not enough. Is this all the strength you possess? Wang Lin's voice was low, but the cultivators present were not ordinary people. They could still hear him clearly. Utterly arrogant, kill him. Let's all attack at once. I don't believe we can't kill someone like this. What kind of body is his? It's unbelievably terrifying. This scene not only shocked the cultivators from the outer realms, but also shook the minds of all the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, simultaneously revealing Wang Lin's identity. In that instant, all the cultivators of the Cloud Sea went mad, wanting to fight to the death to protect Wang Lin. Under the ferocity of the cultivators from the outer realms, Wang Lin's immense power shocked them, but at the same time, their killing intent intensified. At this moment, they all seemed to unleash their full cultivation, deploying their strongest divine abilities, forming a heaven-shattering storm that shook the entire starry sky. This storm roared straight towards Wang Lin. Just then, Yan Luo Daya, who had been observing all along, suddenly changed her expression drastically. Her right hand, which was forming a hand seal, immediately cracked into several wounds, and fresh blood dripped down. No, this person cannot be killed like this. She was about to give the order, but it was too late. Just as the whirlwind formed by the divine powers of tens of thousands of cultivators erupted, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with overwhelming cold light. Gritting his teeth and letting the whirlwind rush towards him, the roar shook the 8 directions. In this whirlwind, Wang Lin's entire body was covered in fresh blood. Even his eyes became dim, his body severely injured, spitting out fresh blood. But he suddenly raised his head, and within the dimness in his eyes, a fighting spirit flared up. The whirlwind roared around Wang Lin, relentlessly attacking. Under this attack, Wang Lin used external force to break the first seal. As soon as the elemental seal shattered, Wang Lin raised his head, his body stepped forward, and he raised his right hand. Void flames surged out, and screams of agony echoed in all directions. The second seal shattered, Wang Lin's appearance changed. He became a young man again, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. The third seal shattered with a thunderous roar. The power of the ancient god surged from his forehead, merging into his entire body. You haven't fought enough yet. Wang Lin's voice echoed from within the raging storm. The slaughter on the battlefield should never be calm. Moreover, at this moment, countless cultivators were engaged in battle, the tragedy reaching a level unprecedented in tens of thousands of years. Even the battle between Luoche and the Alliance back then couldn't reach such a level in such a short time. But at this moment, a single sentence from Wang Lin caused the entire battlefield, at least within his vicinity, to fall silent. The immense power of Wang Lin's body delivered an unimaginable shock and impact to the tens of thousands of cultivators who had just attacked. Their eyes showed fear. They were terrified. They couldn't understand what kind of cultivator Wang Lin was to possess such a powerful body. This powerful body, surviving the onslaught of the raging storm for such a short time, immediately shocked these tens of thousands of cultivators, causing them to frantically retreat. Their retreat caused the Cloud Sea cultivators to cheer with joy and excitement. This scene was like a powerful shock to the Cloud Sea cultivators' minds. Glory to Cloud Sea! Glory to Fengzhen! Glory to Cloud Sea! Glory to Fengzhen! The cheers resounded like thunder. At this moment, every Cloud Sea cultivator was eagerly awaiting Wang Lin to emerge from the whirlwind, so they could follow him and continue their relentless slaughter. Wang Lin emerged from the whirlwind, his eyes revealing intense killing intent. He raised his right hand and swung it forward, instantly transforming the whirlwind into a shockwave that dispersed in all directions. Wang Lin directly stepped forward, his illusory flames surging, thunder roaring, and charging straight towards the surrounding cultivators. Screams of agony rang out again, and the war resumed. In this relentless battle, Wang Lin was utterly exhausted. His injuries far exceeded his outward appearance. Having just been attacked by the divine abilities of tens of thousands, even the recovery speed of a 7-star ancient god seemed unable to keep up with the increasingly fierce battle. His eyes were bloodshot. He knew that as long as this battle was not over, he could not retreat. Wang Lin's departure had encouraged the Cloud Sea cultivators, who, despite their extremely serious injuries, continued to launch a frenzied counterattack. Moreover, the formations taught to them by Hang Shanzi during the previous battle had been deeply ingrained in their minds. At this moment, nearly 30,000 cultivators simultaneously formed their formations, quickly and desperately setting up their arrays. Another coincidence. Twice could be considered a coincidence, but 3, 4, 5, 6 times shouldn't be called a coincidence anymore. This improved formation of Yunhai could never be deployed, even with more deaths. It could not be successful. The ferocious gazes of the cultivators from the outer realm, though somewhat intimidated by Wang Lin's appearance, were met with even greater hostility. More and more cultivators, radiating overwhelming killing intent, continuously surged in from outside the Great Wind Formation, seemingly in infinite numbers. Deep within the outer realm cultivators, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, Yunluo Dati raised her hand to perform a hand seal, her eyes filled with command as she pointed into the distance. Direct orders were issued, directing the entire army to split into 4 directions and charge towards the Cloud Sea cultivators. Under her command, this outer realm army seemed to possess a soul brimming with agility. Yunluo Dati's constant control seemed to encompass all the strategic opportunities, preventing the Cloud Sea cultivators from ever setting up a killing formation. As each formation was about to be deployed, under a single gesture from Yunluo Dati, numerous ferocious cultivators from outside the realm rushed forward to prevent its formation. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon Yunluo Dati and Hang Shanzi, who were battling 5 third-stage experts whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage void profound realm, only half a step away from the late stage. Facing these 5 third-stage experts, he still held the advantage, yet he was temporarily being held back. None of the third-stage experts bothered Wang Lin or prevented Nan Yanzi from repairing the wide boundary Great Formation. Following his gaze, a murderous glint flashed in Hang Shanzi's eyes, and he waved his sleeve. A swirling red cloud immediately enveloped the 5 third-stage experts struggling against him. Then he charged straight towards Yunluo Dati. Hang Semzi suddenly acted, ignoring the 5 third-stage masters, quickly breaking through the starry sky and appearing outside the Wind Realm Great Formation. Intending to rush towards Yunluo Dati, the cultivators beside Yunluo Dati all changed their expressions and began to act. Only Yunluo Dati remained calm, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Yunluo Dati was arrogant and proud, looking at the cultivators within the realm. Except for 3 people, no one else could catch her eye. Not even Hang Semzi. She was waiting for Hang Semzi or Nan Yanzi to arrive. As Hang Semzi approached, the Wind Realm Great Formation rumbled. Streams of icy air rushed out, engulfing the realm. Under this icy air, the 9 cultivation stars frozen in the primordial star realm suddenly trembled, a smile appearing in the corners of their mouths as they stepped forward. What was moving wasn't the pupil's body, but the enormous block of ice. The ice block trembled violently, then vanished without a trace. Just as it disappeared, it suddenly reappeared outside the Wind Boundary Formation, hurtling straight into the rift. Hang Semzi was about to attack Yunluo Dati when suddenly, a chilling aura surged from within the rift, causing the entire formation to shake violently. The enormous ice block directly shattered the Wind Boundary Formation, creating a massive hole and entering the inner realm. Upon entering, it instantly shattered into countless fragments, creating an unimaginable whirlwind of icy coldness that rushed towards the 30,000 cultivators within the realm. At the same time, the pupil within the shattered ice block revealed a ferocious look, approaching Hang Semzi step by step. "You and I will fight again. Bring out your true form." "I don't want to fight a mere clone," the icy voice rang out as the pupil closed in on Hang Semzi. Hang Semzi's expression was extremely serious, but he didn't speak. Instead, he stepped back, directly appearing within the whirlwind blowing towards the Cloud Sea cultivators, and with a wave of his sleeve, instantly dispersed the whirlwind. The moment the whirlwind was dispersed, Hang Semzi's expression suddenly changed drastically. A red shadow appeared within the whirlwind. This red shadow twisted and turned, instantly appearing less than 10 meters away from Hang Semzi, and with unbelievable speed, directly collided with him. With a soft laugh, the red shadow transformed into a woman in red. Unexpectedly, this woman was one of the immortal consorts, who had used 3 drops of her lifeblood to transform into the 3-headed demonic figure. Hang Semzi's face turned pale, and he recoiled several steps. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on his chest. This bloodstain resembled a demonic head, ferociously spreading outwards. Hong Samzi stared intently at the woman in red with icy eyes. The icy storm that Hong Samzi had shattered hadn't completely dissipated because of the appearance of this woman in red. Its residual force, moving at an extremely fast speed, directly swept towards the Cloud Sea cultivators. As the storm swept through, deafening cracking sounds echoed. The bodies of all the Cloud Sea cultivators instantly became covered in frost, freezing and shattering in an instant. Nearly 10,000 cultivators perished simultaneously. The deaths of nearly 10,000 cultivators terrified the Cloud Sea cultivators. Facing this imminent and seemingly simple death, their glory was shaken. Furthermore, a single sentence from this woman in red caused their already wavering glory to crumble like the sky falling. That Yanluo girl had already foreseen everything. This time, the battle was to kill you, and Nanyunzi, the icy gaze predicted that you would stop the icy storm to save the ants of Yunhai. Yanluo also predicted that in this critical moment, you wouldn't be able to see me hiding inside. So I would deliver a fatal blow. This statement caused the eyes of the Yunhai cultivators to show despair. All their actions were part of the enemy's plan. What was their glory worth? Even Hong Samzi fell into the trap. So what could they use to maintain their glory? What could they use to continue fighting? As this glory crumbled, the mocking look in Yanluo's eyes deepened, and he raised his hand to command. Under this order, the cultivators from outside the realm launched a decisive battle. Countless cultivators from outside the realm grinned and charged forward, slaughtering the Yunhai cultivators who had lost their glory. A tragic death. Amidst the laughter of the woman in red, she ignored Hong Samzi and went straight to Nanyunzi, whose expression was grim as he repaired the Great Wine Boundary Formation. Seeing her approaching, Nanyunzi sighed, abandoned his repairs, and turned to confront this immortal empress along with Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. Her icy eyes and cold expression gave Hong Samzi no chance to heal. Like an unmelting block of ancient ice, she flew straight towards Hong Samzi, joining forces with the 5 third-stage masters to attack him. This reversal shook the starry sky in the Cloud Sea. Without reinforcements, this place would surely be defeated. The Third Army of the Outer Realm Ancient Star Spirits, more than 10 tribes comprising 60,000 cultivators, lined up and charged straight towards the Great Wine Boundary Formation. Wang Lin watched everything, silently retreating. As he retreated towards the Cloud Sea monks, his eyes revealed an overwhelming fighting spirit, and amidst the despair of these Cloud Sea monks, he let out an earth-shattering roar. A single sentence, though its sound reverberated through the heavens and shook the starry sky, could not restore the fallen glory, nor could it revive the desperate yearning for life. Under the onslaught of the cultivators from the outer realms, the Cloud Sea cultivators were reduced to less than 10,000, still dying and retreating. One after another retreated. Like a receding tide, disintegrating with a thunderous roar. Despair was evident in the eyes of all the Cloud Sea cultivators. Looking at the Outer Realm cultivators, who outnumbered them many times over, seemingly endless, they no longer had the courage to continue fighting. The more they retreated, the more ferocity the Outer Realms displayed. Mad laughter echoed in all directions, reaching the ears of all the Cloud Sea cultivators. But they kept retreating. Very few people weren't afraid of death. They were terrified. Cloud Sea was already beyond saving. Fighting to the death here was not as good as preserving their lives. This great battle wasn't over yet. Even if they lost this battle, if they went to other star domains, they would still have a chance to fight again. All sorts of thoughts flashed through the minds of each Cloud Sea cultivator. Because they had found all sorts of reasons to retreat, their speed of retreat increased even more. Hong Samzi didn't retreat at all. He was fighting to the death with 6 third-stage masters, and he understood that he absolutely could not retreat. Those cultivators were afraid of death, and retreating was something he couldn't stop. But he was a master of the inner realm. If he retreated, this battle would be a complete failure. This battle was a defeat, a devastating blow to the unprepared inner realm, leaving them without the strength to fight again. Nanyunzi did not retreat. Though a man of few words, he was deeply righteous. Feng Zun had shown him great kindness years ago, and he had to repay it. The inner realm was his home, and he had to protect it. As a master of the inner realm, he had no reason to back down. In the midst of the silence, Nanyunzi's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. While nearly 10,000 Cloud Sea cultivators retreated, the Outer Realm cultivators charged forward like a pack of wolves attacking a flock of sheep, slaughtering them relentlessly. Amidst the mournful screams, these nearly 10,000 cultivators lost all their glory. Thousands perished. Only one person did not retreat. That was Wang Lin. He didn't utter a word, but raised his head, his eyes filled with determination, and strode straight towards the group of cultivators from the outer realm who were chasing the retreating Cloud Sea cultivators. Each step echoed with a thunderous roar. In an instant, Wang Lin arrived, swung his right hand, and thunder erupted. A gigantic thunder diagram immediately appeared in the starry sky. As soon as this thunder diagram appeared, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pulled towards the starry sky. Ancient Thunder Realm, open. The starry sky rumbled, and within the thunder diagram, a huge crack opened, and a chaotic aura rushed out. A roar of an ancient thunder dragon directly resounded, and several ancient thunder dragons emerged from the crack, merging into the thunder diagram. Opening their mouths, endless lightning bolts roared down. Each lightning bolt was about 10 meters in diameter, and after Wang Lin unleashed all his thunder essence, they furiously struck. A whirlwind of fire suddenly appeared, transforming into a massive vortex, within which a vermilion bird danced. Its sharp cries echoing as it hurtled straight towards the cultivators from the outer realm. A deafening roar resounded, the immense explosion shaking the starry sky. The power of one person halted the pursuing army from the outer realm. The power of one person brought the entire army to a standstill. This scene, even from afar, was enough to shock all the cultivators. The starry sky was split into, on one side were thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators retreating in despair. On the other side was the tens of thousands of cultivators from the outer realm. In the center was Wang Lin. In the center of this starry sky, lightning roared, and around Wang Lin's body, 9 colored flames spun rapidly. Wang Lin stood with his back to the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators, facing the countless cultivators in front of him, his expression calm, coldly staring back. He alone intimidated the entire foreign army, preventing them from advancing even a single step. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted from the foreign army as they charged forward in a desperate attack. Wang Lin said nothing, raising his right hand, and the blood sword appeared, gripping it tightly. He swung his right hand, staring intently ahead, and advanced step by step, thunder rumbling and a whirlwind of fire swirling around his body. As the foreign cultivators approached, over 1,000 were instantly consumed by the illusory flames, screaming in agony as they retreated. Nearly another 1,000 were struck by lightning, their bodies shattering. But these cultivators were truly too numerous, and many of them possessed great divine abilities. Wang Lin hadn't even reached the 3rd stage yet. Even if he did reach the 3rd stage, facing over 100,000 cultivators, he would be powerless. A whirlwind, formed from the combined divine abilities of the cultivators from the outer realm, rushed straight towards Wang Lin. This was a battle to the death. Wang Lin roared to the heavens, not retreating a single step, but relentlessly slashing forward. He spat out fresh blood, his white clothes stained red. His eyes were filled with blood, his face showed extreme exhaustion. His elemental power was beginning to run out. His ancient god power seemed insufficient, and his body was becoming increasingly injured. The wounds seemed to have spread all over his body. But dying at the hands of these cultivators from the outer realm was an unpredictable outcome, and Wang Lin didn't dwell on it. At this moment, he knew only one thing. He couldn't find a reason to leave with peace of mind the responsibility of the Wind Venerable, the hidden affairs of the inner world. His homeland, where he grew up, all of these things prevented him from retreating. His eyes blazed red, making the world before Wang Lin also turn blood red. In this relentless slaughter, before the power of one person halting the advance of a great army, among the Cloud Sea cultivators behind Wang Lin, one person stopped. He was a young man who had only reached the early stage of the Nirvana realm. He had been fortunate enough not to die in the battle just now. He turned around, staring blankly behind Wang Lin in the distance, looking at Wang Lin's back, looking at the countless cultivators in front who seemed to be blocked by 2 giant arms. What do we cultivators have to lose by fighting a battle? As this young man whispered, the fallen glory seemed to show signs of awakening. Another Cloud Sea cultivator stopped, no longer fleeing, but silently turned around, staring in astonishment at Wang Lin's back. Gradually, the fighting spirit in his eyes awakened. His eyes turned red, and a madness erupted from the depths of his heart. What do we cultivators have to lose by not fighting? Many Cloud Sea cultivators stopped fleeing and turned back to look at Wang Lin. Each whispered word in that moment revealed an indescribable flavor, a flavor that could make a person's blood boil. What do we cultivators have to lose by not fighting? What do we cultivators have to lose by not fighting? The Cloud Sea cultivators stopped, and finally, thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators who had been fleeing like dogs in a funeral all stopped, looking at Wang Lin. In their eyes, the words Wang Lin had just shouted echoed clearly in their ears. The words that had just reached their ears had no effect whatsoever, failing to stir their spirits or stir any emotion. But at this moment, Wang Lin used his actions to show all these Cloud Sea cultivators what they were, and why not fight a battle? Their Cloud Sea glory had crumbled, but Wang Lin had given them a new glory, a glory in battle. To fight for their Cloud Sea homeland, to fight for everything they wanted to protect. At this very moment, the colossal heaven-opening axe within the Wind Realm Great Formation descended once again. With a thunderous roar, 5,000 cultivators from the outer realm shattered and perished. At this same moment, Wang Lin raised his head and stared intently at the heaven-opening axe. In the eyes of the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators behind him, Wang Lin charged forward. "Wind Venerable, help me!" Wang Lin's shout echoed, directly penetrating the Wind Boundary Great Formation, reaching the jade pendant within the gentle light that was trapping the Heavenly Punishment Palace's master. Within the jade pendant, the Wind Venerable's consciousness, as if unleashing a final surge of life force, spread boundlessly. That gentle light directly merged into the entire Wind Boundary Great Formation, and along with the Wind Boundary Great Formation, directly entered the heaven-opening axe that had just descended and was slowing down. Enveloped by this merging light, the colossal heaven-opening axe trembled violently. From within, a terrifying struggle seemed to emanate, resisting the gentle light. But as the light continued to powerfully penetrate, amidst the resounding roars that echoed throughout the starry sky, the colossal heaven-opening axe stopped in midair, and waves of ancient god aura rapidly diffused from within. The Wind Realm Opening Heaven Formation. I invite my successor to use it. An aged voice emanated from within the Wind Realm Grand Formation, reaching the ears of all the cultivators. Namyanzi's eyes showed a sorrowful expression. He could never forget this voice. The woman in red fighting him also changed color, a rare look of apprehension appearing in her eyes, the scenes from that year flooding back into her mind. Hang Sanxi's expression was calm, but upon hearing this voice, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be recalling the time when he and the stubborn Wind Venerable had loudly debated the Tao. The other party's obstinacy had greatly annoyed him, yet the Wind Venerable always just smiled, shook his head, and remained silent. The cold-robed boy also heard this voice, a look of fear appearing in his eyes. The person he feared most in his life was not the Grand Venerable of the Outer Realm, nor the immortal concubine, but this Wind Venerable. Under this ancient voice, the heaven-opening axe ceased its struggles, rapidly shrinking until it was less than a few meters in size, but the ancient god aura emanating from it surged exponentially. Wang Lin leapt up, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, grasped the heaven-opening axe. This was an ancient artifact, the most powerful weapon of the royal family, the heaven-opening axe. The moment he grasped the axe, the ancient god's essence point on Wang Lin's forehead spun rapidly, and an aura comparable to the one he felt when receiving the ancient Tao inheritance quickly erupted from him. For countless years, since it merged into the Great Wind Boundary Formation, Wang Lin was the first person to wield this ancient god's heaven-opening axe. After grasping the heaven-opening axe, an immeasurable surge of ancient divine power from Wang Lin's right hand frantically entered his body, rushing straight to his forehead and flowing into the 8th star point, which was still just a vortex not yet fully formed. This earth-shattering surge of ancient divine power caused Wang Lin's 8th star point vortex to instantly expand, beginning to absorb frantically. What do we cultivators have to lose by fighting a battle? Wang Lin's roar was like thunder. As his voice echoed, thousands of cultivators behind him all went completely berserk. What do we cultivators have to lose by fighting a battle? This wasn't just Wang Lin's voice. Thousands of cultivators were shouting in unison. At this moment, they forgot about life and death, forgot everything else. All they had was overwhelming fighting spirit. Wang Lin stood in the starry sky, above tens of thousands of people. He turned his head to look at the thousands of cultivators behind him, their blood boiling with fervor. "Do you want to fight to the death with me?" This statement stirred up a whirlwind that echoed in the ears of those thousands of cultivators, causing them to let out an earth-shattering roar. This sound reached the ears of countless cultivators from outside the realm, causing their hearts to tremble, their eyes filled with immense fear as they looked at Wang Lin. Perhaps this gaze was the same as the gaze their ancestors had given to another person long ago, during the Second Great War of the Wind Realm. Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning as he glanced towards Immortality, who was protected by countless cultivators in the distance, his eyes blazing with overwhelming killing intent. What Hang Semzi was prevented from doing, he now wanted to do. Under the gaze of thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators behind him, and amidst the fear of over 100,000 cultivators from the outer realms in front, Wang Lin, with overwhelming killing intent, advanced step by step. Kill! Wang Lin looked up to the sky and roared. This earth-shattering sound was the roar of an ancient god. Under this roar, the starry sky trembled, and an unimaginable aura erupted from Wang Lin, merging into this roar. Under this roar, many cultivators from the outer realms in front had their faces drastically changed, and they all retreated. A shock from the depths of their hearts filled them with endless fear. It seemed that at this moment, Wang Lin, holding the heaven-opening axe in his hand, was invincible. A heaven-shattering battle intent emanated from his body, and all those who tried to stop him crumbled under this battle intent. Following Wang Lin were thousands of frenzied cultivators. They had acted. Thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators charged forward like madmen. They were fighting to the death. Cloud Sea cultivators would die in battle, but they would never flee. This was a determination, a will, a glory. The glory of dying on the battlefield. This glory spread throughout the entire inner realm, penetrating deep into the hearts of every cultivator in the inner realm, igniting a war flame. Thus, in this great battle where the two sides were vastly unequal, a chance of victory had appeared. This battle, whose duration was unknown, had only just begun. In this final battle, if the inner realm were to lose, there would be no cultivators left in the inner realm after the battle. This was truly a battle to the death. On the distant, cold mountain peak, the signal fires on the border had gone out, and the burial was left unmourned. Wang Lin charged forward, leaping into the midst of the invading cultivators from the outer realm, like a sharp sword thrusting, charging madly ahead. The heaven-opening axe in his right hand was not wielded, but merely held aloft. Just this aura of killing intent was enough to make those in front dare not obstruct him even a single step. Yan Luodati's expression changed rapidly. She stared at Wang Lin in the distance, raising her hand and pointing forward. Under this command, the retreating cultivators from the outer realm immediately charged forward ferociously, as if only this ferocious appearance could conceal the fear in their hearts. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, relentlessly charging forward, a whirlwind swirling around him. No one could stop him. No one dared to stop him. Kill! The charging cultivators scattered instantly, their fear overwhelming their outward ferocity. Hang Simzi and Nan Yanzi appeared simultaneously, preventing any third-step masters from leaving. However, the cold-robed boy fighting Hang Simzi possessed profound cultivation, and Hang Simzi had already been ambushed by Shan Fei, leaving him injured. Furthermore, he was fighting against numerous third-step masters, so his current strength was insufficient to hold everyone back. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor was the first to leave the battle with Hang Semzi, carrying a wave of killing intent, his entire body enveloped in black flames, charging straight towards Wang Lin. As he advanced, the Fire Sparrow clan's emblem on his forehead flashed, transforming into a massive black firebird with a thunderous roar. This enormous firebird enveloped the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's body, radiating immense power and a rainbow-like aura. This Fire Sparrow clan patriarch pierced through layers of cultivators' armies, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Little bastard, so what if you have that hammer? Let's see how I kill you. His speed was incredibly fast, instantly reaching within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin. From afar, the black firebird blazed fiercely, waves of heat radiating onto Wang Lin's face as the distance narrowed. Wang Lin's eyes turned red. As he advanced rapidly, he stared intently at the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, saying nothing, but forcefully raised the heaven-opening axe in his right hand. The star points on his forehead spun rapidly, and waves of ancient divine power surged through his entire body. As soon as the heaven-opening axe was raised, it immediately slashed down towards the charging Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. Anyone who stands in my way will die. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lin leapt up, the heaven-opening axe hurtling downwards, a gigantic axe shadow appearing before him. This massive axe, seemingly comparable to the soul of the previous wind formation, roared out, directly slashing down towards the black firebird. This axe strike was earth-shattering. attracting everyone's attention. Even Hong Sanzi and Nan Yanzi, who were battling numerous experts, glanced over. Not to mention the many cultivators from outside the realm who were now invading the inner realm. In their fear, they all looked back, their eyes revealing a glimmer of hope, hoping that the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor could kill Wang Lin, that Wang Lin would die before their eyes. Only then could the fear that filled the hearts of these cultivators from outside the realm be dispelled. The 3,000 Cloud Sea cultivators behind Wang Lin, who were charging forward desperately, also looked up. Their expressions were excited. They were not afraid of death. If Wang Lin were to be abstracted by the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, or if those two were to engage in a fierce battle, it would severely impact the surging momentum of these Cloud Sea cultivators, creating an unstoppable force. Wang Lin, filled with killing intent, slashed down, his gigantic axe-like shadow instantly colliding with the black firebird. The flames engulfed the firebird's entire body, spreading outwards with immense force, attempting to resist the heaven-opening axe. But this axe was called the heaven-opening axe. With a deafening roar, the spreading flames crumbled, offering no resistance whatsoever, pierced through by the gigantic shadow-like shadow, and struck directly at the firebird's body. The thunderous roar shook the starry sky in that instant. Everyone clearly saw what happened next, a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The arrogance of the Cloud Sea monk. The eternal nightmare of any invading cultivators from outside the cultivation world. The axe didn't stop, but with a fierce roar, it slashed at the body of the firebird. An extremely agonizing scream echoed in the minds of all the cultivators, emanating from within the firebird's body. The black firebird's body was suddenly pierced through by the heaven-opening axe, instantly shattering into two, revealing the pale-faced, panicked ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan inside the bird's body. He watched helplessly as the axe, with an irresistible force, descended upon him. He seemed to have lost all strength to retaliate, allowing the heaven-opening axe to directly strike his forehead. A resounding roar echoed, and a frenzied destructive force surged into the ancestor's forehead. Blood immediately gushed from his forehead, leaving a blood red mark. This trail of blood continued to stretch, eventually tearing apart rapidly to both sides, carrying with it flesh and blood, shattering his clan mark, revealing the skull beneath the forehead of this Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. His skull cracked open again, a fissure appearing directly, rapidly splitting apart to both sides, instantly revealing the white brain beneath. The axe flashed and directly plunged into the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's brain within the newly cracked skull, suddenly piercing through it, like slicing through a block of tofu, splitting it in two. At the same time, this axe fiercely struck down, splitting the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's head in two. With a cracking sound, under this axe, the neck and chest of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor gushed with fresh blood, completely pierced through by the axe, directly slicing him in two. His primordial spirit couldn't escape either. Along with his body, it was split in two, directly annihilated and vanished into thin air. All of this sounds long in description, but in reality, it happened in an instant. In an instant. Killing a third-stage expert in an instant. After this single blow, the starry sky suddenly fell silent. The invading cultivators stared blankly at the firebird that had vanished, and the severed body of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, completely frozen in place. They couldn't believe it, and dared not believe it. At this moment, no one could stop Wang Lin. His entire body pierced through the severed body of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, carrying overwhelming killing intent, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Yanluo Dabai, whose face was pale with terror, and he charged forward frantically. All the cultivators from outside the sect in front seemed to react only now. Amidst ear-piercing screams of panic, all the cultivators in front of Wang Lin simultaneously retreated. Even the cultivators beside Yanluo Dati's face turned pale, involuntarily retreating. In their eyes, Wang Lin was like a demon from the underworld, carrying overwhelming killing intent, wanting to destroy all living beings. Even Yanluo Dati's own face recoiled in panic, the fear in her eyes far more intense than that of those beside her. She looked at Wang Lin 1,000 feet ahead, the scene she had envisioned flashing before her eyes. The figure in that scene, everything that terrified her, seemed to be happening to her. Glory to the Wine Venerable! Glory to the Wine Venerable! The excited shouts from the thousands of cultivators grew louder and louder, finally transforming into a sound that seemed to echo eternally in the starry sky. Glory to the Wine Venerable! Kunko the Noi! Kayla MT Lung Hao Ki, MTSS by Trang Ma Kine Gi Tao Ngan Vien Ling Kianen. Vien Tan Tu SSGG Ingoi XM LSN Theater Chak Vbang Lim Hin Lut Hung SD Louis Lay Fia So. TCZGCA Vbang Lam GJTCCCHN CCTBGC Content King Miam Bang Mi BGCH Shing Hunakan Si Tin King Run Ray Bang Lenting SM Kin Thien. It la kai Thien Phage via Gigo Chit Lati EGATGCTIC Trong Tavi Bang Lim Lay MDH Tryon Ranung Ting Gao Thet. Ting Gao Thet Ne Mang Theo Sadam Mang Theo MTSS Quai Tam Ging Kyun Hon Town Lim SPPG Chin YCATU SSGG Ngoi. Trenchin ne MGI via BTHU, KMGI La Tren Hen HU Chun. Nhang Chitren Hen Muman ne GG Ingoi Gichit MTTU SSBGC the Ba. Hen Kang Fi La Ba Gita Dung Da Hoen Hen H Gigo Chit. Kung Kang Fi La Ba Chi Siang Gai BGC the Ba Hen Sam TCAGG Nui Hen Chit. Malaba Vibung Lam, Vong Ten CAGG Nui. Terchak MTTU SSGG Ngoi. Dung MT Fang Thick CCCK Rung Yong Tam Thine. Huing Chin Chin. Quang Minli LCC Dung NT Boy Chat GT. Kang Kon Fang Thick Now Ko the Lam Tan Ranium Tin Ca Dan Chen GG Ngoi Han La Fang Thick Nay. Vibang Lam Dung Luk Yung Ca MT Gi Lam GGC Gim Nay. Kitch Fat Niam Tin Ca GG Nui Val Fong Tun. Chin Thick Di Drang Dan Trong Trenchin Hu Chan Nay. Kung Lo INT Ling Kem Gigo Nay. 3 HEOT Chit Sai Kung Ken Ko Ji Hang Noi. Shala Gigo MT Tun NBCC Mathai. Nhang LSC ne kai chit ca lati EGA TGCTIC lay hon tone B ektihen. K la chin king hein hatch, cam gigo MTG tend CAG fang tron chen tran. K lion sang viet lan gia LSC TUSS van hiten viek hang ti thong theme trong. GVN TUSSGG ngai BTHU in long lui BGC. And MT non vibang lam LS VF hung SD vakianen. Kang Chiko Ban H, Inge Sian MT Hinti MCC Hen Y Vatian Fa Kang Lo Sang, Hen Lut Non Lay. Ting QG Dai Ca Hen Semti LSE Navang Lan Kin Thian Yang Yua. Fong Tun Kamshit TUSSBGC the Ba CAGG Ngoi, Quoc Chin Ne Chung Ta Kang the GGC. Trong Ting QG, Hen Samti Vang Te Olan Hen Quang Trong Si the Lo Lan Lao Thung Ti Hen Y Hen Ti, They Con Chat Cha TUSSBGC the Ba Ne CAGG Ngoi. Nombinti LSC ne kan QG Vang, Ingen Cien Tian Phi Kia, BTHU Chin HU. Jing na Kankon AI Ko the Ingen Cien Vibang Lam. Vibang Lam Siam Kai Thien Fach MT Huan Kang Eng Lao Ti. Cam TU SSGG Ngoi Kang Eng Lu Lay Fia San Hang Kang Cien Ni TCCGCA Hen. T Sha Non Lay, Hen Jung na MT Than Kim SCC Ben Cam Thang Val Bang CAG Quan TU SSGG Ngoi, the Nachik Tre Lao via Theater Chak. Ting Miam Van Quan Quin Cha Tan Lay Ni Lan. SCC MT Van LCC GT Vn Kung Tai Not. Theo Tiem Thick Lu Lay Fia So. Tay Phi BT Quoit Muan Tin Ra MT Huing Sin Si. Ban Tay Phi Hoa Than Tan FN. Non Chong Bien Quoit. Ingan Hen Lay. Van LCC GT Via Lu Lay Via Lane Hu Trong Tren Hen Ne Fat Ra Ting Noi Ka VT. Ting Noi Ne LS Viev Hung SD Vn Kung. Then Vn SD Hai Maji LCC C Sai. Archd Niu TUSSBGC the Bahan VVI Hen Sam T Huba Hen Gan Cien. Nhang Hen Y Hen T Kia Ko Thine Thing Tang Xang. Tay Phi Vung Lan Lien Ko MT Min Ki Bang Hen Miam Tran Ra. Troc Tip Lantinam Chiu Thong Non. Hen Vang Hen Ra Ki Thine Thing Ca Hen Sam T. Gigo Fong Tan. Hen Y Hen T Ki GM N MT Tin Kin Thien. Hoa Thanchin Yang Miam Lan Ra. Hen LSE Na G Non Thi Tam Thine Si Den GG Ngoi Hang Chin Yang. Basianch Tang Vieri Lam Tan Ra Long Henshin, Nisan Y Niam SD High. Lui Chian Ne La Chian Tri Amayang Trong Ji Chin, Quite Kang the G Tip TIC Kio Dai. Niu that SS Navi Thivi Bang Lam Hen Thang Vo Trong Ji Quan, Gigo Chitvin LCC GT, Tran Chin Ne Gigi and Goicho D Think the Tran Thuk Ti Kang La GB. Chian Ne Han Thi Gigi Quite Arch Ti Diab Dang, Chisia Nang Gigo Chit Vi Bang Lam and Chala Zong. Hen Kangsha Hen Vang Nam Chiu Thong Non Ramakon Hen Vang Wa MTTUSSBGC the Bati Trong JT Quan the Hai Kang Chi TK. K La MTG Hen TB Sich LCCTICCAGG and Goi. Hen La MT Logic NCC Lambo. LSE Ne Sakiba Hen Vang Radhanalian Nong Lan. La Vang Via Fia Vibang Lam. TCCGC Nam Chiu Thong Non Kia VIT Shalaja MCC Lambo. Trong na mt kiba han vang ralian hoathan mt heo hcc mang, mang theo sat niam and shenkiam, lol thang tv bang lam, gig fat navy bang lam hang lao sai trong ji quan. Nung k theatre chak king cup tran, HAGA trong si the lian theo jt, then the SPPG trong ting q theme fit. Kung cash gia vibang lam vivin LCCGT kan conti en chiam taram trong. Bin taram trong, ba taram trong, hi taram trong. Engay LSE kung cash ja hi taram trong thanam chiu thong non biakti eng hien rafia sao vibang lam. LSE Navy of MT Hinam Turg, non chum chum bao vibang lam, te Fiji landlian ko koi GC en chiam maubin o ra. Koi GC en chiam maune chin la GCTBN emang sianon chiu thong non. Du hin thirthap line ho CVN en chiam, Turk then bo via TBFTH hen, GG sin VVI GC kang CAG Juan thong non. Vibang lam tiu BY. Kwak chin na fi KNT thuk thai? And MT nam chiu thong non lulin hin kwang, via CCTBG cilian vung te fi chap via theater chak MT kai. Kung cash cia hen TV bang lim hunter im trong, LSE na MT tro hen rallian kine koi GC en chiam mau fat ra tinga that kin thian. Tifia sao BCC fat lao ti. Tisha non lejing no nchiam voi rainiang lo thang vo trong tin kang vien ton. Trong ting miam vang vin cap tin kang, empty tro sien on chia thong non head rakine nchiam voi rainiang fong VTVF theater chak, AP sat vibang lam. Ingay trong na mt na, vibang lam hang fong tilian zoe viet lay, hi mtg being, set key trend ang p. Gig fat na AI ingin sien hen lian gigo keiko. MT Haine Kang the Dung Lay Nia Game. Trong Na MT Ki Vibang Lam Zoe Gile, Tin Gim Tren Mi Tam Zoe Chayan, Thien Hong Lay Miam Bin O Ra. Trong Na MT Ki Na Hyan Ra, Theater Jack Gi Vibang Lam Lian Jate Nyan Zoot Hyan G Gai GC Dutch. GC Vibang Lam Kung Ko. Gigo Ingui Ba Gait Laji. Tay Tri Vibang Lam Vang Via Theater Jack. Bagai GC Dutch Lao Thang Via Via En Chiam Voi Rainiang. Trong kong kiki GC Dutch zid hyen, hinti trong hi mt nom chiu thong non karat lay. Gis ECAG huan thong non. Niu ji huan thong non thi triumph thai gi ne keng hi ti sel le ko vieti ne. Condam zoot ra. Non chiu thong non QG LAN, CCTBG theo set en chiam voi rain yang ti gian vibang lam, kung kas keng ti en chiam magi trong. Hung LSE na thabagay GC Dutch Kielian Viesham VVI en chiam voi rainiang hangao fet lao ti, miam ench tung. Trong na MT ki bagay GC Dutch TGN, Chenglian ench tung, Vieti ing hoathen MT bayan en GC GT belfach tradijate. Bayan GC na jing na age amaking fi ajo. Ben o ralian jing na MT bante kyun LS trok tip vian val en chiam voi rainiang kia, GCT trong ko ging kyun tran ra. Trong ni entilian dung nhp vo trong en chiam kai voi niang. Ki en chiam mau kia hon ton la du koi gcng ti lay ben trong dien sha gct kin thien. Nhang gig fat nay, trong tich tic ki bayan gc sham vo, gct ben trong ko dgiang na the mdn hun hn cnn newt, dung hup. MT voi niang du koi gc defend lpptic tan, but bayan gc hip thir trong nay mt. Kang ji chonong chiu thong non cup fin ning ti trong hung st, lako hai voi rainiang miam sppg. K kang fi la jis ecag huan thong non. SEC mt non chiu thong non ji bin. Hin cggi lambin vvigc. D vvigct trong thien yu hayo arch d arki. Nhang LSE na bayan gc du bagay gc dutch cav bang lam hoathen le la the gct hin chatting, gnp bao gig. GC na arch di jing the GC trend gi huan thong non mahan hyan hang lako mt lu ben hoa ku du biekti hen. Kain chonom chiu thong non vieri mgi kang fat hyan ra. Chatrong na mt ki the GC na BCC fat ra luk the hen mgi hing stcm non ggc. Het thai mgi chayan noitha dinavin hang trong thuk ti chadayan ra trong na mt. Voi ray niang du koi GC the then SPPG, but bayan GC kia hip thir. Sung alen eng pi trigi tram lantin kan, lo tinam chiu thong non. Kung cash song fin qua jian, kan kon meti chak trong, du vi bayan gc kia hen thang ti, di la nam chiu thong non kung king the tran ggc hon tone. Ngay khi hình bin SCC, hang lui lay, then the LPPTIC MDH, DGing no SPP bin MTT the Bayan GC kia miam van tram land gihen. MT ting q theme fit vang lanti trong Bayan GC. Then the MDHC non chia thong non LPPTIC ba BFC rao, da thao tone them fui rie. Nung tran koi GC king ang BCC lanti than the hen. An empty hen LSSS hing SD kan cash now hun dung ni, ging kyun luale fia sao, muan gie dathot rauki bayan GC ne. K la the GCG. Cho di la ji huang thong non kang tia ji kang, the lion ra GGC lui GC ne. Thine SCC noun chia thong non the lang, trong ne anti ki luale fia sao hai chin kanging behoatan than mao, engay si xang CCT kong natvin. Nung ting q theme thichin yang tam thine trine captain kane. Kui kan ho thanting CSUCU kan thien. Siu ta. Nigi DGIC non chiu thong non hon ton tiu tan. Hai taimuan ji lan hang kung ho than mao rijung. Ngay si nigi trans sia hen LSine kung ji ba ho tan, ba bayan GC gao that qn sai. Chico ting q theme fit sia hen la con vang vin. TTC NGI chayan KNT thuk. Bayan GCQ interk laban CAN vbung lam. HN fetch ca nam chiu thong non kang bit sin chit kia jiba vbang lam thur vau trong thien hong lay. Chit con lay ting kia the lang ca hin la vien hang vang vin, quan quin trong tam thine ca hun gvn tuss, ho than tsd hi tccz hn trong nt bun h. It la laja mcc o lam kia lpptic hun sd dung bgc. Trong ne anti ki vbung lam ki hu lay, tren laja tot md hi alayan ggm jue, non chang lu lay fia sao. Vbung lam turg mcc, te tri vung lan. Sao gai gc dach con later chak gi hen lien hon tong dung hp vau trong bayan gc kia, vien quan na hen, han then mt dong zoe kun, alas. Biakti chik fi sp dong bo vieti ne, vbung lam gi gm na, te tri hong via fia bia turgi gim mt cha. Trong ting miam vang, dong zoe du bayan gc han then na jate nyan len via tim hong. Vbung lam lay chap vau h king mt tro. Ti trong kaking jian, vien aspi vin the di tan ging kyun la ra. Bayan gc kung tit, vin the kung ggc, ls eater chak vbung lam kang dung. K chin la quan by sat the trong kung chin siehen. Gg ingoi hai nyan la con niu dd lek. New kang nchmggg thigi muchit the mtk thi trine ra archdi cocaine kang fed hi ggc tong bien I luck jibangan sian lay. LSE na di kang fithi gim tit and hang vbung lam kang the tip tic cha genia. Ma human the kia sao ki nut cnn lcc mao vang trong tran chin na vbung lam niu lane muangi ran hang huin long, mtt sai tone bien fin ning. Bayan gc ang petergi tran ra, vin pagath at via cap ni. Vbung lam cm trong te kai thien phage, lo thang via fia van lcc gt scc mtg tring bcg, te fiji lan, trong ting yi gm van, ki con kashtaram trong lian kamjung. Kam. The axe blade flashed in the starry sky, seemingly splitting space in two. A deafening roar erupted, completely overwhelming the surrounding sounds and shaking the hearts of countless invading cultivators from the outer realm. It seemed that at this moment, all existence in the starry sky, all movement, was drawn to this heaven-opening axe. It was as if the starry sky had vanished, leaving only a colossal axe shadow in the hazy void. Many cultivators in front of Yanluo, who hadn't yet retreated, were terrified. Before them, the axe blade, encompassing the boundless starry sky, slammed down. The cultivator standing at the front was a middle-aged man from the outer realm, dressed in black. He only managed to raise his hands to block, his hands still forming a hand seal, instinctively trying to resist. But the axe blade flashed and directly pierced his body. A streak of blood appeared on the forehead of this middle-aged man, extending down his entire body. His outer clothing, starting from his chest, emitted a series of ear-piercing tearing sounds, revealing a gaping hole. His face was filled with terror, and fresh blood gushed from the hole. Behind this middle-aged man were dozens of cultivators, seemingly paralyzed by a paralyzing spell. In an instant, as the axe flashed, their bodies trembled and froze in midair. The axe blade flashed, instantly severing their bodies. The speed of the axe was unimaginable. Before the screams had even subsided, the dozens of cultivators behind, hundreds, nearly 1,000 cultivators protecting Yanluo Grand Sect, only saw their vision blur before they could see anything clearly. Their bodies disintegrated amidst the roar of the axe blade. Shattered. Behind them, thousands of cultivators remained motionless, unable to move. Only when the axe blade flashed like a shooting star did a bloodstain appear on their foreheads, and they all collapsed and died. It was as if no force could stop the axe's attack, piercing through all the cultivators blocking its path. In an instant, their bodies were torn apart, and the axe's blade struck the pale-faced Grand Master Yunluo. A rare feeling of helplessness immediately overwhelmed Grand Master Yunluo. Her pupils were now replaced by the axe's shadow that enveloped the heavens and earth. It was as if the world had completely vanished, leaving only this single murderous axe. Everything happened too quickly. The axe's shadow was instantly close. Grand Master Yunluo only had time to bite the tip of her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, which transformed into a blood shield the size of her hand. This blood shield was octagonal in shape, its exterior covered with countless tiny symbols that constantly flickered. Simultaneously with its appearance, the rainbow-like blade of the heaven-opening axe slammed directly into it. A deafening tremor echoed through the starry sky, reverberating in all directions. The blood shield, like a mortal's tofu, was weak and unable to withstand the blow. The symbols on its surface quickly transformed, forming a delicate net to block the axe's attack. But amidst the thunderous roar, the fine net proved useless, shattered by the heaven-opening axe, which then struck the blood shield. The shield cracked and crumbled, the penetrating axe light carrying an aura that threatened to tear apart the starry sky, striking towards Grand Marshal Yunluo. She had absolutely no chance of resisting, the axe cutting straight through her delicate body. The talisman pierced through the body of Grand Master Yunluo, hurtling towards the starry sky, falling into the wide boundary formation, tearing a crack and causing the entire formation to tremble. Everything happened so quickly, though described in words. In reality, it occurred in an instant. As the wide boundary formation trembled, Grand Master Yunluo spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his body splitting in two. With a thud, the two halves of a cloth doll fell to opposite sides. Surprisingly, this cloth doll resembled a child's toy from the mortal world. The doll had eyes and a nose, and looked exactly like Grand Master Yunluo. It was just a clone. Wang Lin took a step, unexpectedly approaching Grand Master Yunluo, his eyes filled with frenzied killing. Intent, staring intently at the cloth doll. He swung his left hand, and immediately a fierce flame erupted, directly burning the doll. Even though it's a clone, I can still find your true self. That Yunluo great maiden had already made Wang Lin want to kill her. Almost instantly, upon realizing the opponent wasn't his true self, Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal and pointed a finger. With a loud bang, the two halves of the burning cloth doll shattered. But in the instant it shattered, two tiny threads were extracted by Wang Lin's divine power, coiling together like two moving snakes, instantly forming a vortex. Guide with the soul, open. With a low roar, the vortex formed by the two silk threads in front of Wang Lin created a black hole. The black hole spun continuously, its interior pitch black, its destination unknown. But the moment the black hole appeared, the lightning diagram in Wang Lin's eyes flashed. With the 9 streams of lightning following, the extreme realm that Wang Lin had achieved directly transformed into a red lightning bolt, rapidly shooting out from Wang Lin's right eye. At the same time, after the supreme realm appeared, the primordial essence merged into the lightning, and the lightning transformations changed repeatedly as it rushed forward. Inside the ancient star realm of the outer world, in one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the Changzun society. This place was a spatial rift in the starry sky, the very place inherited by the ancestors of Grand Master Yunluo, a sacred land passed down through generations. On an island in the heart of a clear lake, Grand Master Yunluo sat cross-legged, dressed in pure white robes, her black hair cascading down her shoulders. At this moment, her face was pale, her eyes tightly closed. The instant her clone was killed by Wang Lin, Grand Master Yunluo's body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The fresh blood transformed into blood mist, spreading out, a few drops falling onto her pure white robes, looking extremely striking. She opened her eyes, her gaze filled with terror. But suddenly her face changed, and she abruptly lifted her head. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole materialized in the sky above the small island. At the same moment this black hole appeared, an earth-shattering thunderclap resounded. A red lightning bolt, upon appearing, instantly dyed the sky blood red, and amidst the deafening roar, furiously struck the island where Grand Master Yunluo was seated. As it descended, this red lightning bolt grew increasingly massive, almost instantly transforming into a 100-foot-tall pillar of lightning. From afar, it looked like a world-destroying thunderbolt descending from the heavens, intending to annihilate the entire island. A wave of supreme power emanated from within this red lightning bolt. A deafening explosion resounded from within the lightning pillar as it struck the small island. The entire island shook violently. Following the thunder, endless flames engulfed the land, covering the entire island. From afar, the raging sea of fire engulfed the surrounding lake, causing it to dissipate into a massive cloud of steam rising into the air. Lightning bolts intertwined, causing the small island to shake violently, as if struck by a giant hammer. With a deafening roar, it shattered into pieces, completely collapsing. Countless fragments of rock flew in all directions. 3 signs of heavenly lightning descend, 4 signs of raging fire, 5 signs of the small island's disintegration. Grand Master Yunluo sat cross-legged in the center of the small island, a soft light emanating from the pavilion behind her. In this light, she spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, her face ashen, and gazed sorrowfully at the sky. The ancestral divination has become 5 signs. At this moment, the extreme realm lightning within the raging sea of fire, after the small island's collapse, rushed from all directions, striking directly at Grand Master Yunluo. The scene resembled countless blood snakes writhing, a terrifying sight. The dense lightning bolts, like snakes, quickly coiled together, roaring as if in an instant. They enveloped the gentle light surrounding Grand Master Yunluo. A deafening roar erupted as the extreme realm clashed with the gentle light. The gentle light twisted and contorted, eventually only able to surround Grand Master Yunluo's body for a few meters, flashing violently, attempting to resist the extreme realm. But this gentle light was clearly no match. After resisting for a while, it immediately collapsed, allowing the endless red lightning bolts to surge in, aiming directly at Grand Master Yunluo's true form. The moment these red lightning bolts struck, Grand Master Yunluo painfully swung her jade hand forward. A black skeleton suddenly appeared before her. This skeleton exuded an aura of ancient decay. It was the remains of her master. As soon as the skeleton appeared, the red lightning bolts all around seemed drawn to it, striking with a thunderous roar. With a resounding explosion, the remains shattered. 6th statue of the ancestral remains. 7th statue of the rebellious clan. 8th statue of the ancestral orchid. 9th statue. The voice of Grand Master Yunluo gradually faded away in the deafening explosion. In an instant, the remains of her master, having absorbed all the red lightning, collapsed, transforming into a whirlwind that swept Grand Master Yunluo away. Her body shattered completely, utterly disintegrating. Even her primordial spirit crumbled. But her soul merged into the whirlwind, and under a flash of dark light, it vanished into the heavens and earth along with the whirlwind. In the Cloud Sea Star Domain battlefield, Wang Lin held the heaven-opening axe in his hand, his gaze like lightning sweeping across the cultivators from the outer realms, a murderous glint in his eyes. The sea of poison roared, spreading across the starry sky. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts roared, moving with the sea of poison, charging towards the more than 100,000 cultivators surrounding them. Far away in the Cloud Sea Star Domain, a large number of ripples suddenly appeared. Amidst the ripples, 1, 2, 3, a total of nearly 900 cultivation stars suddenly appeared. Reinforcements from cultivators of the Luojia sect had arrived. Further away, in the pitch-black starry sky, thunderous lightning bolts suddenly appeared, piercing through the void. These lightning bolts were not just one, but countless. Reinforcements from cultivators of the Zhaohe sect had arrived. Standing among those lightning bolts were cultivators from Zhaohe. Some bolts contained only 1 person, others had more than 10, and some even had over 100. These were cultivators from Zhaohe who had never appeared in the other 3 star domains before. Their appearance now shook the starry sky. The lightning bolts emitted deafening roars, moving at incredibly high speeds that the naked eye couldn't keep up with. The cultivators' clothing resembled that of soldiers, seemingly possessing a unified uniform. From a distance, they didn't appear to be entirely alike, seemingly from different countries. But there was one extremely bizarre point. Surprisingly, the vast majority of these cultivators were female. This was extremely rare in Luojia, Yunhai, and the Alliance. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators from Zhaohe who came here, there were fewer than a few thousand male cultivators. The faces of these Zhaohe cultivators were filled with solemnity, determination, and murderous intent. Although their bodies were frail, the murderous aura emanating from these female cultivators was anything but weak. A woman in a scholar's robe stood among the Zhaohe cultivators, riding on a bolt of lightning like a dragon. Her hair fluttered, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Beside her was a middle-aged woman, silently riding on a bolt of lightning. The Luotian cultivators had arrived to provide reinforcements. Outside, the cultivation planets emerged from the ripples, surrounded by numerous Luotian cultivators. Although they came from different families, they were all united. Lu Fuzi, leading the group, had a grim expression. As he flew forward, his eyes revealed overwhelming murderous intent. With a wave of his sleeve, his broken sword flashed. At this moment, they were neither Luotia cultivators nor Zhaohe cultivators. They had only one name, cultivators from the inner realm. The appearance of the Luotia and Zhaohe cultivators caused the thousands of surviving Cloud Sea cultivators to become even more agitated. They were already fearless, and seeing these cultivators appear, their spirits were further uplifted. In contrast, the invading cultivators from the outer realm, although slightly more numerous, were now terrified. Attacked by the poisonous sea and the swarm of beasts, they let out agonizing screams and scattered in all directions, seemingly defeated. Wang Lin's low roar at this moment was like a blow that completely shattered the already wounded resistance of the outer realm cultivators. The ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan is dead. The third step expert of the Southern Zhao Immortal sect is dead. Even the Cloudfall Grand Master is dead. Next, it's your turn. Wang Lin's eyes blazed red as he swung the heaven-opening axe, the thunderous roar echoing throughout the starry sky. Nam Yunzi was battling Shan Fei when the female cultivator from Zhaohe, disguised as a scholar in a long robe, approached with lightning speed. Nam Yunzi, leave this to Zimeng, the scholar in the long robe said softly, his right hand sweeping forward, immediately joining the battle. Nam Yunzi chuckled, retreating without even glancing at Shan Fei, and instead, along with Ling Dong and Zhou Jin, jumped into the wide boundary grate formation, quickly beginning repairs. You wretched sled, why didn't your sister come? Xian Fei's pupils narrowed, and she snorted coldly. The two quickly engaged in battle, amidst deafening explosions, making it difficult to determine a winner. TT will be here soon, just wait a moment. The woman in the long robe said calmly. Hong Semzi was engaged in combat when the middle-aged woman from Zhaohe and Lu Fuzi arrived. Their joining the fight gave Hong Semzi a moment of respite, but the expression on the cold-robed young man's face also began to darken. The attacks of the cultivators from Luotia and Zhaohe caused the already scattered cultivators from the outer realm to die in droves. The agonizing screams before death echoed eternally in the starry sky. Although the majority of the cultivators from Zhaohe were female, their attacks were extremely vicious, enough to make anyone's face change color. Their strength lay in their speed. Within this starry sky, lightning bolts flashed wildly as the female cultivators of Zhaohe unleashed their most powerful attacks. As for La Tia, under the grand formation created by over 900 cultivation stars, thunderous roars echoed, and countless illusory cultivation stars filled the starry sky, falling directly towards the cultivators from outside the realm. Adding to this was the furious roar of the poisonous sea. Any cultivator from outside the realm caught in its onslaught screamed in agony, their bodies instantly disintegrating and dying. Many more cultivators were attacked by the swarm of beasts, instantly devoured, their blood and spiritual power drained, leaving them as dried corpses. They were repeatedly pushed back. In this short period, nearly 10,000 cultivators from outside the realm perished, forced to flee. Their confidence had been completely shattered by Wang Lin's killing of 3 people. They no longer dared to fight again. When they arrived, they were full of confidence. In their eyes, the cultivators of the inner realm were nothing more than ants. They came to kill and plunder. The inner realm had absolutely no power to resist. In fact, after they entered the inner realm, many Cloud Sea cultivators died, proving this point. Therefore, these cultivators from the outer realm were very excited. But now all of them painfully realized their mistake. They had underestimated the cultivators of the inner realm. They had underestimated the power of life that erupted when their homeland was invaded. The death of the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestors shook their confidence. The death of the Southern Zhao Immortal shattered their fighting spirit. Finally, the death of the Cloud Luo Great Master completely destroyed all their resolve, transforming their previous confidence into overwhelming fear. In this battle, they had failed. In the midst of the crisis, the cultivators from the outer realm frantically retreated in all directions, wanting to rush towards the Wind Realm Great Formation. They were afraid. They wanted to leave the inner realm. In their eyes, the cultivators of the inner realm were like madmen, completely disregarding their own lives. What they cared about was how to kill as many people as possible before dying. The sea of poison roared, the beasts howled, thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators risked their lives. The Luo Heaven cultivators ferociously attacked, and the lightning bolts flashed back and forth, forming a giant killing net in this great battle. Wang Lin, wielding the heaven-opening axe, advanced proudly. With each step, the axe swept across, instantly shattering another cultivator to death. His white robes had now turned blood red. As he advanced, Wang Lin's body flickered, instantly transforming into a cloud of mist, powerfully devouring everything in its path. He transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall cloud of mist, instantly engulfing many cultivators. Amidst agonizing screams, these cultivators were drained of all their strength, turning into blood and death. A counterattack. This was a counterattack. Just like the Cloud Sea cultivators who were slaughtered earlier, the inner realm was launching its final counterattack in this tragic battle. Under the attack of cultivators Luotia and Zhouhe, the outer realm's army suffered heavy casualties, especially the swarm of beasts and the poisonous sea, like a raging storm of death. Gradually, the death toll rose, and unexpectedly, out of over 100,000 outer realm cultivators, only less than 80,000 remained. At this moment, the third army from the primordial star realm roared into existence. They appeared outside the Great Wind Boundary Formation, amidst deafening roars, preparing to storm inside. Two peak experts at the third stage of the Void Nirvana realm were about to lead a third army of 50,000 cultivators to storm in. Once they stormed in, the cultivators from the outer realm who were being pushed back would undoubtedly be spurred on to resist. Even before the third army entered, the mere roars of the cultivators from the outer realm who were fleeing in panic filled their hearts with fear, seemingly unwilling to retreat any further. Wang Lin, his eyes blazing red with rage, advanced step by step, his entire body transforming into a whirlwind, shattering the starry sky with a thunderous roar, directly appearing inside the gap in the Great Wind Boundary Formation. Standing within this gap, he swung his right hand forward, coldly speaking, his voice echoing in all directions, "With me here, unless I die, no one can take a single step into this realm." As he spoke, rumbling sounds emanated from Wang Lin's body. They only saw his body instantly grow larger, continuously expanding. The true body of the seven-star ancient god immediately appeared in the starry sky. His body, thousands of feet tall, was so enormous that all the cultivators who saw it were shocked. Outside the Great Ceiling Formation, the third army of the Outer Realms quickly rushed forward. They were still unaware of Wang Lin's power just now. Although their minds were shaken by Wang Lin's colossal body, they were not afraid. Their eyes were filled with greed and madness, like a swarm of locusts filling the starry sky, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood there alone, coldly looking at the Outer Realm cultivators in front of him. Especially among them were two third-stage masters calmly watching him. He tilted his right hand to the side, and as the third army of cultivators approached, he looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar. "Kill!" With this roar, the void fire whirlwind from Wang Lin's left eye surged towards the thousands of cultivators in front of him. Suddenly, the flames erupted, engulfing the sky. Those thousands of cultivators all screamed in agony, their bodies burned and recoiled, instantly turning into ashes. "Kill!" Wang Lin roared again, the lightning in his right eye flashing, endless lightning bolts rapidly surging from around his body. From afar, these countless lightning bolts transformed into a sea of thunder, roaring and surging forward with furious intensity. Any cultivators caught in its path were instantly annihilated. The two third-stage experts' faces changed drastically. Without hesitation, they charged forward, straight at Wang Lin. "Kill!" Wang Lin let out a third roar, his right hand gripping the heaven-opening axe, raising it directly above his head. With both hands simultaneously gripping it, he leapt downwards, ferociously slashing. With this one slash, the 7 ancient divine points on Wang Lin's forehead simultaneously roared, seemingly about to explode, unleashing all of his ancient divine power. This slash was Wang Lin's blow that severed the last shred of confidence of those panicked cultivators from the outer realm. With this one slash, the heaven-opening axe thundered from Wang Lin's hand and flew straight forward. With a roar from Wang Lin, the power of this single slash was like the creation of heaven and earth, surging forward with immense force. The heaven-opening axe, which had just left Wang Lin's hand, instantly grew tens of thousands of times larger, as if occupying the entire starry sky. Under this slash, a gigantic crack suddenly appeared. This crack, amidst the rumbling sound, shot out from the gap in the Great Wine Boundary Formation, hurtling forward like an arrow. The two third-stage experts showed expressions of terror. In this critical moment, they no longer wanted to resist and quickly dodged to the sides. But their speed was still too slow under this gigantic axe. Just as they were about to dodge, the heaven-opening axe slammed into them. Fresh blood gushed out, and the two third-stage experts simultaneously spat out blood mist. As the heaven-opening axe grazed their bodies, one of their arms was severed. The two men's faces turned pale with terror. They dared not fight any further and quickly retreated, fleeing. Although these two were severely wounded and managed to escape, the Third Army lacked the strength to do so. As the heaven-opening axe advanced, a sudden surge of death occurred. There were no screams of agony, only collapse and disintegration. A chasm, approximately 1,000 feet wide, suddenly appeared after the heaven-opening axe passed through. This 1,000-foot chasm was a vast, empty space, permeated only by the stench of blood. From afar, the heaven-opening axe pierced through the army of cultivators, heading straight towards the primordial star realm, only slowly dissipating after traveling about 1,000,000 feet. The inner realm was completely silent. The third army of cultivators from the outer realm stared blankly at the enormous chasm carved out by the heaven-opening axe, their hearts trembling. Anyone who enters the inner realm must die? Wang Lin clenched his right hand, coldly staring at the primordial star outside the Great Wine Boundary Formation, his voice like a cold wind. At this moment, a sobbing sound, like a trumpet, quickly emanated from within the primordial star, piercing through the crack in the Great Wine Boundary Formation and into the inner realm. As this trumpet sounded, the third army of cultivators outside the Great Wine Boundary Formation seemed to awaken from their panic, raising their heads with complex expressions to look at Wang Lin standing in the gap of the formation. They remembered Wang Lin's image, deeply etched in their hearts. After a quick glance, this third army of cultivators silently retreated, unexpectedly not charging towards the Great Wine Boundary Formation anymore, but instead heading towards the distant primordial star. The mournful sound of the trumpet echoed into the inner realm, reaching the ears of tens of thousands of cultivators from the primordial star realm. In silence, they swiftly retreated, heading straight towards the gap in the Great Wine Formation. They carried with them a memory deeply etched into their minds, the indelible image of Wang Lin, and quickly withdrew. But Wang Lin stood within the gap of the Great Wine Formation, not only to prevent the Third Army from the outer realm from entering, but also to indirectly block the only escape route for the primordial star realm cultivators who had already entered the inner realm. You have killed tens of thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators from my inner realm. How can I let you come and go as you please? Wang Lin's eyes flashed, not moving an inch. Cultivators Luotia, Jiao He, and the thousands of Cloud Sea cultivators, along with the roaring sea of poison and tens of thousands of spirit beasts, charged from all directions towards the retreating cultivators. With each thunderous roar, more and more cultivators from the outer realms perished. These cultivators, consumed by a fearless frenzy, charged towards the rift where Wang Lin was located, disregarding everything else. They wanted to break free. They wanted to return to the primordial star realm. Tens of thousands of cultivators rushed forward simultaneously, followed closely by cultivators from the inner realms. At this moment, all cultivators were heading towards Wang Lin. The illusory flames burned, incinerating every cultivator from the outer realms within 1,000 yards of Wang Lin. Simultaneously with their attack, Nanyunzi's repair of the formation had passed its slowest stage and was nearing completion. The rift in the Great Wine Realm Formation began to move at a rapid pace, gradually shrinking. This only further enraged the cultivators of the primordial star realm. As he relentlessly charged forward, under the blazing void fire unleashed by Wang Lin, no cultivator could get within 500 feet of him. He stood there like the gate of the Lord of the Wine Realm, impenetrable to anyone. The cold rope boy, along with the immortal concubine and several other third-stage experts, though worried, were hindered by Hung Shanzi and his group, unable to stop him in the short term. This battle was more brutal than anything Wang Lin had ever witnessed in his life. More and more cultivators were sacrificing themselves in this battle, and even though Wang Lin relied on killing for survival, he felt immense sorrow at this moment. In a moment of silence, he raised his right hand and swung it forward. More than 10 ancient breath leaves appeared, rushing straight towards the charging cultivators from the outer realm. These more than 10 ancient breath leaves formed more than 10 layers of seals, transforming into an unbreakable barrier, enveloping tens of thousands of cultivators from the outer realm, preventing them from escaping. Cultivators Luotia, Zhao He, and thousands of cultivators from Yunhai, who had been killing with bloodshot eyes, suffered extremely tragic deaths and injuries. In this slaughter, without the poison sea and the swarm of beast spirits, they would have faced immense hardship. I want every single ancient cultivator who enters your inner realm to die, without exception. Wang Lin's words revealed a resolute determination. After the ancient breath leaves, he raised his right hand again and formed a hand seal, and immediately countless restrictions quickly appeared. These besieged cultivators from the outer realm, while relentlessly killing, showed utter despair in their eyes. If they had known that things would take such a turn, they would absolutely not have dared to enter the inner realm. Just as the forbidden spell on Wang Lin's right hand was not yet fully formed, a sigh emanated from deep within the primordial star spirit. Following this sigh, a blue light suddenly appeared outside the Wind Realm Great Formation. Within this blue light, a person slowly emerged. Wang Lin was very familiar with this sigh. As soon as he heard this sound, his mind immediately sank, and he turned his head. Inside the rapidly closing gap of the Wind Realm Great Formation, he saw a middle-aged man emerging from the blue light within the primordial star spirit. Let them return. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. Blue Dream Taoist Venerable. Nam Yunzi, who was repairing the formation, felt his pupils contract. Lam Mangdaozen's cultivation had reached the peak of the Void Profound Realm. Nam Yunzi was no match for him. The terrifying power of someone who had reached the great perfection of the Void Profound Realm was unimaginable. Among the 5 ancient venerables, even the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable and the Wonderful Sound Dao Venerable couldn't compare to Lam Meng. Their cultivation levels always had a huge gap, a gap like a massive void. No one had ever been able to make the Grand Venerable change his plans or intentions. Wonderful Sound couldn't do it. 9 Heavens couldn't do it, but Lam Meng could. Hung Shanzi, who was battling the cold rope boy, also showed a serious expression. The prestige of Lam Mengdaozen was truly immense. Wang Lin's right hand stopped, and he silently watched the middle-aged man, the sounds of slashing and killing still echoing in his ears. After a long time, he shook his head. I don't want to lay a hand on you. Remember my past kindness to you and let them return. In this battle, our primordial star spirits have already lost. Don't make things difficult for me. The middle-aged man's expression was calm, his voice not loud, but it carried an irresistible pressure. The sounds of slaughter slowly faded away. Apart from the divine abilities of Hung Semzi and his group who were fighting each other, the vast majority of cultivators looked towards Wang Lin, awaiting his answer. Wang Lin's achievements in this battle had completely instilled reverence in the cultivators of the inner realm, making them respect his status as Wine Venerable. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Hung Semzi and his group, in the eyes of the cultivators of the inner realm, he was the true Wine Venerable, the master of the Wind Realm. Wang Lin remained silent. After looking at the middle-aged man for a moment, he bowed deeply and raised his head, a look of determination in his eyes. He raised his right hand and unleashed hundreds of thousands of restrictions, instantly manifesting. Within the inner realm's starry sky, these restrictions suddenly condensed into a gigantic umbrella-like frame. As the frame appeared, the umbrella's canopy spread out, and the ancient burial realm umbrella suddenly materialized. Lam Mengdaozen gazed deeply at Wang Lin, shaking his head and sighing softly. For my daughter, when you first arrived at the primordial star realm, I imparted divine abilities and techniques to you, helping you escape the pursuit of the immortal empress. That was the first time. The time with the venerable Jingzhong Lao was the second. Today is the third, but Wang Lin, remember, there will be no fourth time. The fourth time, I will intervene. Lam Mengdozen withdrew his gaze, turned around, and, ignoring everything else, slowly disappeared with a flash of blue light. The moment he vanished, the ancient burial realm umbrella within the inner realm suddenly fully manifested. The umbrella hadn't opened yet, but a world-destroying flame had already erupted, falling into the starry sky, as if eternal and indestructible. Looking towards where Lan Mengdozen had departed, the image of a sorrowful woman seemed to appear before Wang Lin's eyes. She was shaking her head and smiling at him, and the words from hundreds of years ago vaguely resurfaced in his mind. Forget the world of martial arts. A surge of life force seemed to erase the illusory image of the woman in Wang Lin's eyes, as if this illusory image had followed Lan Mengdozen's words. And the life force within his body was powerfully spreading outwards, merging into the opening of the ancient burial realm umbrella, transforming into a force to support the unfolding umbrella. With a resounding roar, the ancient burial realm umbrella slowly opened in the starry sky. A world-destroying flame filled the starry sky, transforming into a raging sea of fire. Within this sea of fire, countless cultivators were struggling, their faces contorted, as if trying to burrow into Wang Lin's eyes. The first invasion by the outside world, with the tragic casualties on both sides, came to an end with the opening of the ancient realm of dispersal. But at this moment, a sudden surge of killing intent shook Wang Lin's mind, emanating from within the primordial star spirit and focusing on his forehead. Wang Lin's eyes widened, and he turned to look at the gap in the closed formation, less than 100 feet away. He saw a figure, a man in white robes. In his right hand, he held a bow, now drawn, aimed at Wang Lin from afar. The disciple of the Grand Elder, the Thumb, Feng Yu? Wang Lin had seen this bow before. The bow in his hand was the same bow that had shot out the left eye of the ancient Taoist all those years ago. A powerful, earth-shattering bow that struck fear into the hearts of demons and gods, shattering all of the ancient Taoist's magical techniques and divine abilities. Directly shooting out his left eye, taking away his longing for home, taking away half of his life's memories. Wang Lin had witnessed the terrifying power of this bow in the ancient Tombland all those years ago. As he sat on that chair, he felt as if he were dreaming. In that vivid scene, he saw the absolute might of Li Guang. This single arrow was enough to shake the starry sky. Even in Wang Lin's eyes, if this bow were to fire an arrow, even the great wine boundary formation before him would instantly collapse without the slightest power to stop it. This bow doesn't belong to this world, but is a treasure from the homeland of the ancient Tao. Besides the heaven-defying and earth-breaking compass in the Mad Land, this is the most powerful treasure Wang Lin has ever seen. How could Wang Lin not be terrified by such a treasure? His pupils contracted, and he could even feel an unimaginable chill surging through his entire body. His forehead felt as if it had been shattered, throbbing with pain. His hair stood on end, and a sense of imminent death instantly arose in his mind, spreading powerfully. Wang Lin stared intently at the young man in white, his eyes flashing with cold light. The other man's face withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his life force had been absorbed by the bowstring in his right arm. Or perhaps his life force had been used to draw the bowstring? In this world, besides the seven-colored Taoist, perhaps only Wang Lin knew the origin of this bow and had witnessed its power. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the other man, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. In everyone's eyes, the young man in white had reached the early stage of the void nirvana realm, yet the bow he held was quite ordinary, emitting no vibration whatsoever, like a mere object. Wang Lin's expression was solemn, suppressing the excitement in his heart, causing him to fall into an incomprehensible state. It seemed as if everything in heaven and earth had completely vanished, leaving only him and the bow slowly being drawn. Fortunately, there was no arrow on the bow. A single arrow, after shooting out the left eye of the ancient Tao, was carrying it through the void, its whereabouts unknown. Perhaps no one knew whether that earth-shattering arrow still existed, or where it was. Back then, Wang Lin had thought that if he could find this arrow, he would find the location of the ancient Tao's left eye. But unless this arrow was in a desolate place with no one around, if someone found it, they would surely become famous throughout the starry sky, perhaps even sparking a struggle no less intense than the struggle for the heaven-defying pearl back then. Until just now, Wang Lin had never heard any rumors about that arrow. The arrow seemed to have completely vanished, disappearing without a trace. The bow, though still terrifying without the arrow, couldn't reach the level of fear Wang Lin had witnessed that year. Otherwise, no matter what he did, Wang Lin wouldn't have had the slightest chance of resisting that bow. He stared intently at the young man in white. Every movement of this person seemed to slow down in Wang Lin's eyes. He watched as the other man raised his hand, slowly drawing the bowstring, gradually forming a perfect circle like a full moon. The pain in his forehead suddenly intensified. In that moment of excruciating pain, Wang Lin even felt as if a sharp object was piercing his head and entering his brain. Sweat poured down Wang Lin's forehead. All of this sounds long in description, but in reality, it all happened the moment Wang Lin turned his head and saw the young man in white draw the bow into a full moon shape. Without the slightest hesitation, upon seeing this bow, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within Wang Lin's body. He took a step backward, his body instantly becoming indistinct, as if wanting to merge with the heavens and earth. At the same time, Wang Lin quickly raised his right hand. The ancient divine star point on his forehead spun wildly, suddenly flashing from his forehead. These 7 star points rotated in front of his body, erupting with boundless ancient divine aura. As the ancient divine aura spread, and as the 7 star points in front of Wang Lin rotated, the head of the ancient Tao instantly appeared. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin unleashed his full speed, and just as his body was about to dissipate, he arranged everything. His reaction was so quick that even the white-robed youth was stunned by Wang Lin's actions, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Could he have recognized this bow? As this thought crossed the white-robed youth's mind, his right hand, which was pulling the bowstring, instantly released it. The bowstring snapped, making a whooshing sound. Initially, the sound was faint, but a dazzling rainbow shot out from the bow, illuminating thousands of feet in the distance. The white-robed youth's left hand, which had been holding the bow, withered rapidly. Not only his left hand, but the withering quickly spread, and more than half of his body turned into a skeleton, though it was hidden beneath his clothes, making it invisible to others. It seemed that the life force he had accumulated for more than half a day after releasing the bowstring had completely and powerfully flowed into this bow. Simultaneously, a dazzling radiance flashed, transforming into a milky white, illusory arrow that shot up from the bowstring with a thunderous roar. This arrow was incredibly fast, instantly tearing through the heavens and earth, hurtling straight towards the gap in the Great Wine Boundary Formation that was less than 50 feet wide. As this illusory arrow approached the gap, the previously weak screams suddenly reached their peak, transforming into a series of deafening roars that shook the starry sky. In this roar, the cultivators within the Great Wine Boundary Formation, whether from the outer or inner realms, were all simultaneously shaken. It seemed as if their entire minds and vital energy were instantly drained by this roar, causing countless cultivators to bleed from their orifices. Several monks from both sides, already severely wounded, couldn't withstand the roaring sound and spat out fresh blood, their souls instantly collapsing as they died. The roar of the arrow even caused masters like Hung Semzi and Yan Nanzi to stop their killing, all of them raising their heads in shock, their expressions revealing terror. Only Shan Fei and the female cultivator Zimeng of Jiaohe, upon seeing this bow, showed an unconcealed fear in their eyes. This bow is unexpectedly in his hands. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the illusory silver arrow flew directly through the gap in the closing Wind Realm Great Formation. As soon as it entered, even the Wind Realm Great Formation itself trembled. This tremor wasn't just visible to the naked eye, but the entire Wind Realm Great Formation, covering the entire inner realm starry sky, suddenly shook violently. In the past, this would have certainly caused the formation spirit to appear, but at this moment, it seemed as if an ancient, frenzied idea had erupted from within the bow with this single arrow. Under the oppression of this frenzied idea, the formation spirit of the Wind Boundary Great Formation immediately retreated, as if afraid to appear. In the shock, the gap that had closed to only 50 feet instantly froze, as if solidified, allowing the illusory white arrow to fly through, straight towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin concentrated all his mental energy, forgetting everything else. In his eyes, only this illusory white arrow remained. He took a step back and quickly dissipated. While his forehead was throbbing with pain, it felt as if two invisible, massive hands were reaching deep inside, attempting to tear his head in two. The white arrow shrieked with earth-shattering force, having pierced through the Wind Boundary Formation, now within 100 feet of Wang Lin. The arrow's shriek shook the starry sky, incredibly piercing. An indescribable aura of ferocity permeated the air, causing the faces of all the cultivators within the formation to turn pale. A distance of 100 feet was truly insignificant to this arrow. Amidst the growing roar, the head of the Dao Ancient, formed from 7 star points in front of Wang Lin, immediately twisted violently, as if being attacked by an unimaginably powerful force. This arrow, once released from its bowstring, is meant to kill. In an instant, the arrow hurtled forward, piercing the head of the ancient Dao god. A deafening roar erupted. In this explosion, under the immense power of the arrow, Wang Lin's ancient Dao god's head unexpectedly couldn't withstand it. The center of the head shattered, and the arrow pierced directly through, preparing to fly straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body hadn't fully merged with the heavens and earth yet, and as the white arrow approached, his sense of mortal danger intensified. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination as he raised both hands and clapped them together. With this clap, the 2 arms of the ancient god merged into the ancient Dao god's head, and with a resounding crash, they directly pierced through, clamping down on the white arrow containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The moment his hands touched the arrow, Wang Lin immediately felt a surge of immense power coursing through his hands into his body. Even his 7-star ancient god body could hardly resist this force. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Unable to control himself, he was forced out of his half-integrated state with the heavens and earth by this immense power, retreating backward with a thunderous roar. Each step retreated several meters, each step accompanied by a resounding crash. Wang Lin's expression turned ferocious, his eyes bloodshot as he clutched the white arrow, continuously retreating 1,000 meters. He spat out blood repeatedly. During this retreat of 1,000 meters, he spat out 7 more mouthfuls of blood. His already injured body was now even more severely wounded. The rumbling sound echoed again, and as Wang Lin retreated, he directly entered the area where the ancient leaf seal was sealing the invading cultivators from the outer realm. Without hesitation, countless black mists suddenly appeared behind him, like tentacles, rapidly extending backward. Any cultivators from the outer realm touched by them immediately let out mournful cries, their bodies turning into withered corpses. Their entire life force absorbed by the mist and powerfully entering Wang Lin's body. All of this, though lengthy to describe, happened in an instant. Just as Wang Lin used this method to counter the white arrow, the white-robed man outside the great ceiling formation, with a grim expression, pulled back his bowstring. It must end. As the white-robed man uttered these 4 words, his face rapidly aged, transforming from a young man into an old man. The bow in his hand was drawn into a crescent shape, the bowstring whizzed, and a second white arrow was swiftly fired. A sharp cry followed the arrow as it flew into the gap in the great wine boundary formation, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already struggled to fend off 1 arrow. 2 arrows, for him, meant life and death. The pupils in Wang Lin's eyes contracted. The flames in his left eye spun wildly, the lightning diagram in his right eye moved rapidly, and the primal power in his body erupted. At this moment, he had no time to think. He only knew that if he couldn't destroy the first arrow before the second one reached him, he would undoubtedly die today. Just as these deafening explosions echoed throughout the starry sky, from afar in the Cloud Sea star domain, a frenzied aura suddenly surged forward. This aura was initially far away, but in an instant, it was close to Wang Lin. Suddenly, a barefooted middle-aged man appeared, stepping forward to stand before Wang Lin. Wang Lin recognized this barefooted man as the extremely powerful beast that had been sealed by Feng Zun, Tai Aluo. For some unknown reason, he had decided to face the second arrow, sacrificing his precious life for Wang Lin. As he appeared, Tai Aluo let out an earth-shattering roar, his hands forming a hand seal as he charged straight towards the second arrow. As he formed the hand seal, countless scales instantly appeared on Tai Aluo's body. These scales were a pale black color, completely covering Tai Aluo's body. "I can only hold you off for 3 breaths." A deafening roar echoed, and as his hands reached out to intercept the second arrow, an overwhelming force suddenly surged through Tai Aluo's body, causing him to tremble violently, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. His hands, which had been blocking the arrow, twisted and contorted, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure, as if about to be shattered by the white arrow. With a scream, Tai Aluo's body convulsed, and the scales that had just appeared all over his body instantly detached and flew forward. Suddenly, many of these scales formed a shield. In the center of this shield were 3 strangely yellow scales. As the shield flew out, Tai Lu's hands shattered with a resounding crash. Blood and flesh mixed together. The second arrow flew towards him, colliding with the shield. A deafening roar erupted again, shaking the shield. The scales on the outer edges exploded, disintegrating layer by layer, leaving only 3 golden scales remaining in a short time. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In the time it took for those 3 golden scales to be shattered, Tai Lu staggered, giving a bitter smile, and quickly dodged. The second arrow wasn't aimed at him, so he only retreated after he could no longer resist. Based on his earlier calculations, Tai Lu had indeed managed to hold out for 3 breaths. These 3 breaths were extremely precious to Wang Lin. In the first breath, Wang Lin bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood forward. In the second breath, the world-destroying flames from the ancient realm of dispersion descended from all directions, swirling around his body and simultaneously rushing towards the fresh blood he had just spat out. They merged with the blood, forming a world-destroying force to counter the first arrow still clutched between his hands. Within 3 breaths, behind Wang Lin, the black mist surged backward, engulfing all the cultivators from the outer realm. As the 3 breaths ended, the first arrow, struck by the world-destroying flames fused with Wang Lin's ancient god blood, shattered into pieces, yet its destructive power remained undiminished. As it continuously crumbled, the arrow shrunk to only 2/3 its original size, breaking through the seal of Wang Lin's hands and hurtling towards his forehead. As it hurtled forward, the arrow, now only 2/3 the size it was, disintegrated once again. Finally, as it approached Wang Lin's forehead, it was reduced to a mere fraction of its original size. With a loud bang, this now tiny arrow pierced Wang Lin's forehead. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the heavens and earth, but it wasn't from Wang Lin himself, but from the cultivators from the outer realms behind him. All the cultivators from the outer realms shrouded in black mist had their bodies wither and turn into dried corpses. With a thud, the arrow shattered, and Wang Lin was drenched in sweat. But the danger was far from over. The second arrow was hurtling towards him. Unable to avoid it, Wang Lin's expression turned to madness. With a low growl, he raised his right hand and pointed towards the starry sky. In this critical moment, he disregarded everything, and with a fierce claw-like motion, he unleashed his attack. The ancient boundary umbrella, which had just appeared in the starry sky, suddenly descended with a thunderous roar. As it descended, the umbrella shrank, and finally, Wang Lin grasped the handle. Holding the umbrella, the life force within Wang Lin's entire body surged, a powerful surge of energy flowing into it. His ancient god body, already brimming with vitality, now faced a life or death situation, but Wang Lin didn't hesitate. As the powerful life force was drained away, his ancient god body showed signs of withering. The ancient boundary umbrella, already partially open, now blazed with the powerful life force flowing in from Wang Lin. Just as the second arrow approached within 10 meters of Wang Lin, he roared, raising his left hand and fiercely gripping the umbrella handle with both hands. 2 parts! In that instant, with Wang Lin's desperate effort, the umbrella opened to parts. The world-destroying flames, carrying a destructive heat that roared out from within the umbrella, surged forth. Centered around Wang Lin, a sea of fire erupted. The starry sky within this sea of fire instantly collapsed, as if being refined, leaving behind empty voids. As it approached, the second arrow immediately collided with the flames emanating from the 2-part ancient umbrella. In a deafening explosion, the second arrow trembled, seemingly about to be melted, but a force from within the bow caused it to leap directly into the sea of fire, struggling and hurtling towards Wang Lin. This happened in the blink of an eye. The 10 distance was covered in an instant, not to mention the arrow. Even a cultivator could traverse it in a flash. Wang Lin's already withered body now absorbed its life force into the ancient umbrella. His body grew larger and larger, from afar resembling an ancient god whose life was nearing its end, his once robust physique reduced to a skeleton. The ancient boundary dispersal technique absorbed life force, and amidst Wang Lin's frenzied roars, it expanded a little further, though not yet 3/4. It was almost complete. Therefore, the flames emanating from it became even more terrifying. Inside the raging flames, the second arrow, a meter away from Wang Lin, suddenly shattered. Although it was broken, a surge of power from the bow, upon shattering, directly pierced the sea of fire and struck Wang Lin's chest. With a loud bang, Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, a tearing sensation instantly rising from his chest. The intense pain caused him to vomit blood again, and his body quickly retreated. But as he retreated, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. It had been a long time since he had been so severely wounded, and this injury only further fueled his murderous intent. As he retreated, he raised his right hand, and immediately a blood-red light burst forth, revealing the blood sword. This blood sword could pierce through anything, but only tangible objects. The white arrow, being an illusion formed from condensed life force, was of little use to him. With a roar, the blood sword, just as it was about to lunge towards the gap in the wide boundary grate formation that had close to less than 20 feet, was seized by Wang Lin, suppressing his murderous intent and simultaneously calming the impulse in his heart. This is a bit wrong. I can't kill this person, nor can I lure him out. The white-robed cultivator, now an old man, looked grim, his eyes filled with disbelief. His 2 arrows had unexpectedly failed to kill the opponent. At this moment, he had lost much of his vitality, and he secretly sighed with regret. After glancing at Wang Lin behind the great wide boundary formation, his heart stirred slightly, and he turned and walked away into the distance. As soon as his body retreated, a surge of demonic energy emanated from within the Cloud Sea Star domain. This demonic energy was incredibly fast. As soon as it appeared, it shot straight towards the gap in the wide boundary formation, comparable to the speed of the arrows before. As the demonic energy raged, the figure of the demon saint of the ghost sect directly appeared outside the wide boundary formation. 9 star points in his left eye spun rapidly, staring intently at the bow in the old man's hand. However, his body was illusory. It wasn't his true form that had arrived, but merely a clone. The 9 star points in his left eye were also illusory, not real. With a grin, his speed was incredibly fast, instantly closing in on the white-robed cultivator, raising his hand and fiercely unleashing a claw attack. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. In fact, the moment this white-robed monk appeared, the 9 star ancient demon was already there, but he was still wary of the bow's power. So he waited until the opponent drew his bow twice and was about to leap before transforming into a clone and rushing forward. As the ancient demon approached, the white-robed monk instantly turned around, a smile playing on his lips. The small fish didn't come, but a big fish has. An invisible pressure directly descended from the primordial star, transforming into a gigantic hand that silently lunged downwards. The 9 star ancient demon's clone's expression changed drastically. The greed in its eyes vanished, and it shrieked, hastily retreating to avoid the giant hand. But its speed was far too slow. Before it could retreat, the giant hand grabbed it with a thunderous roar. With a fierce squeeze, the 9 star ancient demon's clone instantly shattered, transforming into a large amount of demonic energy. After the demonic energy was absorbed by that giant hand, this clone slowly dissipated into the starry sky. The disciple of Grandmother Fengyu, by my master's command, brings this bow to the fellow cultivators within the realm. The power of this bow has been demonstrated through the 2 arrows just now. Those of you in the realm who are confident can come and take it. The white-robed cultivator bowed to the cultivators behind the wide realm great formation, throwing the bow in his hand. The bow immediately flew out, hovering outside the gap in the wide realm great formation, completely motionless. Gentle light emanated from the bow, revealing an irresistible allure. I am conveying my master's message. I give you cultivators in the realm 3 chances to take this bow. For each chance, you must return 3/3 of the cultivators from our outer realm. Do you want this bow or not? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he hadn't subdued the netherworld beast as his life-bound beast earlier, their life forces would have been connected, and when he opened the ancient umbrella just now, more than 90% of his lifespan would have been depleted. Even so, he couldn't overuse it. Although the netherworld beast possessed boundless vitality, it couldn't withstand the insane drain of energy from this ancient umbrella. What exactly is this Grand Elder's intention? He seems to be afraid, wanting to use this bow to lure me out alone. The inner circle was completely silent. The cold-robed boy and the other masters who were fighting against Nan Yanzi and Hang Samzi ceased their combat one after another, standing aside and coldly observing. Only the red-robed immortal concubine's expression remained gloomy. She hadn't known about the appearance of the bow earlier, but now, after hearing Fengyu's words, her beautiful face showed anger. With her intelligence, she could clearly see that she had become a pawn in someone else's plan. With a cold snort, the red-robed immortal concubine glanced at Zhao Hizimeng, who had also stopped fighting, then turned and ignored everyone else, heading straight towards the gap in the wide boundary grade formation. No one stopped her, causing Nan Yanzi's eyes to flicker. The red-robed immortal concubine had already entered the gap, into the primordial star realm, her figure disappearing without a trace. Then, the group of young disciples in their robes also fell silent, retreating and stepping one by one into the gap in the great wide boundary formation. What's wrong, fellow cultivators from within the realm? No one dares to come and take this bow. Fan Yu, the disciple of the Grand Elder, shook his head, looking towards the cultivators from within the realm inside the great wide boundary formation. In this short time, the gap in the great wide boundary formation had closed to less than 10 meters, with a faint light flashing at the edges, slowly closing completely. But just as it had shrunk to only 7 meters, the giant hand that had just appeared in the air within the primordial star suddenly reappeared, grabbing the gap in the great wide boundary formation and pulling hard. With a thunderous roar, the starry sky trembled and the gap instantly shattered, as if an immense force had entered it, tearing the closing gap open by several hundred meters. Amidst the deafening roar, an irresistible pressure emanated from within that hand, enveloping the entire realm. Under this pressure, Hong Semzi and his group were shaken, retreating in unison. Wang Lin's face also turned pale, overwhelmed by the pressure, his body staggering back several hundred meters. A cold glint flashed in Hong Semzi's eyes. As he retreated, he suddenly took a powerful step forward, raising his right hand and swinging it forward. Immediately, a cloud of red energy surged out, rushing straight towards the hand that was tearing open the gap in the wide boundary grade formation. At the same time, Nan Yanzi's expression was solemn. He slapped his forehead with his right hand, his body suddenly trembling. A group of illusory figures appeared behind him. These figures were identical, coalescing into statues arranged to form a gigantic formation, following the red cloud and flying towards the giant hand. Zhao Hezimen, along with the middle-aged beauty, and Lu Fuzi and Tai Luo, almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Under the dazzling light, various divine abilities were quickly unleashed, merging with the divine abilities of Hong Shanzi and Nan Yanzi, forming a heaven-shattering whirlwind that rushed straight towards the giant hand, tearing open the rift. With a slight movement of Wang Lin's mind, Lingdong Shengren and Zhou Jin, who had been silent, also unleashed their divine abilities. It could be said that all the masters of the inner realm present at this moment unleashed their greatest power. The fusion of various divine abilities caused the whirlwind to roar. The ancient god star point on his forehead rotated, and Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forcefully forward. Suddenly, Dao Gu's head appeared, transforming into a gigantic fist. A sea of fire raged around it, and lightning flashed within. With a thunderous roar, it merged with the raging storm, becoming the greatest power in the inner realm, instantly surging towards the giant hand. In a flash, the greatest power in the inner realm condensed and violently colliding with the hand. At that moment, a surge of demonic energy from the inner realm rushed from the starry sky, transforming into the face of a 9-star ancient demon hovering in midair. This ancient demon face was incredibly ferocious, revealing a look of hatred, and it directly spewed out a mouthful of demonic energy. As soon as this energy appeared, it instantly transformed into a massive demonic dragon, roaring and charging forward. As the demonic dragon charged forward, 9 ancient demon star points in its left eye simultaneously flew out, unexpectedly merging into the demonic dragon. Following the whirlwind and a punch from Wang Lin, they flew straight towards the giant hand. The thunderous roar at that moment shook the starry sky, clearly audible throughout both the inner and outer realms. The whirlwind, formed by the divine abilities of Hong Semzi and his group, directly exploded on the hand, creating a boundless and infinite attack that swept in all directions. Amidst the thunder, Hong Semzi and his group simultaneously spat out fresh blood, all retreating rapidly. As the giant hand trembled, 4 of its 5 fingers shattered. At this very moment, Wang Lin's ancient Dao punch roared forward. Just as the whirlwind exploded, the giant hand, with its 4 shattered fingers, slammed into the last remaining finger. The deafening explosion resounded once again, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble violently. Blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, his right hand was covered in blood, and he felt excruciating pain, as if his bones had been shattered. He recoiled backward again. The last finger, upon colliding with Wang Lin's punch, immediately showed signs of shattering. At the same time, the demon dragon, fused with 9 demon essences, roared and lunged forward, directly stabbing into it. The last finger of that hand shattered. Only the palm remained, and under the combined attack of many experts from the inner realm, it staggered violently. The shockwave spread out, penetrating into the Wind Realm Great Formation, causing the formation to flash with dazzling light, and the gap widened even further. Under this shockwave, the nearest bow remained completely unchanged, still hovering there. It seemed that this power was insignificant to it, only the gentle light emanating from it slightly distorted. The hand, now missing 5 fingers, staggered backward, and 5 beams of light flashed on it, as if the 5 fingers were about to regenerate. But at this moment, a shocking change occurred. Behind Wang Lin and his group, a sudden ripple of shock appeared in the starry sky. A roar enough to shake the minds of all cultivators quickly spread from the starry sky behind them. At first, this roar seemed infinitely distant, but in an instant, it resounded deafeningly. Hong Shanzi and the others' faces changed color, and they all turned to look. Wang Lin also turned to look. He saw a scene he would never forget. 9 burning cultivation stars, like 9 raging suns, radiated immense heat, forming a character, and rapidly flew from the distant starry sky. Their speed was incredibly fast. The starry sky seemed to shatter, and countless ripples carrying intense heat transformed into a series of oscillations, spreading in all directions. With extreme speed, these cultivation stars instantly approached, hurtling straight towards the bow hovering outside the Great Wind Boundary Formation. The giant hand with 5 regenerating fingers immediately swung up, blocking the bow, and collided with the first burning cultivation star. A thunderous roar erupted as the first cultivation star transformed into a powerful force, exploding upon contact with the hand, creating a massive impact that forced the hand to retreat. But before it could retreat 1,000 feet, the second cultivation star struck. With a deafening roar, the hand was once again pushed back. The third cultivation star followed closely behind, directly striking the giant hand. The giant hand trembled and exploded. As it exploded, a black-robed figure emerged from within. This black-robed figure was none other than the Grand Elder Wang Lin had seen outside the ancient tomb. After he appeared, without saying a word, he raised his right hand. A brilliant light immediately flashed on his withered arm. From afar, it looked as if his arm had become an immortal light in the heavens and earth. He raised his right hand and directly pressed it towards the 4th cultivation star that was rushing towards him. A deafening roar echoed, and the 4th cultivation star shattered, but the black-robed figure also retreated several steps, and the light in his hand also collapsed. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th cultivation stars simultaneously rushed forward, and as they approached the black-robed figure, they exploded simultaneously, creating an unimaginable attack that reverberated within the primordial star realm. A wave of heat surged up, quickly penetrating deep into the primordial star realm. As this heat surged through, the starry sky shattered, and the black-robed phantom's clothes were all rolled up. Under this attack, it spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit energy, and with a rumbling sound, its body seemed to be torn apart. "You're not dead yet." A hoarse voice filled with terror emanated from the black-robed figure. "I'm not dead yet." A voice, seemingly from somewhere within the inner realm, echoed and surged into the outer realm. At the same time, the 9th cultivation star also frantically rushed towards the black-robed phantom. The black-robed phantom roared, quickly raising both hands to perform a hand seal. Immediately, a huge well suddenly appeared behind him, its moon shining within. As soon as the well appeared, the black-robed phantom retreated, its withered left arm plunging into the well, forcefully reaching outwards. He suddenly retrieved the moonlight from the well, making it impossible to distinguish whether he was scooping up well water or moonlight. He held a large amount of well water in his hand, while moonlight still lingered inside the well. After retrieving it, the black-robed phantom swung it forcefully forward, instantly sending the well water hurtling towards the 9th cultivation planet. Upon impact, amidst a deafening roar, the well water instantly evaporated, vanishing into a cloud of vapor. However, the 9th cultivation planet was also shaken, shattering into pieces. A clear moon-shaped mark appeared on it. The moon-shaped mark, amidst the thunderous roar, pierced through the cultivation planet, causing it to disintegrate, and then continued its trajectory towards the space behind it. Back then, when I went to the outer realm, none of you ancient 5 venerables were a match for me. I seized much of your incense offerings. Today we meet again, and you still can't withstand a single blow. An aged voice, yet emanating boundless power, resounded. Just as the moonlight fell upon a spot within the starry sky, a vague, ethereal figure appeared. The figure's form was indistinct, but upon appearing, it raised its right hand, its index finger pointing forward, unexpectedly writing the word war. This single word war caused the moonlight to shatter instantly. People only know that he used the power of a roar to drive you away, but they don't know that within that roar was a warning. If you dare take even half a step into this inner realm, you will surely die. You cowardly brat, dare you call yourself supreme? No one but the Li clan can control this bow. If you wish, then I will take it on his behalf. The ethereal figure's voice was calm as it strode directly towards the bow hovering outside the Great Wine Boundary Formation. Old Ghost War, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The black-robed figure suddenly raised its head. The black robe on his head was torn into tiny pieces, flying in all directions, revealing his face beneath the garment. It was an extremely aged face, covered in wrinkles, seemingly having lived through countless years. These wrinkles resembled grooves, like the wheels of time, revealing an aura of sorrow. On his forehead was a mark. This mark looked like a scar, seemingly imprinted countless years ago. But the shape of the mark was very vague, impossible to discern clearly. Although this person's face was full of the marks of time, there wasn't a single stubble of hair, as if hair would never grow on his face. Or perhaps hair shouldn't appear on his face. Master, you little brat! He turned pale, staring at the old demon, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred, but he dared not speak. Instead, he took a step back, grabbed his disciple, and quickly fled. The indistinct figure, as it advanced, suddenly approached the bow floating in the starry sky, raising its right hand to grab it. But just as it was about to seize it, the indistinct figure let out a soft cry. Its expression seemed to change slightly, but it didn't retract its right hand. Instead, it quickly pulled forward. The bowstring, which had been straight, suddenly snapped at the point of contact. As the 7-colored light flashed, the bowstring snapped. Indeed, it has 7 colors. A glint of light appeared in the eyes of the old, indistinct figure. With a whooshing sound, a mournful wail emanated from the broken bowstring. Within the swirling 7-colored light, the broken bowstring swiftly flew out, forming a half-circle arc, and swung forcefully upwards. The bowstring, originally not long, suddenly stretched out, seemingly endless. As it swung, the entire starry sky within the half-circle was instantly split apart. The old man's eyes flashed, and with a cold snort, he grabbed the bow and threw it forcefully into the inner realm. At the same time, his body recoiled, but he was still struck by the bowstring. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have paid any attention, but the bowstring was now glowing with 7 colors. He raised his right hand and consecutively wrote 7 war characters. As soon as the 7 war characters appeared, they were instantly shattered by the bowstring. With a resounding crash, the 7 war characters completely disintegrated. The old man, his expression solemn, retreated, exhaling a breath of white mist. This white mist, upon appearing, immediately transformed into another white war character. The bowstring lashed out, stopping after colliding with the word war. Taking advantage of the bowstring's pause, the vague phantom figure retreated and leapt into the wine boundary great formation. 7-colored Taoist, you've indeed made your move. This is your 3rd chance, and also your last, the Million Cultivation Spirit Seal. I didn't expect you to actively break this seal. I was waiting for this. As soon as he entered the wine boundary great formation, the white word war automatically vanished. The endless bowstring, swinging through the starry sky, lashed out against the wine boundary great formation. The entire formation trembled. Before the formation spirits could even appear, a huge crack immediately emerged from within the formation in this area, twisting and stretching. As soon as this crack appeared, a rumbling sound echoed. The bowstring suddenly lashed against the wine boundary great formation, opening a very long gap, directly piercing through and into the inner realm. Within the inner realm, the closest to the Great Wine Formation were not cultivators Zhao He or Luo Jia, but tens of thousands of invading cultivators from the outer realm who were trapped by Wang Lin's ancient breath leaves. At this moment, the bowstring shot into the inner realm, directly striking the seals of those ancient breath leaves, shattering them with a thunderous roar, creating a curve. There was no scream of agony. Everything happened too quickly. After the bowstring swept through, the bodies of all tens of thousands of surviving cultivators from the outer realm shattered with a resounding crash. The sharpness of the bowstring was something their bodies could not withstand. They were all severed. The blurry figure of the old war ghost was flying rapidly away. Just as the bowstring struck, with a cold laugh, his body suddenly vanished without a trace. He arrived abruptly, but departed just as unexpectedly, seemingly only there to observe what was happening, and simultaneously brought the bow into the inner realm. At this moment, as he left, he didn't even glance at the bow once. Needless to say, all the cultivators present, including Wang Lin, were insignificant in his eyes, like mere ants. This bow, if it accepts a master, will become a supreme treasure, but no one can make it accept one. This bow draws on life force. Few can withstand a single blow. If you like, you can take it. The mocking voice echoed, slowly fading away. All of this happened in an instant. The bowstring swept through, shattering the wide boundary grate formation, causing countless casualties. The power of this bowstring seemed to be unleashed to its fullest extent. As the bowstring snapped, the bow that the old war ghost had thrown into the inner realm unexpectedly headed towards Wang Lin. Was this a coincidence? To take it or not to take it? These two options flashed through Wang Lin's mind in a short time. Seeing the bow rapidly approaching, its bowstring, though no longer as powerful as before, still swung incessantly, shattering the starry sky in its path. I want this bow. A look of determination appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He was too close to the bow. He stepped forward, roaring, and raised his right hand, reaching out to grab it. The moment he grasped the bow, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within, pouring into his right hand. His right hand was instantly shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The bow escaped, intending to fly backward, but a look of madness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his left hand again, grabbing the bow once more. His left arm vibrated violently, blood and flesh shattering, but it didn't break apart. Instead, it held the bow tightly. But the moment he grasped the bow, the bowstring swung above, and a surge of immense power emanated from the bow, instantly whipping it upwards and piercing directly through Wang Lin's hip. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing even Wang Lin to let out a pain scream. A gash appeared in his hip, and with a loud bang, his lower body was severed from his upper body as if cut in two. His lower body had been cleaved into by the bowstring. The lower part of his body exploded, blood gushing out, and Wang Lin's face turned pale as he staggered backward. His vision blurred. The price to pay for wielding this bow was truly immense. As soon as his body was blown away by this immense force, Wang Lin clearly felt a powerful repulsive force within the bow. It seemed that in this world, except for one person, no one could make it accept them as its master. To control this bow, one had to sacrifice their own life force to invoke it. Otherwise, even if they held it in their hands, they couldn't draw it. As he was being shot away, upon sensing the unrecognizable aura within the bow, the excruciating pain in his body caused Wang Lin to spit out fresh blood. At this moment, only his upper body remained. This kind of injury, aside from his time in the ancient tomb, was rarely seen. But at this very moment, the netherworld beast, still asleep after devouring the golden whirlwind, felt this pain transmitted to its mind because its life was intertwined with Wang Lin's. In this agony, the sleeping netherworld beast suddenly awoke. As soon as it regained consciousness, a dark light shot out from Wang Lin's body. Initially small, this dark light instantly expanded to an infinite size. The colossal body of the netherworld beast suddenly appeared amidst the chaotic, collapsing starry sky. Under the intense pain that surged through its mind, the netherworld beast seemed to forget all fear, letting out an earth-shattering roar. With this roar, it forcefully opened its mouth, not to devour, but as soon as it opened, a mass of golden light burst forth with the furious roar of golden whirlwind. The golden whirlwind, which it had swallowed but hadn't yet digested, was immediately spewed out. From afar, the entire starry sky was covered, leaving only a rapidly expanding mass of golden light. The netherworld beast continued to spew, and this whirlwind roared forth, hurtling straight towards the wide boundary grate formation ahead. This golden whirlwind was powerful enough to collapse an entire star system. Very few could resist it. The Grand Elder outside the Wind Realm Great Formation's face changed drastically upon seeing this golden whirlwind, especially after seeing the netherworld beast. His eyes revealed a mixture of excitement and fear. A deafening roar echoed as the golden whirlwind directly surged into the Wind Realm Great Formation, exploding outwards with immense force, unleashing a destructive power. Tens of thousands of cultivators from Jiaohe, Luotian, and Yunhai within the realm turned pale. Hung Samzi and his group, their eyes bloodshot, hastily retreated, desperately using their divine abilities to evacuate the remaining tens of thousands of cultivators. In an instant, the battlefield, which had been teeming with people, was now completely deserted. All the cultivators within the realm had been taken away by Hung Samzi and his group. Even they themselves had hastily left in that moment. They also desperately wanted to save Wang Lin, but Wang Lin's location was precisely where the golden whirlwind erupted. The destructive power there prevented them from approaching. Lingdong Shengren and Zhou Jin were forced to retreat in the face of this golden whirlwind. As the golden whirlwind spread, the Wine Boundary Great Formation suffered a large-scale collapse. The radiance on the jade pendant of the Wine Venerable inside also twisted and quickly dissipated, vanishing in all directions along with the Wine Boundary Great Formation. The loss of the jade pendant allowed the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment Palace to escape the encirclement, but as soon as he escaped, he was immediately swallowed by the roaring golden whirlwind. Without a sound, his body, soul, and all his ancestral offerings vanished into thin air. The primordial spirit in the outer realm was also affected by this raging storm, causing widespread collapse. After a long while, amidst continuous roars, the entire battlefield, centered around the Wind Realm Great Formation, was engulfed by this storm. Within this area, the Wind Realm Great Formation, a part of the outer realm, and the inner realm Starry Sky all collapsed. After this storm expanded to a certain extent, it unleashed a deafening explosion that shook both the inner and outer realms, completely shattering them. The battlefield of the first battle, after being swept by the storm, became a gigantic black hole. This black hole filled the endless starry sky, separating the Wind Realm Great Formation within. After spewing out the yellow storm, the Nether Beast, as soon as its destructive power spread and annihilated everything, opened its mouth and swallowed Wang Lin and the bow hole. Then its body vanished into thin air. The echoes of the explosion reverberated throughout the inner and outer realms of space, emanating continuously from within the black hole separating the Great Wind Realm Formation. This sound persisted for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, as if it would never fade away. The first battle had ended in such a bizarre way. This colossal vortex, while relentlessly spinning, sucked in all the characteristic fog of the Cloud Sea star domain. The fog enveloped everything above, turning it into a swirling vortex of mist. This battle was a devastating blow to the Outer Realm's ancient star spirits, awakening the fervent cultivators of the Outer Realm. The Outer Realm suffered immense losses. Dozens of tribes perished completely, and not a single cultivator who entered the Inner Realm survived. The ancestor of the Fire Sparrow tribe died, the Southern Illumination Immortal died, and even the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Punishment Palace perished. Over 100,000 cultivators were all buried within the Inner Realm. The entire ancient star spirits were engulfed in sorrow. This profound sorrow gradually transformed into a fire of rage, a fire of revenge. In this rage, many tribes of the Outer Realm proactively requested a rematch. Faced with these ever-increasing demands, the Grand Elder ordered preparations for a second battle. The entire Outer Realm's ancient spirits were preparing for war. They were waiting for this battle of revenge. Several old monsters who had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, those mentioned by the Blue Dream Taoist, emerged one after another, coldly staring at the Inner Realm, their killing intent overflowing. The name of Fengzun Wanglin was once again etched in the minds of the Outer Realm cultivators. In their hearts, they gnashed their teeth, revealing boundless hatred. It was this Wanglin who killed the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, killed Nan Zhao Shengren, killed the clone of Yunluo Dati, destroyed the island where Yunluo Dati's true self resided, leaving Yunluo Dati's fate unknown. This very person killed so many cultivators from the Outer Realms and shattered their confidence in this battle. He is Fengzun. He must die. Wang Lin's appearance has been revealed by the Grand Venerable, known to all cultivators, and an unprecedented reward has been offered for his death. In this battle, the Cloud Sea cultivators suffered terrible casualties. The few thousand remaining were practically the only survivors. The entire Cloud Sea was almost reduced to a wasteland by this battle. So many cultivators died, leaving many Cloud Sea sects almost deserted. Those remaining were mostly low-level cultivators. The few thousand surviving Cloud Sea cultivators will have the heavy responsibility of cultivating these younger generations. First, they will divide themselves up and regroup the previously mixed sects, once again forming the future Cloud C10 sects. Fortunately, the full power of the Divine Sect, Demonic Sect, and Ghost Sect hadn't been fully revealed yet, allowing them to barely hold their ground. In the recent battle, because the Cloud C star domain had collapsed on a large scale, the entire star domain had become unstable, with spatial rifts appearing everywhere. Flying through the Cloud C star domain was extremely dangerous. Nevertheless, the Demonic Sect still annually dispatched 7/10 of its cultivators to the battlefield of this first battle. That area was the most open region of the star domain. Without the wide boundary formation, after the storm passed, although there was still a swirling black hole, it had become a major gateway to the inner realm. The Ghost Sect also sent many cultivators to station there. As for the Divine Sect, under the command of Mu Bingmi, they deployed troops and formed solid defensive lines, anticipating a second battle that might erupt at any moment. The monk Dao He left a contingent outside the fog vortex, under the command of a middle-aged woman, quietly stationed there. The monk Luocha also left a contingent, while the others returned to their hometowns, quietly preparing for the second battle. The Kungsu star domain was conspicuously absent from this battle. After the battle ended, they dispatched 10,000 monks, under the command of a woman dressed entirely in blue, stationed outside the fog vortex. This woman possessed breathtaking beauty, yet was as cold as ice. The icy coldness in her eyes caused all the monks stationed outside the vortex to freeze in place. In the first battle, Yan Luodati of the Outer Realm had greatly shocked Hong Shanzi and his group. It was precisely because of Yan Luodati that the Inner Realm's army of monks was extremely passive, completely unable to deploy any formations. The strategic planning and calculations of Yan Luodati left a deep impression on Hong Semzi and his group. If Yan Luodati's clone hadn't been killed by Feng Zun, this battle would have been extremely difficult. The damage to the inner realm would have been immense, and even with reinforcements from Jiao He and Luo Tia, there would have been many more casualties. Large-scale battles were rare in the inner realm, so after tens of thousands of years, they had gradually become extremely inexperienced in such battles. This battle was a lesson, but it also made Hong Semzi and his group understand that no matter how high one's cultivation level, if a large army of cultivators lacks a commander, it's just a disorganized rabble. The woman in the blue robe was invited from Kunsu, Hainan Yanzi, for this very reason. She was not only the leader of the Kunsu cultivators stationed outside the vortex, but also the commander of all the inner realm cultivators present here. After this battle, the name of Feng Zun Wang Lin spread throughout the entire inner realm. It seemed that all cultivators knew of Feng Zun's glorious achievements in this battle. He killed the ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan, killed the expert from the outer realm, Nanjiao Shangran, and killed the commander of this battle from the outer realm, Yan Luo Dati. With a single blow, he stopped the third army of the outer realm from invading, preventing tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators from daring to advance even a single step. With the strength of one person, he prevented the outer realm cultivators from entering the inner realm in a panic, making it impossible for any of them to escape. All these things instilled in the inner realm cultivators a sense of trust and reverence. They remembered the name Wang Lin, remembered the title of Feng Zun. Wang Lin's reputation spread widely throughout the inner realm in a short time, overshadowing even Hong Shanzi and his group, becoming the recognized leader of all inner realm cultivators. Not to mention, at the end of the war, Feng Zun Wang Lin unleashed the Netherworld Beast, shattering the last remaining invading force from the outer realm. This swirling mist was created by him. All those who were skeptical upon arriving at Yunhai, after seeing the colossal swirling mist, fell silent, a fervent excitement slowly rising in their hearts. It seemed that all the cultivators stationed outside the swirling mist, upon arriving, stood silently, staring at the vortex that had shaken their minds. After a long while, they bowed deeply before leaving. If there were still those who didn't believe, their words would never be heard by the cultivators of Yunhai. Especially the thousands of cultivators who survived the battle, these people were all absolute devotees of Wang Lin. They couldn't bear to hear even the slightest disrespectful word towards Wang Lin. In their hearts, the venerable Wang Lin was their entire glory. Even fellow cultivators from other star domains who had good relations with them, if they spoke disrespectfully in front of them, no matter how deep their friendship, would immediately turn against them. The name Wang Lin had become a legend throughout the entire inner realm. But this legend had completely vanished. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. Hong Shanzi and his group continuously cast spells, trying to find Wang Lin, but ultimately found nothing. The Netherworld beast's invisibility seemed to have encountered some strange event, making it impossible for anyone to find him. But the cultivators of Yunhai still believed that the Venerable was still alive. Lu Fuzi believed that the Venerable was still alive. Shi Zifang is in Luotia. Ziqing is on Qingling Star. They believe that their master is still alive. Shan Gonghu and Zan Kongli also believed the same. The slave seals of Lingdong Xingren and Zhouqin were still intact, remaining in the Cloud Sea star domain. After the upheaval in the Poisonous Sea and the swarm of one beasts, even more people believed that Feng Zan was still alive. Because of Feng Zan's words, Mu Bingmi, now the sect leader of the divine sect, showed worry in her eyes, but she remained steadfast in her belief that Wang Lin was still alive. In his grief, Sichuan abandoned all cultivation in the martial realm. After silently drinking a lot of wine alone, he looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. Although he laughed, he couldn't stop the tears. After 3 days of being drunk, laughing and crying at the same time, he resolutely left the martial realm. He wanted to find his brother. When he left, Zhou Aryu was in tears, determined to go with Sichuan. On the second day after Sichuan left, Big Head and Leiji also left together. They wanted to find their master. The first to leave the martial realm wasn't Sichuan, but 13. He carried the statue of Wang Lin, and as soon as he learned of this, he left alone without hesitation. Many people searched for the wine venerable Wang Lin, but no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find a single clue. Where are you? In the starry sky of Kangsu, Sichuan and Zhou Aryu gazed at the vast expanse of the starry sea. Where are you? In the Luotia star domain, Shi Zifang and Ziqing silently gazed at the starry sky. In the divine sect, Mu Bingmi had just finished dealing with some sect matters and was very tired. After drinking a cup of healing medicine, she silently looked up at the sky outside the tower, murmuring to herself, "Where are you?" Outside the swirling mist in the cloud sea, in the dark star domain, a woman in blue clothes stared in astonishment at the swirling mist and after a long time, sighed deeply. "You will never know who I am." 13, in the starry sky, hadn't uttered a single word, his resolute expression reflecting determination. Relying on a vague sense, on a trace of aura emanating from the statue, he flew swiftly through the starry sky, relentlessly searching. The beast spirits were also searching for Wang Lin. Their numbers were vast. Due to their fusion with the Poisonous Sea, they possessed toxins, not attacking any cultivators, but rather traveling in packs, howling and searching in vain. Their mournful cries, like those of orphan children, resonated in everyone's hearts, stirring a sense of sorrow. Any cultivator who saw this pack of beast spirits stopped and bowed to them. In the Kungsa star domain, or perhaps more accurately, the Alliance star domain, in the far north lies a chaotic area filled with rubble. Within this rubble-strewn area, there is a lump of rubble resembling dust, about the size of a fist. Its surface is riddled with tiny holes leading deep inside. The nether beast is hiding here, invisible. It had been terrified by the destructive storm earlier, and with its nature, it would rather die than venture outside. It finds the outside world terrifying, utterly terrifying.